It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.
I love that. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Arvanauts, to a Saturday night stream. It is 7:40, right about 7:45 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, October 23rd. I hope everyone is doing well and has had a pleasant Saturday. I spent a lot of today setting up Halloween decorations outside and all that kind of stuff. And so I feel pretty good about it. I feel like the house is looking in pretty good shape, and I am extremely excited for day 9 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. Eberron, the Oracle of War, the Oracle of War, called the part 2 of the Oracle of War, Voice in the Machine, and it is actually part 3 of Voice in the Machine, and it's going to be a doozy, folks. I hope we're all ready to go, because it's going to be some big stuff happening up ahead. Before we get any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't already done so, please consider following us on the channel. That is always appreciated. Please make sure to check out our YouTube channel, which is !ArvTube. That will allow you to check past broadcasts of the stream. including this particular campaign. !Arv Cord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. And !Arv Tweets is our Twitter, where I will always try to post when I'm going live or if there are any changes in things. And I also post about writing stuff I'm doing and about teaching and about music and about other streaming things and about family and podcasting and, occasionally even a bit of politics here and there too. So I will always post over there. That's !Arv Tweets. And you can find the website for all of this at arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area. You can get stuff for D&D with Infinity and Beyond there, and Adventures in Middle-earth stuff, and soon to be some Genesis stuff over there as well. So that's always appreciated. !Arv Treon is the Patreon, currently sitting at 22 patrons, $2.18 per month. That really is the financial backbone of the channel, and it makes a big difference if people are able to jump on board and support me over there, because that's where I get the most money from, and it's the place that allows me to put money right back into the stream, and also support my writing and other things like that. So that is always appreciated. And of course, subscribing to the channel is always appreciated. I want to thank Mrs. Dunsel for resubbing the 37 months. That is unbelievable. We are past that 3-year mark now. So Mrs. Dunsel enjoying that 3-year badge, sub badge, well earned. But thank you, Mrs. Dunsel, and thanks to everyone who subs. And if not, please consider doing so, both with the Patreon and with subbing at certain tiers. You can get inspirations to help our players. They may or may not need it today. I mean, who knows? We'll see. I'm sure they'll be fine. I can't imagine why there'd be a problem. We will see. But that's happening. That's going to be happening in just a little bit. But yes, so supporting us by subscribing or supporting the Patreon is appreciated. As always, on the publishing side, Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, now out in print form, at least available at your friendly local game store, and it's gotten to all the Kickstarter backers now in print. For everybody else, it's going to be made available in print within the next couple of months, but it's available right now in digital form via DriveThruRPG, so please consider checking that out with Library. And Grayshade KS is my Grayshade Kickstarter. More details about that coming soon, so please watch this space and stay tuned. As always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when they need help and to reach out to others when you need help as well. Last, but certainly not least, I do want to mention very quickly an announcement about what is going on tomorrow on this channel. Tonight we've got more Infinity and Beyond, of course. Tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. we have a special event, an Infernal Salon, which is being hosted by C.S.E. Cooney and Carlos Hernandez. They are the makers of the game Negocios Infernales, which is going to be released by Outland Entertainment. There's going to be a Kickstarter for that fairly soon. And so they are going to be doing an Infernal Salon, which means pulling a couple of cards from their deck of many amazing cards that they use for their game, Negocios Infernales. And those will be a prompt, and the prompt will be written about by many, many authors, like 15 or 20 different authors are going to be using this prompt. They're going to have 30 minutes to write like a short story, really like almost like a flash fiction story over that 30 minutes. And then they will share what they have written with us after that 30 minutes is over. And there will be a prompt picked for chat as well, which chat will be allowed to be able to do that too. So it's going to be great. We have an overlay that has been put together by the incredible Shadowed Mage. Very simple overlay, but it will get the job done for reflecting what we want to reflect. And all of that is to benefit a Kickstarter, which is being run for Strange Horizons, a speculative fiction magazine, which runs weekly and which has become a big destination for a lot of authors to have stuff published. So it is an excellent magazine and well worth support, and they're running a Kickstarter right now. And so this is to benefit Strange Horizons. And so I am honored to be able to host this Infernal Salon coming tomorrow, Sunday at 7:30 p.m. Then we'll be off Monday and back on this channel on Tuesday with more Adventures of Middle-earth. Last thing I want to note before we get started today is that at the end of the stream today, I will be doing I'll be closing down this poll, which is the Chat Chosen Game of the Month. It is between 3 different games, as per usual, and those 3 games are There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension, Ni no Kuni, and Siberia. Yeah, and as of right now, Wrong Dimension is leading 4 votes to 2. So get your votes in, because at the end of the session today, the vote is going to be closed down, and whatever is the winner is the one that I will be playing coming up on, I believe it's this Tuesday, actually, now that I think of it. I think it's this Tuesday. Yeah, it's this Tuesday. It's not Adventures of Middle-earth. It's this Tuesday, I believe, is when I'm going to be doing that. So that'll be happening this Tuesday, and then I'm going to have some more D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. So that's what we've got going on. Very exciting. Looking forward to it. It's going to be good times. But now the time has come for us to talk to the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew. So I have unmuted myself so they can hear me. Apologize, as always, for having interrupted whatever amazing conversations they were no doubt having. And then unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to...
These are lies. These are not lies. I'm so sorry that I'm never sorry that we have to get along with the show. You guys are, I know you're all friends and everything, but F that show, all right? It's much more important.
And as you can see, they are all ready to go. They are prepared and fired up for what I'm sure will be an uneventful session. I
don't know
about that.
It'll be great.
It'll be fine. We got this.
They're so worried. It's so cute. Anyway, I am going
the
to
season to be dreadful. Fa la 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 la.
To be dying.
To be dying.
To be dying. Da, da, da.
I will start as always at the bottom of the ziggurat over on the left, and that of course is one Mr. Trendane Sparks. It's good to see you, Tren. Tren and I were trading comments about movie scenes from the 80s that people underrate but are actually really good. So that's the kind of stuff that happens in the green room. And yeah, so how are you doing, Tren? How's life in the universe with you? And who are you playing in our soiree adventure this evening?
So this mattress that's under my sheets here has a pit about that big in the middle, right in the middle of it. Okay, because like when we were in the green room for Adventures in Middle-earth earlier this week, Amal was like, try rotating or flipping the thing. Doesn't work. The divot is right in the middle. Because I turn the thing, it's still in the same place. So, but in my attempt of taking some of my extra this stuff, the acoustic foam that I have, and putting it underneath the mattress to try to bolster, kind of works, kind of not. So eventually what I wound up doing is getting my camping mat that I haven't pulled out of the closet in like 6 years, and inflated that and laid it up. And so now it kind of levels everything out, but every time I move, it's like, right, now that's me, okay. And I have to try to go back to sleep again. So I'm sure there's no one else in this call who is suffering any kind of muscle cramping or discomfort or anything like my lower back feels. So nobody else can possibly
not from sleeping.
No, or trying to, or Anyway,
for some of us it's boulders, for some of us it's beds, Tren.
Right. It's all in the...
We'll get there. Don't worry.
Right. So who am I playing?
Let's not spoil the surprise.
Right. The person that I'm playing is a guy.
Which one is it, though?
That's true.
I know. I'm trying to remember. We were talking about our backup characters, and now I can't.
Well, Fifely Tantan.
Which Tantan? Thank you. That's his name. I was like, Chert? No, that's my Minotaur. I was like, is it? Yeah, Chert. It's a kind of rock.
Take me to Chert. I've been there.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
No.
And demonetized. So, yeah.
It never works that way. I love that that's the joke now. That just singing the song gets you demonetized. That's not actually how any of this works.
There might be a lawsuit by the original composer of taking me to Chert. So,
right.
Yeah.
Yes, because on who I don't even know who sings
Trent
that song, but they're watching
video
this
and,
D&D stream on their night off.
Bringing Trent into like a Minotaur who like picks him
that
up.
That was the one-hit wonder of the past 7 years. What's his name?
But we are sponsored by Dr. Tish. We're not sponsored by Dr. Tish, but it would be really nice if they did sponsor us.
Oh
really,
my god!
Really nice.
I don't want to know what that was.
And off the rails.
It's a concentrated peppermint mouthwash. And if you make the mistake of pouring a full cap and throwing it in your mouth, and you don't read the part where it says that it's concentrated and you have to dilute it 5 to 1, you put it in there and it's like just your flames up the side of
the side of my mouth.
Yes, it's just ooh. And
you literally can breathe fire.
You can, but it's fire and ice at the same time because the peppermint is very cold. But it's like, it's just, if you make the mistake of accidentally then swallowing it, which it warns you very clearly not to, never mind. They're not sponsoring us. It doesn't matter. Go ahead and drink all you want. No, don't do that. Anyway.
Are you talking like throat burns? Is that what we're doing?
What is happening?
Yeah.
Right
I mean,
now?
it'll create blisters and yeah, it's very concentrated. Never mind. They're not sponsoring us, whatever. Sponsor us. So, yeah, Tantan Tagashaw de Caneth, who is a human artificer. He's going to be a battle mage once we get to level 3 sometime in 2027. Yeah, presuming we don't die today.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, he helped build Warforged. He's pretty certain he can get along with them perfectly well. But yeah,
let's see how this goes.
Exactly. I mean, it worked fine with the suit of armor last time.
If only we get him to leave the room, they would fall apart.
That would be great. But yeah, we'll see. But more importantly than that, Marie
is Marie.
There it is.
It is a great pleasure to have Trent on this. It's also a great pleasure to have Marie with us. I have been following with interest the Twitter travails of Marie's cat. And, Marie's attempt to clean up after the cat with a variety of poems describing the experience of cleaning up after the cat. And I feel like I now know much more about a particular aspect of Marie's cat's biology than I ever really wanted to know, really in detail. And
I believe
how's that all going, Marie?
I believe what you're referring to is my emerging poetic career, my friend.
Your poetic career, I think is what you mean.
Yes, it's a very, very fine slice of butt life, as it were. And I'm very proud of it, actually.
I can tell, yes, you bow quite a bit afterwards after making it.
It's what the people really want to hear about. But the cat is starting to do better, thankfully. The exciting thing is the vet called today and said, we think he needs another pill. We were discussing it. He's popular. Everybody knows him. He's part ragdoll. He likes hugs. He's very poopy. It's just he's memorable. And so they called today and said, I was talking to another vet and we decided he needs another pill. So now he gets 6 or 7 in the morning and like 5 at night. Yeah, I know. And he just hugs you though. So you hug him and then you put the pills in. And then when he doesn't want to anymore, he just he gives up and he slumps sideways and his body turns to liquid. And then good luck trying to fill that. It's like a fluffy pillow. So there you go. Fluffy pillow.
I'm glad that he's on the mend though. It's just good grief.
Oh, there will be more poems, my friend. There will be more poems.
Listen, I look forward to more in this burgeoning genre.
I was the collection.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yes, I was working on one today, and I'll give you a slight preview. But it had the line in it: "You scream for chicken, I say no. You scream more, from you slips a little poo." And it was just, it just writes itself. Thank you. You heard it here first.
Well, when is the national tour? That's all I want.
Yeah, I know, really.
This deserves to be far and wide. Absolutely. Where's your Twitch channel, Marie? Let's go.
I look forward to receiving my Pulitzer. I just,
There's like 50 people, but they are the most dedicated 50 people of all time.
Yes. The movie adaptation is going to be memorable. It's going to be multiple sensory effect too. So brace yourself.
Of course, obviously, and then it'll end up in
brought to you in Pooh Vision.
When not cleaning up after your cat and writing poems about it, how's life otherwise, Marie? And who are you playing today?
Life is very good. While celebrating all of this awesomeness with the cat at home, it's Carrie's birthday.
Happy
so
birthday.
I went to. I will pass along the wishes, and I went to get her an ice cream cake at Dairy Queen, and I really wanted, sometimes they have the ones with the like poo emojis on them. Anyways, I didn't they didn't have one, and then
appetizing.
Well, then I thought perhaps Carrie does not want a poo emoji on her cake. Perhaps she's had enough poo for now.
I was gonna say, perhaps this is a chance to get away for a moment from nothing but this.
Perhaps I can grow as an individual and not do this particular follow through, and I did. So instead of the 8-inch, because I thought evilly I got the 10-inch.
Okay. I thought you were like, but I still put the poo emoji on something.
No, I'm
okay.
betting she got a molten fudge lava cake is what I'm betting is what happened.
No, I did not. That's good.
Marie writes notes down for next year.
It's like,
Right. Hang on.
know.
I need to know more. No, and now she's baking. Her birthday's technically tomorrow, but we started celebrating early, of course. And now she is baking for the first time her own cake. She's always wanted to do that, so it should be an extravaganza. So I will go up at the break and see what she's up to.
Exciting. I look forward to hearing how she's doing and if any more poo has been involved somehow. Actually, I don't look forward to hearing that, so don't tell me if that's true. I don't.
It's always better in verse and rhyme.
Yeah.
Always.
Seriously, something, please. I can focus on the art, not the content. Who are you playing today, Marie?
I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor, who would also have lovely songs to sing about all of this were she here. But she is a Kalishtar bard, and she is very much looking forward to making friends tonight, surviving, and just, getting back to telling crazy stories about all of this once we've all gotten back to somewhere safe, warm, and friendly.
As no doubt will happen. I have no doubt. I'm
within
sure
the first half hour, I imagine.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I'm sure they'll just melt into the earth when you see them. I have no doubt that is what will occur. Not at all.
They might be friendly. I feel good about this.
They could be. Yeah. Maybe in the morning, the way you say friends with someone is you just point a crossbow at your face, and that's how you say hello.
It's how they say hello.
It's how they say hello. It's always a pleasure to have Marie with us. It is also a pleasure. Thank you, Marie. It's also a pleasure to have John with us. John, it is good to see you. I see that we've gone from massive beard to zero beard to now a return to regular beard. So I wonder if now we're going to sort of Goldilocks it out and this is just right on the beard level, or are we going to increase beard? Where are we with the beard, calculus, John?
We're supposed to get a mild winter here in Wisconsin. So probably, something like along this lines, because my wife would like me to keep it more trimmed, which I can get behind. It's all good. So something along this, maybe a little longer, but more neat, not the bushiness of what was 2020. Let's put it that way.
Yes, the bushiness of 2020.
You have to be behind your beard. You can't be in front of it.
I was getting out pretty far ahead the other day, but that's another story. So yeah, John Helfer's here. I work with all these people in multiple various things, including a Kickstarter, which we have running right now. And Jen, if you could throw up that link to it, would be great. We're doing 99 Tiny Terrors. The Kickstarter is live and it's funded, so the book will exist. It's all good. All the stories are done. All the stories are contracted. All the stories are ready to go. So this is to help us with publication and literally get the word out. This is how Pulse does it. We're very happy with this. Jen, of course, is our wonderful editor, and we happen to have one of the wonderful 99 writers, Marie, who has a story in it as well. And also great people like Shauna McGuire, Tim Wagner, and Ruthanna Emrys, and Meg, I'm blanking on her last name.
Ellison.
Thank you, Meg Ellison.
Wagner.
Yep. Wendy Wagner. Yep.
Tim
Lucy
Wagner,
Snyder.
Vincent. Not that I have looked at these names a lot.
And a whole bunch of great people who I have not heard of, but have done some phenomenal short fiction. These stories are all under 1,000 words, and they're really cool. It's a really great horror collection. So you guys, please check it out. If you can, back it. That'd be awesome. If you can't, just spread the word. That's all I ask. Thank you. Who am I playing? Right. Starforged, named Alarian, who might become a pincushion before the end of the night. We'll see. So
it's about to be a bolt-pierced Starforged.
I'll have to write Hannah and say,
John.
So Hannah, remember those notes I gave you? You could just throw them out. Now we're going to go another direction.
Now it's a whole new... Yes. Speaking of which, chat,
clean up on aisle 5. Clean up on aisle 5.
There is, in fact, going to be some new character art coming soon for the fine people of Infinity and Beyond, as you will all see. So you'll have to stay tuned for that. But it's going to be pretty sweet. I am very excited to reveal it to all of you as soon as all of it's done, and as soon as everyone gets their stuff in. Rob, that to Hannah, that would be great.
Sorry.
That will be lovely. But no, seriously, I'm very excited to share with all of you. Thank you, John. Always a pleasure. Yes, and everyone should check out the 99 Terrors because it looks cool. Also got a really cool cover, by the way.
Tiny.
And moving right on up the line, we have the editor of said Kickstarted anthology that is currently in process. And that, of course, is one Jennifer Brozek. It's good to see you, Jen. I hope everything is okay with you. We were talking in the green room before about how there's a storm a-coming. So our hope is that we're going to wrap this up. But I told Jen that if it was okay, just to coordinate potential death of Niciana at the hands of the Warforged right about the time the electricity went out, that would be great. If you could just, see what you could do. How are you doing, Jen? Getting ready to batten down for this storm, and who are you playing today?
Things are looking pretty good. I mean, of course, the power did go out 2 days ago while it was sunny and breezy, and when nothing had actually hit yet. So, I think it'll be okay. It's not supposed to start raining until about 8, and it's supposed to hit Victoria Island, but there's a whole hurricane-like vortex thing that's headed our way.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be exciting, but it should last. I should make it through the game, at least physically. I don't know about my character. She'll be hiding behind various things and people because she's not stupid. She's very squishy. Speaking of her, that's Niciana De Gerasco. She is a halfling healer from the House of Healing. She has 3 healing spells.
Oh, don't worry, Yana knows.
Yeah. You'll be really happy that I didn't waste one of those on 3 hit points.
Wasting is in the eye of the receiver.
That is correct, Miette. All right.
I am excited to see how Niciana goes about keeping her party alive to the extent possible. And
who's more foolish, the healer or the healer who doesn't heal anybody? I'm sorry, I'm done.
I'm gonna really try, but otherwise, yes, please back 99 Tiny Terrors or give it a shout out. I did manage to get authors from 5 different continents. It is a worldwide anthology, and the different flavors of horror throughout the entire book are really interesting to read, because you can, from the different countries, what is horrific in the different countries. And I really liked that.
Very cool.
That'll be my 20th anthology, and my 21st anthology will be coming out in February of 2022 with Cat Rambo. Someone this channel should also know.
Absolutely. Yes, who is a highly respected member of Espergenesis and, of course, just the community as a whole. Awesome. I'm excited, Jen, for that to come out. Good luck on the rest of the Kickstarter, and we'll, again, talk about it more at the end, too. But moving right on last to the bottom of the Ziggurat, we get to the totally feeling good, all healthy, no problems.
I feel good now, being where I'm currently located,
and that's
sitting where I am.
Of course, our good friend Darkside Rob, who is just everything's fine, right, Rob? I mean, you never better. All is good.
No, I'm fine now. I just sitting here, I'm good.
Yes, but then what happens when you try to move up?
Exactly. Well, okay. So I have a video coming on this. My friend works at a rock climbing gym, and I haven't gone rock climbing or bouldering in quite a while. I'd say about in the video I exaggerate like 15 years or something. It's not that long. It's more like under a decade or something. But it has been quite a long time. And the first time you jump back into bouldering or even, belay climbing, top rope or whatever it is, you basically are just going to hurt like hell for the next day. Like I climbed for like 2.5 hours. And like the injuries from the day were like, some scrapes, some bruises, nothing bad. But then, like within 15 minutes of doing it, my forearms were like, what is this sensation that we have to, like, we're not designed, you have feet for this. We're not designed to hold you up. Like, what are you doing here? And then they got over it. And then, a day later, it's like, oh, my everything hurts. Sick. That's great. So, but it was cool. I got to see my friend. We recorded some videos about it. I'm going to be putting a video together of it soon. You should definitely check it out on the YouTube when it goes live. Hopefully it'll go live sometime this week. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Darkside Rob. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch TV. When I'm not doing Twitch stuff, I do voice acting, video editing, music producing, audio producing, videography, photography, writing, all of that stuff. And sometimes I even get paid for it. You know, the life of the freelancer. It's just, there it is. But no, it's a lot of fun stuff to do. And I actually, before this cast went live today, I was like, so what I'm going to try to do today is not think about anything because A, pain, followed by B, I have plenty of stuff to worry about later in the week. So I'm just going to try to relax today, relax tomorrow, take my weekend, enjoy D&D with good friends, and, you know, play Yana and Altus, the
Perfect.
Yeah, right. Right.
Yes. The Shaman Swift Stride Shifter.
At the end of the campaign, that introduction will just be a guttural roar. I play Yana, though. Bah! Just like,
Yes.
you know, like.
Yeah, no, it'll be. Look, after this fight, it might be. I play Yana. None of the other shit matters.
I play Roadkill, and that's my, you know. I'm sure that won't happen.
No, that's
Rob.
that's
sure
if
it'll be
everything goes
fine.
poorly. This.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Think positively. Exactly.
Just last thing before we get going. The reason I'm not sitting how some of you may normally see me sitting is because I'm on my couch for this cast because it's a very comfy couch, and considering again, this just is a better place for me to sit. But I'm sort of winging it on audio today. This is not winging it. This is actually an expensive microphone, but it's the only way I could get it. I don't actually have a microphone set up over here. So hopefully the mic audio is good. I've asked everybody, but I'm a perfectionist, and I hope
So this is now a casting couch, is what you're saying.
Oh,
it was always a casting couch. It was a casting couch in my old place too. But in my old place, the couch faced my computer. In the new place, it faces away from the computer, so it makes it much harder to make this work.
It balances out. Yeah.
So there's this internet meme of a basketball player whom some of you will know as Lonzo Mourning, who is sitting on the bench, and his first reaction is, but then for some reason, I don't know what he was actually thinking about, he goes, and that's pretty much the reaction everyone had. Like casting couch, everyone's like, like pretty much. The multiple.
It's actually funny.
Dimensions of anyway.
Early on in the Twitch milieu, the historical Twitch, lots of people streamed from the couch, and only as things like got more like solidified of like you need multiple monitors, you need multiple keyboards, you need multiple PCs. People are like, I can't do this in my fucking living room. There's just no way. So of course everybody went to like, you know, gamer chairs and casting setups and everything. But honestly, I gotta tell you guys, I think the casting couch should make a return. Because if you have a good couch and you can make it work, it's so much better than a gamer chair. I have a Herman Miller and I love it to death. I have an Eberron. It's my favorite desk chair that exists in life, in the world, in the universe. I would still take the casting couch. Like 100%.
All right. Well, then live from the casting
It's just
couch.
like lots of cables working its way around furniture. That's like, am I in a studio? What is this? I thought this was a living room.
Are you just going to keep? I'm not even going to go there because we'll never get out of it. That's how that's going to work.
That's how pits work. Yes.
I want to especially thank Trent's restraint through all of this. And
masterful, sir. Masterful.
Yes, I am.
I have no idea what everybody is referencing.
No, I know you don't.
Really glad.
You really don't know?
No,
I really don't want to know.
Just
I will tell him off camera.
That's fine. You can say that. Oh man, that's great. Anyway, I am excited to have Rob.
I think we're done, Greg. I think
I know.
Just get us that. It's good.
Is it a porn thing?
Moving on
is
to
it
the
an OnlyFans
recap.
thing?
Let's
Like,
talk about what
you
happened last
need to
time.
send him a chat there. Send him a chat message.
Yeah.
I've been streaming for over a decade. Why does everyone else have this definition that I don't have?
Because we're all older than you, Rob. That's why.
Yeah.
So. In our
I hate
last
this.
session,
I quit. I quit. I'm gone. I'm leaving. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. I'm leaving. Even my camera gave up because
it sounds good.
This camera didn't want to stream anymore.
The camera you talking about casting couch. It's like I need different lighting. I'm sorry. I just
Stop.
Just
stop. All right. You can't blame me anymore.
little soft jazz, right? Arf?
Woo! All right. So in our last session, what happened was the following. It is a great pleasure to have everyone here. In our last session, what happened was the following. The King's Citadel has headed out into the morning and is headed, into the gray, I should say, the Mornland, in an effort to find some missing scavengers that had been sent out to a once famous and now, of course, devastated and ruined mercantile area known as the Fireweave Bazaar. The party made their way to the Fireweave Bazaar and it found some pretty
Jesus Christ, you're all children.
And let me just switch over.
You're all children. You're all children.
I'm old. This is my second childhood, and I earned it.
I'm going to switch this over to the map.
That's not what it means in the Twitch universe, and it never has, for the record.
Oh man. I just anyway. So the party made its way in. Yes, thank you. The Fireweave Bazaar, and made their way through a variety of strange rooms. They found something which was near and dear to Tren the player's heart, and that was the Pseudo-Dragon. We found Nimble. We also found a rug of smothering, which did its best to destroy Yana, but was unsuccessful in doing so.
The city has not been kind to me.
It's true. Found a suit of armor, which was attempting to get the best possible clothing for the party, was unsuccessful in doing so. And when Tantan and the rest of the party tried to have the armor depart and leave with them, it got outside the area of the store and immediately collapsed to the ground. They also found a message which was apparently broken and kept repeating something about welcome to the bazaar, and then it would cycle and restart again. And they even found a strange area of these passages that lead through that had all these mirrors on the side, and that had what looked like pictures of people wearing very fancy clothing and stuff like that, things which you might have found at some point in the bazaar. So they found this as the party made their way through. Once they got to the other side of the passages, though, things got a little bit more dicey, because as they went up right around this spot, let us say, they discovered that there was a Warforged up here that was very clearly on lookout, trying to see whether anyone was coming. And when I believe it was, I can't remember if it was Merime or was it, I forget who it was that actually went up, or was it Yana, who went up to actually look onto the platform and see. It might have been, yeah, it was Merime.
Merime, it was not Yana.
Because Merime had made herself invisible in the interim, the Warforged had vanished.
Correct.
And so Merime scouting ahead, letting the party know, then scouted ahead and went down to this spot where they discovered in the plaza that there was a spot opposite, which on the map they had is listed as message station, that was boarded shut and which had the wooden door closed and multiple crossbow bolts in the outside of the door, and also saw a couple of Warforged with crossbows right here in this area known as Musk. Going back and informing the party of all of this, the party took up various preparatory positions, and then Alarian, the Starforged, played by John, came forward and basically said, in very famous, those of you who watch The Mandalorian, IG-88 fashion, we are here for the scouts. I'm paraphrasing. If you let us leave with them, we will be out of your way and will not bother you anymore, and et cetera, et cetera. And the two Warforged, followed by 8 other Warforged, all exited and said something to the effect of, I don't know what you're doing here. I think they were actually echoing. I don't know what you're doing here, but you don't obviously back in the wrong side. This place belongs to the Lord of Blades, and you'll serve him and serve our master. And they raised their crossbows and scene. And that was where we wrapped up in our last session. So as we begin today, and as I hand things back over to the players, Merime is standing, still invisible, over at the message station where, I should mention, Merime looked inside to see at least several of the scouts known as the Gray Dogs that they had come to find, the scavengers. and including one person who had been missing for a little while, which is her contact, Hilar Brasal, also technically the crew's reporting contact, the leader essentially in Salvation, is there inside this boarded up place, along with a female halfling and a small, also Warforged character, small little Warforged, all sort of looking at the door and obviously not seeing Merime. So Merime is across the plaza, invisible. The rest of the party is where you see them positioned on the map. Alarian has spoken. The Warforged have responded. Their crossbows are up and facing. And I'm going to hand things back over to the party. An eerie silence has settled in over the plaza. So I'm not going to play any music just yet. What would the party like to do?
And an eerie darkness has settled over Yana.
I was going to say, it gets more and more. There we go. All of a sudden, I just looked over and it was just, I saw just.
Yeah, I was trying to fix my camera, and as I was closing the window, I hit the reset camera button. So that was.
Sucks. So
I'm batting 1,000 today.
All right. So what would the party like to do as this silence remains?
Arv, in my wanderings, I would assume that I've heard of the Lord of Blades before.
You might have, but it's not a slam dunk. Let me have you make a history check for me, please.
Is it more of a hockey thing than basketball? Or is it what?
Yes. It's not a slam dunk. It's really a goal.
Okay. Done worse.
A 14. All right.
14.
So what I would say about the Lord of Blades is, let me gather some information because there's... There
GM is buffering. For those of you watching at home or listening at home.
Not exactly DM buffering. I just want to make sure that I have enough information, but not too much. Okay. So here's what you know about the Lord of Blades. And this is something which you might have some information of, actually, Alarian, because of the nature of who you are. You've only heard rumors about this creature. But the Lord of Blades, it is said, is a warforged of some kind, basically a warforged warlord, for want of a better term, who has broken ties with his former masters and has escaped into the Mournland somewhere. Now, there have been all kinds of rumors over the years about what exactly the Lord of Blades might be or is doing. And as I say, not everyone has even heard of the Lord of Blades at all. Some people say that the Lord of Blades is enormous, 15 feet tall, and, shoots rockets from his face, and, like all this. Like some like say things like that. Others say that the
and
Lord
other
of Blades,
places. Sorry,
yeah. Some people say that the Lord of Blades is a charlatan, and is basically just leading his followers to destruction. Many people think that he entered the Mournland and never got out of it. He just got destroyed somewhere. But the one thing that is known is that there are some Warforged you've run into that view him with almost a kind of religious reverence, because their sense is that he understands better than anyone else the experience of the Warforged, and better than anyone else believes that the Warforged deserve their own rights, their own identity as separate from other human and humanoid creatures. And in some ways, they deserve recompense for what they've been through as created creatures that were intended to serve as slaves of war. So that's what you know that some Warforged view him this way. But again, whether he exists and what he looks like if he does, it's unknown.
Okay. Thank you. That's good. Well, they haven't started firing yet, I suppose. So
they have raised their crossbows. And
yeah, I know.
They seem to be waiting for a response, presumably from you, Alarian.
Yeah.
And they are focused on you. Even though I think right behind is not Niciana. Is that Yana behind?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
I think that's Yana, right?
Probably it will block them pretty well.
And then Tantan. Yeah. But even so, focused completely on you.
Yeah.
While this is happening, I would ping telepathically Hilar if I'm 20 feet away, which I assume I am.
Yes.
I would ping him. I assume I've done it before and he's familiar with my ways.
Okay. What do you say to him?
Hilar, don't freak out. It's Merime. We're here. I'm right outside the door.
And you sort of, as you can look in, you sort of see him kind of like, and then sort of.
Look in your head.
He says, "You're there." No, he doesn't do that. He says, because he's not a fool. He says, so in his mind, back to you, he says, "Well, I wasn't sure whether I was going to see you or any of the rest of them again, but I can't say I'm sorry. Are you all right? Not hurt?"
We're doing better than you are, but the situation is not looking too good here. Any what's going on, or?
Well, I can tell you that they've got us locked in here, and they've had us locked down here for a while. The thought was, at least initially, that it's a long story as to why I'm here. I'll explain that later. But as far as myself and the other crew, they ambushed us here, basically. And, well, we're not all together. We've got one of us who's missing somewhere else in the market. And there's a lot of them over there. I don't know if you can see it, but there's got to be at least 7 or 8 by my reckoning, maybe 9 or 10. And all of them want a piece of us for whatever reason. Keep talking about wanting to do things for their master. And we've asked them a couple times what that means. They just tell us that we know better and not to lie and to give themselves up. I think they view this market as their territory.
Well, we're going to do our best to get you out, so be ready to move fast, but I'm not sure we can take them. There's 10 of them.
I don't think you can do that either. But there's plenty of places in here, plenty of rooms that you could manage. If you could get the rest of them over here into the station, we might be able to figure something out. I feel like there's got to be some way to get out of this place specifically. But in any case, there's other places around. You might have seen that map at the place in the front of the bazaar. There's places elsewhere that you might be able to discover too. But in here anyway, at least we could be together as a group and be able to reason what we're doing next. On the other hand, if we stay separate like this, us locked in here, you out there, it's not going to work out too well.
All right, well, this sounds like fun. I'll see what I can do. I'll talk to my friends. It'll depend on how the others act as well, so...
Make sure you tell them, Maramé, these ones are true believers. You know what I mean? They're not likely to take no for an answer.
But you don't think they're going to just murder us or anything here?
Maybe
just
not
asking.
Maybe not if you pledge allegiance to whoever their master is. But frankly, the only one they're likely to listen to is going to be Ilarion, if I got their guess right. He seemed to hate anything that ain't a warforged of some kind.
All right. Well, hang tight, my friend. We'll get you help.
All right, you be careful out there.
Always.
So while that conversation is going on,
yeah.
So Ilarion says, "Is there a leader among you who speaks for the group?"
And the one that originally spoke to you, who might actually be the same one, Ilarion, that, well, actually, you never, no, that's true, because you saw them first, I believe. So you saw them up in the balcony. Might have been the one that you spoke to originally. And that one sort of steps forward a little bit and again says, "I am not the leader of anything. Our leader is the master. But I am fulfilling his will here at the moment."
"I would come out and parley if you would raise your weapons. I am unarmed."
"I can see that you are, and that you have some of the inferior races behind you. Are they your slaves?"
"Not as such."
And he kind of, he sort of tilts his head a little bit and then says,
"There can only be one parley, and that is commitment and service. If you are willing to serve the master, you will be accepted. The slaves behind you will, of course, be executed in accordance with his will."
"I would need to know more before making such a decision. Who is your master, and what are their goals?"
"I would think you would already know. Have you not seen the signs, the visions, since entering this thing which they call the Grey? This, here, is the land in which our master lives. He is the Lord of Blades. It is he who has proven to us that we are more than manufactured servants, slaves, to serve them hand and foot. He has shown us that we are our own people, with our own future, and he has instructed us to kill all those who are not of our kind. The only reason you are not currently lying on the ground dead is because you are, although different, at least nominally one like us. Thus we offer you common purpose. You will find none with the flesh races behind you.
So, I wish to make certain that your position is clear. You are correct, first of all, that I am not. I am related to the Warforged, but I'm not one of them. However, the position of the Master seems to me untenable. You have been used, created, most likely abused in many instances, and yet now the answer is to pretty much commit genocide upon your oppressors, and by that you hope to be free. So it is your will to take over not only the Grey, but this entire realm. Is that correct?
First, we establish ourselves as a race worthy of attention and care. Second, we discuss the past and how the past may be redeemed as the present.
And as he says this, and he says the past may be redeemed at the present, all of them together say,
and his will be done.
Hoo-ha. Okay.
I'm hearing what he's saying, and I want to make Ilarion aware that Hilar and two of the Greyhounds are.
Except I think we're out of range.
I'd have to go towards you.
Right. Now, I have a question about that, Mermaid. Do they have to see, I guess they don't have to see you because you wouldn't have been able to have that conversation with Hilar. I know they have to see you, but do you have to see, well, actually, no, do you have to see them? They don't have to see you to communicate back? I don't know if we ever thought about telepathy with invisibility in the middle of it. I'm not sure.
It just says to any creature you can see.
Okay.
You don't need to share a language to understand you.
Okay, so that should be fine then. Okay, now, if you're going to get to the other side, you'll need to tell me how you're doing it. I assume you're, like, hugging the wall to the north, probably.
Oh, yeah, I am not feeling the whole getting friendly with the Warforged.
I'll still need you to make a stealth check, though, as you go up to make sure you don't make any noise. How long does the invisibility last, by the way?
1 hour.
Okay, that's good then.
Okay, I'm making a stealth check, and I'm doing it at advantage because I'm invisible.
Yep.
Wow.
So you get to about, I would say, here, Merame, and then as you're walking along, very carefully sort of making your way, your foot catches a pebble, and the pebble goes scattering across the plaza and doink! Actually, sounds more like nope. Like bangs into one of the Warforged's legs, and there's a moment, and they all sort of stop and turn and kind of look up in that direction. And then
Maximilian in the black hole.
Yeah. Yeah, not quite. not quite that, or like Dark Troopers from the Mandalorian. Not quite that much, but like just a little bit. And then they look back. They look back towards you, Ilarion, and one of them says,
"It appears you have a mouse that has not returned to your home."
I don't think you've said your name yet, have you, Ilarion?
I have not.
Okay.
Who exactly is there?
And he sort of jerks his head, and 4 of the Warforged point their crossbows in the general direction of where you're standing there. Obviously, they can't see you, but just like there's nothing behind you except the wall. So, I assumed you stopped. I shouldn't have assumed, but I assumed you stopped when that happened. Merame, let me ask you that first. Did you stop moving when that happened, or?
Yes, I would have been like, oh shit.
That's what I figured. I just wanted to double check. Okay. And I'll ask you what you want to do in just a minute. I won't make you stand there, but I want to ask Ilarion, because they like came back, said what they said to Alarian. So, Alarian, what do you want to say in response to that, if anything, and then we'll talk about.
I have no idea what you're referring to. I wish to remain focused on the conversation at hand. My offer is thus: I will accompany you to this Lord of Blades. In return, you will let all of the lesser beings go, as they are inconsequential and have no designs, or certainly cannot stop a force such as yourself.
So the one that you're speaking to kind of tilts its head again, and its eyes glow a kind of almost a brighter blue, very sort of deep, almost pulsing blue. And as they're looking at you, Maramé, I'm going to have you make a roll in a minute, Alarian. Maramé, what are you now doing? There are still, the four of them are still pointing their crossbows in your general direction, although again, they obviously can't see you. So, what?
I'm going to.
just a recommendation. Just do the scene out of The Mask. They call me Cuban Pete.
I'm still feeling the invisibility this side a little bit of difficulty. So I'm going to, and this is not a concentration cantrip, so I am going to cast prestidigitation.
Okay.
And I'm going to make it sound like scampering of feet, like a mouse or something. I technically am supposed to have a pet mouse, but we never discussed it.
Oh, yeah. You need to tell me about these things.
I know. Well,
you did mention it when we were talking about character creation.
Did you mention the pet mouse?
We need to come back
and it's never reappeared again.
No, yeah, we need to talk more about it.
That's because it's a mouse. It hides in her clothing
all the time. But I'm gonna basically saying I'm familiar with the noise of a mouse, and I'm gonna do it 10 feet towards the Fine Visions. Towards the Hounds of Baraka. Sorry, and then I'm going to continue trying to stealth. And
one problem, Maramé, which is that prestidigitation does have a vocal component. You will need to
problem,
speak
isn't
to
it?
Yes, so you're just like scamper. Like,
look over there.
Yeah.
Can I project my voice? Yeah, can I
out of the corner of your mouth?
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I'm gonna back Hilarion, and I'm going to just try to stealth my way towards them. Still, I'm gonna keep walking.
Okay, make one more stealth check then.
Roll higher.
Thank you. Why didn't you say that last time?
I second that. Yes.
Oh, you're all very useful.
There you
There we
go.
go.
Much better.
Well, apparently
Much
it
better.
works. So.
Silently,
Those
Maramé,
numbers from now on, maybe.
Yeah, silently you make your way over there, and Alarian, while Maramé's doing that, I would like you to make a deception roll, please.
Deception. Oh.
Roll high.
Okay. Well, hey, it worked for Marie, so sure, why not?
Yeah, roll high.
Oh.
No, that is not what I said.
The one stares at you and says, "It is unfortunate that your association with the creatures behind you has clearly corrupted you and broken your inner workings. Your mind has begun to grind to a halt, and thus, as the Lord of Blades has decreed,
and that's when I throw my javelin.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
So he's like,
not waiting for him to finish. No,
put down is up.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to let you get one attack in with your javelin, then I want initiative from everybody.
Yep.
But wait on the initiative first. Let's see what happens with that.
Because I think this conversation has gone as far as it can.
Got me
This is not a good-
monologuing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Damn it. Well, actually, that's not too bad.
Let's see. We turn to 15.
Mm-hmm.
15.
Warforged, though.
It will hit.
Awesome.
Yep.
7 points.
He's big.
Blood has been. No, we're medium. Believe it or not, we're still medium creatures.
He's
It's
still big.
It's amazing. Yeah,
So
we should be large.
So the javelin strikes this one. Sort of, he staggers back, and his eyes glow a fierce blue, and he says, "Put them down." All right, and that is going to bring us to, wait a second, turn order. Wait, let me delete this.
Don't forget to touch yourself.
There we go. Turn order. Let's fire up some combat music. Let's get this going, people.
Hey, that's a sex reference too, right?
No.
I understood that reference.
What? No, it's not.
No.
I could have sworn.
You could have,
That it-
but you'd be wrong.
Oh, don't worry. There's plenty of opportunities for me to still swear this cast.
This one.
Apparently, I am very
The town is called
motivated.
Musk. Is that a sex reference? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we get them all out of the way up front.
Jesus, I cannot, for the life of me. Where's that? Wait.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. There's sound coming out of my TV. Hold on.
Oh, is there?
You don't need to cast
Is that the Imperial March?
Rudell said, don't need a casting couch to touch yourself.
Would you stop it?
Streaming
It wasn't
couch,
me, it was a
casting
Rudell.
couch. These
Play
are
it
not.
That doesn't mean you have to narrate it.
It's funny. Okay.
It's stupid, is what it is. But okay, we can keep bringing it up. It's fine.
Why?
Oh, man. Okay.
Oh,
Now, Rob, was that the Imperial March coming out of your TV?
That was whatever the being played in Roll20, I guess, because that's what's connected to my TV right now.
Alarian, that was an 8, though, right? Like, okay.
No, a 6. A big old 6.
Oh, a big
is my
6.
first roll. Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. I got everybody.
Arva,
Unbelievable.
But Yana. Yeah.
I have a very important question,
Sure.
which I will also, I will ask while I'm rolling. How far apart are all of those big uglies in the middle of the plaza?
They are about, so the ones in the middle are about 5 feet or so away from each other. They are about 10 feet away
Are
from
they
this group
about
of
5
3.
feet, or are they 5 feet?
This is apparently.
They're not, well, they're not 6, if that's what you're asking. They're
Yes.
it's 5 feet, yeah, would be roughly
Okay,
what it is.
good.
I know what you're doing.
Yes.
Okay, so.
Because it's my only play. It's all I have left.
Dark Vanilla After Dark, said Rob.
Sorry, let me. Where the hell is the thing? I closed this, and so I don't have it open. There it is. Now I can roll initiative. Just give me a second. Initiative. There it is.
Niciana, what is
back.
your
Please get a high roll.
what's your
initiative.
raw dexterity score? Just the score?
My raw dexterity is
Good.
16.
16. Okay.
I'm very fast.
Yes.
Apparently.
As I note. Okay, good. Thank you.
Good.
19.
So I might actually get this off before they move.
Okay.
That would be helpful. I'm probably going to be
Yeah.
dead pretty soon.
And I'm hoping they all fail their save. I think there's a save. Let me double check.
Okay, now let's see. We've got Valerian with the 6,
If there is, I think it's all or nothing.
Tantan with the 5.
That's right. I believe that's correct.
Because it's a cantrip.
Valerian with
No, it's a level 1.
Oh, sorry, then never mind.
It's ice daggers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the exploding part that's the good thing.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I'm hoping
and
for.
Mermaid
Yeah.
with an
Mhm.
Put it right in the middle of the group.
Right.
There's a big drop off for the party with Yana with a 19 and then 8 is the next one.
Yeah.
There's
Jesus.
Yeah, but hopefully I can make a lot of fucking hell for them with one spell. That's what I'm hoping.
Okay.
Oh, this is the fucking broken one. I need to get Sod to fix this for me. It's completely broken. I don't know what I did.
What is broken your character?
No, the Google Docs character sheet, it was formatted a certain way, and when I
Yeah.
tried to expand certain boxes, it completely broke the page.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So,
Okay, let's get
Yeah.
going then. First up is going to be Niciana. You get to act first. You've just seen this javelin nail this one basically right in front here, and all of
What?
them have swiveled back with their crossbows.
This lesser being is going to follow her Warforge's attack, and she's going to Sacred Flame the guy with the javelin in him, because he's gonna try and shoot her sister, and that's not gonna work.
That's not right.
yeah.
Let's make that happen. Hey, Shadowed. All right, they have to.
Okay, I mean, not for very much, but
DC 14. What is their DC? He asks.
it is only a cantrip, and I'm better at healing.
He does. He tries to dodge, but probably because he has a javelin in him, does not do so. So it's going to hit. How much damage?
Damn, I wish I had done more damage.
3. Okay, so he is lit up, and you can see like, and several of the other Warforged kind of look over, and he kind of turns sort of back towards you. Niciana, are you moving anywhere, by the way?
Let's see. I think I'm not going to run over Tantan, but I think I want to try and get closer to the wall. Which one of these guys is him? Is it this guy?
That's that one, literally right in front. Yeah.
Okay. So can I get half cover or cover?
Well, they will probably be. They may be aiming for someone other than you because of Valerian standing in front of you. It's not actually cover at the moment, but it makes it much less likely that they will concentrate on you.
Yeah, I will just basically hug the wall.
Okay. That's good because as they turn back towards you, he snaps the javelin off, throws the shaft to the ground, and draws forth a scimitar and charges at Alarian. Because they go next.
I was thinking he was going to do the. I was thinking he was going to do the Terminator thing where he like grabs it and pulls it out and pulls it out.
Yeah. No, he's not that. Okay, so let's see.
Damn it! I was hoping I'd get to go before they moved.
They rolled really well. In fact, I was a little surprised. I was like, oh yeah, Niciana goes. Okay. Yes, he.
Yeah, because this encounter couldn't possibly go worse.
I know, man.
Well, maybe you won't have to go very far, Yana, to like do your thing.
21 to hit Alarian.
Yes, that hits. So you still get the rest of them. So.
Okay, he's going to do 6 points of slashing damage to you, minus your, because you have your Aegis up, right?
The armor's taking all of it.
Okay, so you're now at 0 out of 6, but you took no damage yourself. And so he sees that you're sort of wards off some of it, and he kind of steps back, and his eyes glow blue, and he says, "Intriguing. Unfortunate that you're nothing more than a plaything for the flesh creatures behind you." And that leads to the others. So at this point, these folks are going to, let's see. Some of these are going to fall back into musk. So the guys on the wall mostly are going to go back here. Let's see. This one, I think, because Merime is now over here, I believe, although invisible. Yes. I'm going to drop your character a little bit, Merime, just to reflect. Like, Alarian's big and all.
Shrink.
Alarian's not like 50 feet tall.
And you're tiny now. That's the side effect of
now you're small.
having been found out.
Too.
Okay. So let's see. This one is... Okay. So this one's actually going to come up here, as is this one.
Oh, there goes
they're
my plan.
going to aim crossbows.
Oh, wait a minute.
And they're going to fire them. Now, here's what's going to happen. One of them, from these two up top, they're going to fire their crossbows at Alarian. But this one, Merime, is going to have an odd surprise because there is a certain person in between you and Alarian. So what I'm going to give you an opportunity to do on this one, Merime, is this shot is going to be fired. There are two options here. You can either try to make a dexterity saving throw to get out of the way. If you do, then the attack will be made on Alarian, and it either hits or doesn't. If you don't, if you don't make the dexterity save, or if you choose not to make it, then it'll be like he attacked you. If it strikes you, though, you will then be invisible, but with a big crossbow bolt sitting out of you. So I'm not going to give you a lot of time to think about this. You have to make a decision now. Are you dexterity saving throw trying to get out of the way, or staying there?
I'm going to stay there.
Okay. So he is going to
because everyone else is going to go after Alarian, so I'll take one hit.
Okay. And now, fortunately for you, so he would have critically hit, but because you are technically still oh my god. Okay, so he rolled 2 crits. So it doesn't matter. He is just going to hit you because
you rolled 2 crits.
I rolled
Greg.
2 crits in a row.
You rolled 2 crits in a row.
Yep. I keep saying this encounter can't possibly go worse.
Oh, no,
okay, stop saying that.
Okay, you're gonna so you're gonna take 7. No, not 7. Wait. That's wrong.
Oh my god.
This
is unbearable.
You are calling the gods of chaos upon us, Rob.
You're going to take 8
I am just
8 points
the
of
commentator.
damage.
8 points of damage? Okay.
Stop commentating!
Now, so this hits you, and you can see as this is happening that the Forged's eyes, again blue, kind of glows as he sort of peers forward almost as if he's looking at this crossbow bolt in the middle of the air. We'll talk
I'm gonna cast stealth. Can I roll stealth?
Not yet. You're gonna get a chance too soon, but not quite yet. Because it's still happening on their turn technically. Second one's going to fire at Alarian. That I think is going to be a miss. 11 is going to miss. I assume Alarian.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God, an actual miss.
Let's see. This one is going to come down here to the door.
By the way, Merrimaid, thanks for taking that for me.
19, Alarian.
Crit. Jesus.
That will hit. Yes.
2 crits.
That was not. This one's not a crit. That's going to be 4 points of damage, Alarian.
Ow. Okay.
That's 9. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This one is going to slide over and is going to fire at you again, Alarian. That is going to be a 12.
Miss.
Okay. Now, this one is going to move up here and take up a position here by the hallway or by the passageway out. And this guy...
It was such a good plan I had, and it's
this guy's going to come here. Well, there's still 3 there.
Completely ruined.
He's going to reach
close.
forward and is going to fire one last time at you, Alarian. That's a 16.
Miss. Phew.
Okay.
Getting a little close there.
Yep.
Literally off the shield.
How damaged are you?
I'm at 9.
Okay.
All right. That is their turn. That's going to lead us to Yana, who is up next.
Cool. So the plan I had, still gonna do it, but I have a question.
Okay.
So that guy who's standing outside of the door into the room marked Musk, that doesn't mean anything sexual in any way.
I understand. This one right here.
Yes. That guy in the doorway is standing 5 feet from the guy outside the doorway, correct?
So, yes, but these two though are not like 5 feet. I mean, they're 5 feet from this guy, but they're not 5 feet from this dude. So
yeah, I just need to hit the guy outside the door. I just want to tag as many of them as possible.
These 3 here are all within 5 feet, and this guy here, like right inside the door, is 5 feet from him. Yes.
That's what I'm asking.
Yep.
Yeah. Perfect.
Indeed.
Okay, so I'm gonna slide this way. If I can actually get my mouse to work, I'm gonna slide this way so I can get a shot, and then I'm gonna move back after I take my shot.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna hit this one here with whatever the hell that spell is called. Ice knife.
Ice sticker. Ice knife. Yeah.
Ice knife.
Ice knife. Yeah.
Nice.
The one with the explodey. Indeedly-doo. Hopefully I can do a lot of damage on those guys. It's a shame that the ones inside the door are not.
Yeah, what's the range on that?
The range on that is 60.
That's that's fine. That's fine because you moved up. So
yeah, it's 60 feet.
Yep, that's fine. That works.
All right.
So, I think Ice Knife. It's not a save, right? Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's a save. It's a dex save against 14.
Okay.
And my roll. 21. Not natural.
21 is definitely a hit for sure. So now they get a chance to save out of it. Oh, the ones next to him, you mean get to save out of it? Is that what you mean?
They all get to roll a save.
Okay.
The main guy is going to take the damage on the main roll, and then they all get to roll a save against dexterity.
Gotcha. I gotcha. Okay. Let's see what those other 3 do. Okay. The one right next to him is
4.
going to make it. The one next to him will not, and the one inside the door will not. So only this guy made his save.
Yes, and I think the one who gets hit also takes the exploding damage too. They all have to roll, I believe.
I will check in a moment. Get my books. So...
I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Target and each creature within 5 must succeed on a saving throw or take 2d6 gold. So he's taking d10. The target and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dex saving throw or take 2d6 gold damage.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
Yeah, on a hit, target. Okay, so all right. So let's take care of the piercing damage on him first. So you rolled 5 piercing damage on that guy. Let's see.
Right.
That guy is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right. So that.
And then it's 11 cold.
1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Okay. So it's gonna be that, and then it's going to be 11 cold unless because I didn't have him roll a save yet, so I'll have him make a save, see if he makes a save or not. He definitely doesn't. Okay, so that's 11.
Yes.
And Cold, yeah, he
That's
just
11.
He blows the hell up. So
Good.
he just pierces them.
Good. And what about the guy inside the door?
The guy inside the door is who did not make it is also going to blow up because he took 11 damage. You said, and the guy out here, this one here, who does not make the save, it takes 11 piercing, is also going to blow up. So that just means this guy right here is only going to take half. Is that right? Oh, it takes none, it looks like.
Yeah, if you dodge out of it, you take none.
Right,
Unfortunately.
So he did not take it. So
still,
right.
Rob, nicely done.
Nicely done. All right, good stuff.
Imagine if that had gone. Imagine if my attack roll. If my initiative roll had been higher than theirs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Kind of hard to do
all
that.
right, so
That's all right. It's all right. It's all good.
Hey, you did damage.
I am going to.
Exactly.
I am going to. Where can I move that I won't get shot? Because I can't take 2 hits. How hard would it be for me to get back behind this wall?
You can't
over
get that far back.
I didn't
you
move
could get
very far.
Yeah, but that's still about 10 feet though from the wall where you were. You can get back to parallel with them.
I only moved 10. I can move 30, right?
Right, but if you go 10 and 10, that would bring you back here, not back here. It's 10 feet to cross the hall. It's 10 feet. This is a 10-foot wide hallway. So if you go...
Right, I get a movement of 30, right? So if I move back to where 10, I was and another 10 feet, doesn't that get me to the wall, behind the wall?
Because you started here, didn't you? You started there?
Yes.
Okay, so you went forward 10 feet. That leaves you 20 feet. If you go 10 feet back here, you have 10 feet left to go. So if you go here, that's your remaining 10 feet. Right?
Right, and I'm saying to get behind this wall. So that's...
Which wall are you
I can get there.
Which wall?
The one where everyone else is hunkered down. I want to move to here.
Yes, you can
that's
get
20
even.
Feet,
yes, you can get even with them. Yes, like you can get there basically.
Yeah, that's all I want.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I thought you meant behind them, and I was confused. Okay.
Because I'm basically in the doorway.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah, you can get.
I just want to get back with the rest of the group.
That's fine. You can get to that
Because I can't afford to take. Because I have an AC of 13. I'm gonna die if I don't get back and take 2 bow and arrow hits. I'm going to be very dead.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, you can do that. Okay.
Excellent.
Let's see.
Thank you.
Next up, there is
I am nervous as hell. Sorry, I apologize. I'm very nervous. I don't want to have to roll a new character, and I don't want us to die. So
there is there's a smashing sound, a kind of strange smashing sound that especially Alarian and Merame hear. And then something, Merame, probably because you're looking directly at it, something pokes through the broken boards from the message station. And you hear the telltale twang of a crossbow bolt.
Country and Western singer. Oh,
exactly. I mean, we are in a Western setting, right?
Like Hillar does, karaoke. Yeah.
Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes? But it's not that.
The amount of time.
And then twang goes off and misses wildly, and a bolt hits against the wall.
We must play twing twang.
And you can see this one turning and sort of looking in that direction. Okay, so there's that one. Okay, that brings us to Merame is up next.
I am going to go. How far am I from Alarian?
From Alarian, you'd be about 10 feet.
Okay.
Maybe a little less.
I'm debating between defensive. I'm going to go defensive so we don't all die. I'm going to go beside Alarian.
Okay.
I'm going to put my hand on his arm and hopefully he will not freak out and punch out. I'm like a walking crossbow bolt. I assume it's me.
Well, I probably heard the ow. Yeah. So,
Ow, gee. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to put my hand on Alarian and my invisibility spell will unfortunately disappear, though it was fun. And I will say heroism is something that is part of you, and let it imbue you in this battle. And I cast heroism, aren't I?
Original spell.
Very nice. Heroism is a good spell.
Oh, and what does that do again?
So it gives you. I just tried to put it into the little thing, but
Just click on it in your spell list.
There you go.
I wanted to know which level. So there you go. So you get 4 hit points at the start of each turn as temporary hit points for 1 minute.
Right. Yes. Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay.
My pleasure.
What is your spell, your ability modifier?
4.
So, okay, so you're going to get, at the start of your next turn, Alarian, you'll get an additional 4 temp. I wonder if that stacks, actually. I wonder if that's 4 and then 8.
It does.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's
so
very
it
slick.
stacks, so he gets 4 for the next 10 turns,
Next 10
basically.
turns. Good stuff.
While she's walking over to Alarian and she's still invisible and the crossbow bolt, she says, can you just go kind of be our guest, be our guest? And
So I'm
You've
sorry.
struck me with your bolt in my chest. Dun, 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 dun.
The additional 4, if I don't get hit and take damage, it still starts adding up. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it would actually stack. Now, it is a concentration spell, and it is possible that someone with a big
Yeah.
crossbow bolt may become a target now, but yes, it's a good spell. Okay, good stuff.
Maybe
And
he's
then,
gonna
where are you
go
going to go now? I
away.
was going to say, because you've still got some movement left, Mermaid. Where next?
I'm gonna go with my sister. Can I reach her?
Let's see, you went about 10 feet. Yes, just, yep.
She is so tall. I'm so proud of you.
I know, I'm so big.
Let me make
Not this
this
big.
authentic. There we go.
John, you have messages, John. Look at your messages.
Okay.
And then I think I will hold off for now on inspiration. I'll see how the battle plays out.
Okay.
So that's it. That's what I'll do. But I'll send a little bit like protectively over Niciana because I don't want her to get shot. There's crossbow bolts here.
Okay. All right, you do that, and that leads us next to Alarian. All right, Alarian, you have a chance to react. You have somebody right on top of you with a scimitar, and still multiple hostiles with crossbows.
Yeah. Well, less of them now that they were colded to death, which is nice.
Yes. Nice spell.
Answer, Jen.
I do what I can.
So he usually stepped back, but he's still within attack range, right?
Oh yeah. He kind of just like almost went like, oh yeah, but no, he's still right there.
Since this is your turn, did you give yourself the 4 temp?
Right, that's right. Let me add that 4 temp. Hey, Lego freak.
Why?
Okay, 4 temp.
Yes, I did. And then there's the classic. You'll find out full of surprises. And I will. Damn it. And I will attack.
Okay, don't forget about hero
I'm sorry,
points.
what was that? It
everybody.
sounded underwater. Was it gargling?
Yeah, everyone, don't
Yes.
forget about hero points that you have too.
It's gargling with Dr. Tishner. No.
Sponsored. Not yet.
I didn't
De-sponsored.
actually-
14.
T-sponsored. It's like demonetized, desponsored. Okay.
Exactly.
14 will hit.
Oh, good. And that's 8.
And
De-sponsored is what happens when you make too many casting couch jokes.
So you strike him. He's already, of course, been hit multiple times.
Oh.
And so you see the blue beginning to fade from his eyes, and he says, "You could have been a brother instead of a slave." And then he expires. And the light in his eyes goes out.
All right. And
You
then,
could have been something. You could have been a contender.
But you're a
then
bum.
there's a bonus action. I would like
You're a bum
to
rock.
spend one of my Spirit Aegis dice. Spend one of them, which is a D4. And of course it's a 1, but I gain 2 points of armor.
Armor
points
back. Okay.
Yep. And of course I rolled a
So-
1 naturally. That's how it goes. That's
So you
fine.
have 2 out of
A natural
9 out of
1,
15,
in
2 out of
fact.
6. I love my line for Alarian. Everyone else has just like X out of X hit points. Alarian's like, I've got this out of this regular, this out of this Aegis, this out of this temp. I'm just like, good God, like the spreadsheet for just your hit points on Alarian. Okay.
Pretty much.
Health points for
yeah.
every encounter.
Okay.
Seriously.
All right. Well,
Good
this
stuff.
is-
Where are you moving, Alarian?
Yes, I will also, to make it harder for these idiots to come get us, I will also be retreating back. And actually, I'm going to sweep backwards. So if people are kind of in the way, I will try to move them back. Like, just sliding back and like, shoving them back so I'm the only thing they'll see in the corridor.
Okay.
Yes, we would all
All right.
be much happier if you were the one taking all the hits.
That you can do that. That you're just visible to them. That leads
Kind
us
of a
to
jam. Yeah.
That leads us to Tantan.
Yes.
Niciana is on deck. Tantan, what would you like to do?
But Tantan is kind of sort of trying to look through everybody because he knows there are warforged out there. So he's like,
Yeah.
wait,
You just can't
Damn
get
it,
images
they're-
of like metal every so often. Like,
they're attacking us, yeah. And so his hopes for being able to examine these guys while they were still functioning is rapidly dwindling. And so he's just like, ugh. And so he just holds up his crossbow, ding, applies magic weapon to it, and kind of repositions Alarian's arm so that and he kind of braces his
through his arm.
Basically, yeah. He kind of it's like a sniper leaning on a tree limb or something. He's like, don't move, and just fires through the.
Very nice. Make your attack. I assume you're attacking. This guy's the one that you have the best shot at, but okay.
Yeah, that would be the one. And I'm going to magic weapon this, magic weapon that, and think. Yes, a normal roll. So
it's a
probably doesn't.
9 is a miss, sadly.
It would be a 10.
A 10, okay, yeah. Misses, dodges. It actually embeds itself in the door on the other side of the message station, and you hear kind of a like from the other side of the window.
Too bad. It was a great damage roll, unfortunately.
Right. So when the arrow hits, it just goes.
Yeah, exactly. You just hear Jesus like on the other side of the.
So he's like, sorry.
Are you moving
adjusting
anywhere,
the bridge on it? No, he's staying right there.
Staying right there. Okay, that brings us back up to Niciana. Niciana, what would you like to do?
All right, just because I don't quite understand, since this is a bonus action, can I do a cantrip and a bonus action at the same time?
Depends on whether the cantrip is itself a bonus action. It should say whether it's what it takes to actually cast.
Let me look. It does not. Oh, okay.
Let me take a look at Sacred Flame. My guess is I believe that's an action.
Okay, it is an action.
Yeah, so it's
so
not.
So
you can do a bonus action and an action, sure.
Then I am going to do. I'm going to basically peek out from next to. I'm going to say this guy.
Okay.
I'm going to Sacred Flame him.
Okay.
Eberron, smite our foes.
Niciana, I think you are a little too far to hit from there. Remember, it's 60 feet range for Sacred Flame, and you're doing it from the door, from behind Alarian.
Yeah,
Alarian really is 60 feet where he is. Barely, in fact, maybe even like 65 or 70.
So
you need to move forward. You could then do that and then jump back if you want. But
okay, then I will do that. I will move forward. Sacred Flame this one.
Okay.
And if it hits, it's 8 damage.
All right, let me see if he makes the save. DC 14. He does not. They are not doing well on their saves. They used up all their good stuff on initiative, apparently. So they miss, so that is 8 points of damage. Okay, he takes all of that and does not like it.
Then I'm going to move back. And as a bonus action, I am going to do Shield of Faith on Alarian.
Okay.
Which gives him +2 to his AC.
+2 to AC.
And there is Alarian, protect your ally.
Nice.
So he now has a 20 AC.
Good stuff. That's good stuff because they're about to try to get through that. Yeah. So good call.
Yep.
Yeah, and then basically I'm back to hiding, hugging behind him.
Okay.
I will say I am staying within touching distance of Alarian.
Okay.
That is my goal. So if that puts me in danger of being shot, so be it. But I need to stay within touching distance of Alarian.
No, I think their attention is going to be very much earned by the person who took down one of their own, and also by the one who's the biggest target.
Hey, Rob took down 3 of their own. He should actually
on their turn. I know, but they can't see them. They're just looking.
I know.
So, all right, on their turn, these ones are going to move here. You notice, by the way, that they are now actually. Larian, you notice they're clearly trying to stay right next to each other. Apparently, they've learned something from the opening ice gambit, that we had before.
I guess. Yeah.
This one, I think, is going to. He's going to wait here. He doesn't do anything yet. The rest of them, though, are going to fire at Alarian. This one, I think, is going to move over first and fire, and then we'll move back to his spot. So you got 4 crossbow shots coming at you, Alarian. Let's see. First one is a 6. Second one is a 4. Third one is a 14. Fourth one is a 9. That was a series of bad misses. Actually, an 8.
Now round 2.
And let's see if this guy actually. Let's see.
Quiet, you.
Okay. This one is actually going to fire all. No, this one's not going to do that. This one's going to go over here. And Alarian, you can see on the other side that this one drops his crossbow, or I should say sheathes his crossbow, pulls out his scimitar, and brings it down hard on the crossbow poking out from the window. And there's a smashing sound and a grunt of pain on the other side of the window.
Oh, it wasn't me! Well, Steve, you didn't tell me how many people were in the message station, did you?
I did. When I was close, I said Hilar and 2 others.
Okay, 3 against 1. They're gonna have to take them on their own. We're not ready to go charging out there just yet.
Okay. All right. Not a great round for them. That's going to lead us to...
Actually, Arv, that was the best round your enemies have ever done. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Yes, it's all about perspective. Yana is up next.
Okay. Well, so they've gotten wise to what I was doing, so that's going to make what I do next a little bit more.
But it cost them to get wise.
Yeah. Their wisdom came at the cost of, 3 of theirs or whatever.
Yeah. So our question, are these 2 within 5 feet of each other?
They're all clearly trying to stay more than like 5 feet away. Yeah. Well, they saw what happened. They had an up close and personal seat to it. They are all like 7-8 feet away.
So they are 6 feet away from each other.
No, like 7 or 8. I mean, like roughly.
Okay, so that's gonna drastically limit what I'm planning here. Let's see.
Incidentally, chat, this combat music that you're hearing is given to us by Greenforge Studio, with whom we have an arrangement.
By Richard Kiley.
It's called Fight for the Future, and I happen to, even though normally I use it for space stuff, I like this in this case because of not just the Warforged connection, but because of the Western shootout. And I am today, because Infinity Beyond shirt's in the laundry, so I'm wearing my Mandalorian shirt today because I felt like Western standoff felt very much in the Mandalorian.
Someday we'll find it, the Warforged connection. Demonetized.
The metal, the blades, and me.
Now we're definitely demonetized. Once you do the joke twice,
now we're
just instant demonetization.
Now we're just suppressed because I just.
That's a DMCA point against.
Yes.
No saving throw.
Did you know Kermit is a dick?
No, he's a frog. He's a frog. He's a frog.
That's okay.
That's why he's green. It's not. Anyway.
Makes so much more sense now.
Kermit the Mandalorian, pretty much. All right, what do you got, Rob?
Kermit the Mandalorian.
I have riveted.
There isn't.
This is the Wii.
This is the Wii.
I don't do a lot. I don't do Kermit, so I had to do it on the fly.
So, if I were to pop out of this corner 10 feet, could I get? Am I within 60 of any of them?
Yes, if you get there, I would say you'd be within 60 of whichever.
Because I definitely need to back up again after I cast whatever I'm going to cast.
Yeah, you can cast whichever one of them you want from that.
These 2 at the bottom. Well, the one is inside the Musk door, so they're not actually
correct.
Within,
and this one actually didn't.
Like he's back behind the door.
So you don't know what's going on with that one. It's kind of, 8 feet away, but like halfway in between. So kind of like peeking out. Can't see you from there. These 4 can see you though.
None of them are next to each other. No. Okay, got it.
No, they.
Which ones? Can I tell from looking at them which ones hurt?
Yeah. Let's see. This one. 1, 2, 3. This one right here. This one right here has been hit for a fair bit of damage. And this one here was the one that actually saved originally, but then got hit by something else. I don't remember what. So these 2 are hurt. The other ones look fresh.
All right. So I'm going to hit the middle one.
This one? This dude?
And I'm going to hit it with, the one directly, center mast.
Oh, sorry, this one here?
Unless that one's hurt more. I mean, I don't know if I can tell which ones. I want to hit the one that's taken the most damage.
This one probably looks the most hurt, that one there.
All right, then we'll go with that one.
Okay.
And I'm going to hit it with... well, I can only either hit it with Frostbite or Acid Splash. So one's versus con, one's versus dex. I'm gonna risk that they have a better con than they have a dex. So I'm gonna go with Acid Splash.
Okay.
So it's 1d6 DC versus dex.
Okay. And what's the DC I'm trying to make?
14.
14 again? Okay.
14.
Pretty sure it's across the board. Yeah.
Okay, that nimbly dodges out of the way this time for a change.
All right, so then I don't think they take any damage. Unless, wait, well, actually...
I don't believe so. I don't think you take half damage on that.
Yeah, because it's a cantrip. So, and back behind the wall I go.
Ducks out of the way. Good thought, though.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Goodbye.
So, let's see. There is kind of a strangled cry of some kind, and then something comes poking out, and the wharf, like from the window boards, which are starting to look pretty messed up, and the Warforged just kind of steps back as something flashes, maybe a sword or a spear or something like that. Something was obviously trying to hit that creature. And that is going to lead us to Merime is up next. And then Ilarion is on deck. Merime, would you like to do?
When I saw Hilar and the others, how badly wounded did they look?
They looked kind of hurt. Hilar looked like he had taken a little damage, but was, kind of okay. The others looked more hurt than that. They didn't look like at death's door, but like they'd been through it. They also looked dirty and exhausted.
Okay, so they can handle one then, I feel like. Yeah, whereas we have a shit ton of them after us. That's the technical term. I'm going to pull out my crossbow and try to shoot at one of the wounded ones.
Okay. You got one that's most wounded and one that's not as much wounded.
I'll go for most wounded. It'll make me feel good if I take him out.
All right. Sounds good. Go ahead and make your attack.
Good,
and now this is, because it's a crossbow, you're looking at 60... no, it's 80 feet, right, on a crossbow, actually?
Right.
So, okay, yeah, so you're fine. If you just duck
on
out
a light
next to Ilarion
crossbow.
Here,
Yeah,
it's
a light crossbow.
Yeah, so if you duck here,
320,
you can get a shot, then you can hit him at 80 feet. That's fine.
Perfect. I will shoot
try
him.
to hit him, I should say.
Oh.
That is not a hit. That is a miss, sadly.
Okay, hang on. I just want to check what... You know what my distance is? I should know this off the top of my head for my inspiration. I guess if I'm... I guess
don't know.
I think if anyone can hear me. I'm just having a quick check. Sorry, I should know this off the top of my head. I do not. Aha! Okay. 60 feet. Okay. So that is not close enough.
You were going to yell inspiration across the way?
I was going to yell inspiration across the
They're
way.
Of course, you could always inspire someone closer to you.
Sir, this is a one-boost.
I
Right,
could.
exactly.
I could, yes. I will, Ilarion, I feel like you got a lot of boosters. You're doing pretty
it's
good.
like any computer role-playing game ever where you just buff the one guy in front with every possible, glowing green,
that's how it's
blue,
done.
red.
I've seen you do that, Arv. Yes.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never do that at all.
Winter night suit. Excuse me.
Tantan, did you hit with the crossbow or?
No.
He hit the door on the other side.
Right.
That door's looking pretty bad, yeah.
I will turn to Tantan and I will go, Tantan, I know that you can hit something if you put your great mind to it.
But I did hit something.
Something we want to hit and destroy.
All right.
I believe in you. You get 1d6.
Something germane to their ongoing battle.
Great mind?
So 1d6, you said?
1d6, yeah.
All right.
And it's good for basically everything except damage rolls, so.
Okay. Lovely. Okay, and that's going to bring us to down to Ilarion is up next with Tantan on deck.
Who gains 4 points.
Right, so is now up to 8 out of 8 temp. Okay.
Nice.
The problem is now they're out of range of my javelin. I mean, it's not out of range, but it's now long range, so it's a disadvantage. But I need a couple rounds for these to stack now, so I'm gonna try to take out. I'm gonna actually shoot regardless.
Okay.
Still the most wounded one, same one we've been tackling.
Yep.
We'll get lucky.
Okay.
Okay.
Long range with the javelin.
Yep.
From a distance.
Not a chance.
Huge miss.
Do I hit that door? I want to take that door. I want to take that door out.
I was gonna say right into the door on the other side. Like now.
Right as somebody opens it.
All right, the time is.
Okay, but I am gonna.
So what happened out there? Oh, the gray. Was rough. Like
And actually, I will say, hold on to the group. I suggest taking cover because I'm not going to be standing here much longer. And then I'm going to move over to this doorway here. I said here.
So, chat, just a quick note. First of all, hi, Thordex Mommy. What you want is inspire, Alarian, but just so you know, chat, if you want to inspire, please make sure to do it ahead of the attack, because we're really supposed to do it beforehand so that they can decide if they want to use it.
I mean, I'll take that inspiration, Thordex.
That having been said, I mean, if you want to inspire Alarian, I'm sure Alarian would be happy to take it, as would any of the other lovely people. So,
wait a minute.
And thank you for the generosity, if you wish to do it. If you're going to do that, but let us know, Thordex. And that's going to bring us to Tantan is up next with Tantan's Bardic inspiration.
It's now standing there and like his bracing bench is now gone.
Oops.
All right, fine. And so
big.
Yes.
It didn't really help you last time. Hopefully this will.
Well, whose fault is that? Big Kenny is going to show.
Okay. The most injured guy again?
I don't care.
Well, I do though. Which one do you want to target?
Okay, fine. Yes, the most injured guy.
All right.
So yes, Pink. As I said, Pink.
Definitely Pink.
That's
broadside of a barn door.
That's the same roll I made last time.
Now you right. I was gonna say.
I was gonna mention that if you didn't.
Yeah. The Bardic thing, if you want.
Yeah. Oh well, that's actually a great idea. So I think I'll.
No, I know Chenrazi there is. I know. Although not as much, I think.
Watch how much this sucks. See.
So you have a total of what are we looking at?
12.
Total of 12 is not quite enough.
Sorry, no, 11. Sorry.
So 11
even
is
worse.
Not quite enough.
But an 11 will hit. No.
Somehow 11 hits. It's that
somehow the lower
section
number.
That's the problem. Give me 1 second here. That's fine.
We know we needed at least a 14, so that probably wasn't the best use of that.
Yeah, no, and let me just emphasize. I wasn't like I wasn't chastising anyone. I was just letting you know for future reference about the chat thing, and there is a little bit of a delay. So yeah, you can try to get that inspire in earlier if you can, but obviously it's not a huge deal. Totally understand. Generosity is appreciated. You're all awesome. Okay, so that sadly does not hit Tantan, I'm sorry to say. It does hit the door, like neatly,
Actually, it does hit Tantan. It's amazing how all that.
As he squeezes the trigger, the rope, the string snaps, hooks on the end of the crossbow bolt, swirls it around and hits him in the face. Yeah. Right, exactly.
You just stick to engineering.
Right, exactly.
Okay, that leads us right back up to the top with Niciana.
All right.
Jesus.
And Tantan stepped back into the room.
Okay, I figured. Yeah, gotcha.
All right. Well, then I shall actually stay close to Merime, within touching distance of her, and I will Sacred Flame. Which one looks the worst hurt? This one?
The one in the middle here, and just be aware that you'll need to move just right in front of Merime, and then you can go back behind her again.
Do that. Sacred Flame him, and then move back.
You're like an electron just moving around.
Exactly.
Yes, I am. I will.
Sacred Flame that middle guy.
Ask for.
Okay, he does not make it this time. And the flame consumes him, and in fire hits the ground and expires.
Let the flames consume you.
I wish I could think of something pithy about like your faith is not enough.
You've been burned by your lack of faith, but in the case he simply expires. Okay, good stuff, Niciana. And then you step
I
back.
find your lack of faith flammable.
Yeah.
I find your lack of faith.
Well, remember, it's radiant damage, not fire.
That's
Yeah,
true.
it's
That's
radiant damage. It's divinity.
Oh, there you go. Your faith, pales in front of the holy light, that kind of thing, something like that.
Your faith pales in front of.
I find your lack of faith in lightning,
Eberron.
maybe.
There you go, Jen.
Okay, good stuff, Niciana. Step back. All right, now these people are going to move in a little bit. This one is going to come over here and is going to fire away at Merame, who is currently the one that is most visible. And that is going to be a 7, which is pretty much going to miss, I think. This one is going to move up again, and then it's going to move off to the side slightly. This one is going to move up a little bit and is going to again fire at Merame. That is a 14, Merame?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
I have 15 at armor class.
So moves here, slightly back and over. They're very anxious not to be right next to each other.
Doing a box step dance.
Yeah, really like it's like every chorus, 9th grade high school chorus musicals dancing. Forward, backward. And fires away again. This one, the third one here, fires away at Merame. These rolls are awful. God, 5.
Keep it up.
I
You're
know,
doing
right?
great.
Love it.
Terrific
Love it.
roll.
And
Love
then
it.
this one is going
Fantastic.
to
Yes.
come forward and right around the corner, like leans, and then is going to shoot, and is going to get a 15, just a 15.
Yes, that will hit.
He feels very happy with themselves that they finally hit after multiple rounds of sucking.
Yes, the target.
Just a warning, my power has flickered. Just so you know.
Ooh, okay.
If I disappear, Jaeger me. My focus will be first Merame, then Ilarion.
Gotcha. Merame, you were going to take 8 points of damage from that bolt.
Oh, I look hurt now.
So you were down to 2, I believe. And you need to make I believe it is a Constitution saving throw because you are trying to keep up Heroism concentration, and we need to see if you can maintain it.
Oh, I see what game you're playing there, Mr. DM.
It's not me, it's the Warforged.
Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah. Nice.
Let's see, 12 cons. Yeah, that's enough. So you were able to maintain it, although not by much. For a moment, Ilarion, you're like, I feel not as... Oh, I guess I'm fine.
I'm bleeding out. It sucks.
And then backs up here. This one now reaches... So let's see. They shot. Let's bring the scimitar. Okay. This one brings its scimitar into the broken window, and the boards, what's left of them, go flying inwards, and the window is now exposed.
Aided by our terrible attacks.
And the windows go exposed, and now is basically the window is open to the message station with the Warforged staring at it. And that's going to bring us now back to, or on to, Yana, who is up next.
Yeah, so basically what I did before, if I can get around this corner...
Yep.
And get a shot on... Is this one now the one that's the most damaged?
That is, I believe, correct. Yes, that is right.
All right. One more time with acid.
Got this.
Okay. Right. And they've got to make...
Of course it did.
Is that a 13 or a 14 that they have to make? Because it looks like... I know we did 14, but that says 13.
Yeah, it says 13.
I will check on my other... I thought it was 14. It'd be really embarrassing if that was
this
wrong.
one is going to make the save anyway by more than that, but...
I will double check that. I thought it was 14.
Okay. That's okay.
We've been doing 14 from the beginning.
Yeah,
so
no, I know. Just double check to make sure
it.
one way. Either way, this one, though, ended up with a 20, so that was not a problem for it this time.
Hey, well, it's fine. I only did 1 damage anyway, so I'm going to peace and get, I'm going to get inside with Tantan.
Okay. I didn't want to hit
That's
you
our
anyway.
new podcast. That's our new podcast. Inside with Tantan and Yana.
Inside with Tantan and Yana. Okay.
Special guest, Altus.
So, there is, let's see, from the message station, I would say Merame can probably see this. Again, something goes flashing out, and this time impacts into the shoulder of the Warforged, which grunts having taken a little bit of damage, apparently. Not that one. That one. Okay. All right. So someone inside is trying to fight back. Let's see. And that's going to lead us to... that's going to lead us
I was
to
wondering what they're
Mermaid.
doing, and they're just watching the person like hack down the wall. Just going,
No,
like,
they
do
seem
something.
They seem to be trying to fight back. Okay, that's going to lead us to... that is Mermaid. Yes, is up next.
I'm going to ping Ilarion psychically and say, do you mind kind of staying as a shield position, as you are much stronger than the rest of us? That would be appreciated.
I am about to return.
Wonderful. Thank you. I send him little floaty hearts.
All bleeding, right? Like,
drip.
With an arrow through it.
So hurt. And I am going to shoot at the one who's after message station right now. I'm going to shoot at that one.
Okay. Let me see. So that is going to be that's going to be a long range shot.
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought the other ones were too close. That was my concern for.
No, you're
okay,
good.
so-
Oh no, you
They're
don't worry
good.
about close. That would be because long range would be beyond 80 feet, and that would be beyond.
Oh,
80
okay,
feet
my
there.
mistake. So then the one that's wounded already, I will shoot that one.
Fair enough.
Perfect. Oh, there we
There
go.
you go.
Absolutely, that's a hit.
Yes.
Yay.
Hey, Arv.
Yes.
I did check again,
nice.
just for the record. I mixed up my AC and my DC.
Okay, so it is 13.
So my AC is 14, my DC is 13.
Okay. Now we know.
So it's
Cool to know going forward. 7 points is good
10
stuff.
points.
Oh,
10
10
points of
points.
damage.
Oh, my
Yeah,
goodness.
it's +3.
All right, on that guy, that just poof and falls backward and does not move. So that one is down. Okay. All right, good stuff. Good stuff, Mermaid. And now, are you staying where you are? Looking at Ilarion over your shoulder, I assume.
Ilarion said he would return, so I trust that he will.
Okay.
So I will stay close to my sister. Yes, she has healing and she likes me.
All right, that's going to lead us to, these are true facts, that's going to lead us to Ilarion, who is, now we're going to see whether Ilarion makes his return. I love,
So,
I have
first-
now returned.
My first is bonus action, another damn D4. Come on. There we go.
Another
That would have
damn
been 8 points to my armor, but I'll take the max up. So I'm maxed up at. Now I have full armor,
I have now returned back into this room.
and I
you
have
another
20, and I have
4
21 hit points. So Ilarion steps back out. Oh,
Wait,
30
wait.
feet will take me what, right here?
21 hit points. Yes, you do. Okay, I just was like, wait, what? Yep, you do. Okay, 12 out of 12 temp and 9 out of
30.
13. Yes,
Okay.
Yep.
Our 30 feet will give you right about there.
that would be about right, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then a javelin, hopefully to the face of this guy, who should be within 30 feet of me. So
How many javelins do you have, by the way? You've used 2 so
I-
far.
I have 2 left. Wait, I'm sorry. I have 3 left.
Okay,
Excuse me.
gotcha.
Yeah, and can you
Then-
recover javelins?
Oh, yeah, assuming that they haven't
Okay.
been destroyed. Well, the one that the guy snapped off him, you can't.
Oh, that one's broken. Yeah.
But the other ones you can, yes.
Once you lose them all, then you have to start throwing javelinas at people. And,
Javelinas.
Cute.
Tantan, can't you just build more javelins for him? Like
no.
electronic javelins?
Electronic javelins.
15.
15 will hit.
Sennheiser javelins?
On this guy, right, I assume, Valerian?
That is correct.
Okay.
And that is 5 points of damage.
Okay. So, all right. Takes that, does not like it, is hurt. Okay, and then obviously you're staying where you are, Ilarion.
Exactly. Yes.
and
And,
that-
I will, by the way, just let you know, I'm continuing to advance out into the room. I am not stopping. I just
I
fire
got like
and-
eyes.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I got you. So, roided up, as it were. Tantan.
Well,
you're
yeah.
Up next.
Kinda. So yeah, Tantan will step out behind thing and just kind of reposition his arm again and be like, "Don't move this time."
Not listening.
Stay where you are.
I know that. That's fine.
Thank you for the sub, Rob. I appreciate it.
As soon as the javelin arm comes down, he just repositions it and think and fires.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Which one? On this one?
Yes.
Okay. That has already been hit.
Think. Normal.
I feel like you make that same roll. Have you made the same roll so many times?
This one was slightly better.
Wait,
It went up by one.
Slightly,
Wait.
It went up by
slightly
one.
better. Yeah.
I feel like you just keep hitting
Oh
the
my
same
God.
crossbow bolt in the same door. It's just like chink, 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 chink.
Right, right. But it's like there is something wrong with your arm. I'm going to have to look at this later on.
We need to calibrate your arm.
Valerian just looks down at you and keeps going.
Yes.
Okay. So
Tantan, it's always everybody else's fault to
Yeah.
Kenneth to blame somebody else.
And you're staying behind him, right?
Well, yeah, because he's not thinking about now. He's focused on the fact that something's not working right.
Yeah.
So he's pulling out tools, getting ready to start working on Ilarian's arm.
As
Ilarian's just
Ilarian
going to
is
walk
moving
away.
forward.
Exactly.
There's something that's not working is your aim.
Hold still, you. Okay. What brings us back up to Niciana?
I love that it's also not the crossbow either. It's clearly Ilarian's leg.
Niciana is going to heal her sister
I
because
thought you
Thank
might.
you.
that's bad. Let's see, cure
It
wounds.
looks like Steve Martin with arrows sticking out of her head.
Wow.
Yeah, if Steve Martin were cosplaying as a door.
Right.
I'm level 2 now, so let's see. What does that do?
Oh,
Sure, take 7 hit points back.
7
Nice,
hit points
thank
back.
you.
So Mermaid's at 9 now.
I am. I look a lot better. Still fucking big, but
I'm feeling a lot better, thank you.
yeah,
Okay.
I'll just
All right.
swoon.
Good stuff, Niciana. And
It would
then
be
are
more
you-
than 7. Or
Are
did
you-
you say 11?
7.
It should be 11, shouldn't it?
Should it?
The
I rolled
the higher
1d8.
level cast?
Well, no, because I did get my +4.
Oh, so you rolled a 3.
Yeah,
Okay, so that's total. You rolled a 3 plus the 4 is 7.
correct.
That's what we're talking about, right?
I did a roll 3d8 for you. That was
I don't know why I
weird.
rolled 3d8. I don't know.
Was that a cure light, Jen?
No, that was cure wounds level 1.
It's 3 plus 4, guys. I mousing over it, it shows 1d8 plus 4, 3 plus 4.
Okay.
Yeah, if you
So
go
it put
on
it in
Yeah,
there.
now,
that's right.
now mouse over the 4.
Yeah, because when you cast
That's a
the
completely
spell,
different formula.
Well, it
Oh.
can't. Well, here's the thing: it can't
Oh,
be
yeah.
spell slot 4 because you're only level 2. You don't have the
Yeah,
spell
that doesn't
slot.
make
It's
sense.
not spell
Okay.
slot 4. It's a higher level cast. She rolled 4 points. And then for the higher level cast, she rolled the additional D8, which is a 7.
Right, because I did it at level 2. Or sorry, level 1.
Oh.
I
So-
cast it at level 1.
You cast level 1,
Yeah, I don't know why it did that.
so it's 1. So it should be 1d8 plus your
Right.
spell casting modifier.
Okay,
you're
so if
saying-
you cast it at level 1, then yes, 7 points. All right, move on.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Good. Okay, cool. Thank you.
So
I
so 7 would be okay. Yes, good. Niciana, are you staying where you are positionally?
yes, I am.
Okay. All right. It is their turn. I have to decide if they've decided to just move forward, and I think they probably have. I think they're just going to close in on you, Ilarian, and they're going to engage you hand
Okay.
to hand.
Clarification,
Good.
can any of us actually cast at a high, are we high enough level to have the ability to cast anything currently at a higher level than what we have it
No,
at?
not a level
I didn't
2.
think so.
No,
Well, actually, Jen could do that at a second level. No, she can't. You don't have second level spells yet, do you?
Not yet.
That's what I'm-
you're right,
yeah.
you're right, yeah.
Okay, so they're
You
all
have
within
two
melee.
Good. They're close to me now. That is what I wanted.
They are
Yeah,
within
I
melee
do
range
have
of
2
you.
level 2 spells because I've got the mark of healing.
Because
but
the
I
mark of
haven't
healing,
used
right,
those
right,
yet.
right.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so
I'm not
scimitar,
confused.
Let's see.
Or I am,
confused.
but
3 attacks. All right, Ilarian, we have a 21, we have a 17, and we have a 14.
One hit, the 21.
Okay.
Thanks to Armor of Faith.
That
Which
is 7
very happy
points
about.
of damage. So that's going to use 7 out of your temp. So you've got 5 temp left.
So does it come out of the temporary, or can I assign it to my armor if I wish?
Oh, that's
first?
true. Yes, you can. You can assign it out of your armor. So there you go.
Let's assign 2 to the armor. So that how many points was it total?
7.
7, and then 5 to the temp hit points. There we go.
So sorry, what did you do? So you did 1 to your armor?
2 to the 2 to the armor, 5 to the temp hit points.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 to the elves, 5 to the
The dwarf lords.
to the dwarf lords.
Okay. Meanwhile, this one over here stabs through, and you hear
Excuse me.
you hear a terrifying sound of someone having been stabbed on the other side of the.
Those guys in the
station.
message station, what are they doing?
I know. Jeez,
I don't know. They've been beaten down for like 3 days.
Fight!
Okay.
They could stand back from the door.
Yeah, well, they may not. Maybe things happening. We'll see. So that's them. That leads to Yana.
Okay,
Now, the only problem with the cluster, just so you know, Yana, is that they're literally right next to Alarian. So just be aware of that. They are
not my problem.
Right around.
Right.
Okay.
Fireball is clearly the best.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Hey,
well,
you
okay.
drop- you
If
drop
you know,
it right
next time,
here.
There.
Oh, good.
But then no one takes initial damage. There has to be a target.
Yeah, it
I
has to be a
can't aim
target.
to an
It's not
empty
like
spot
Fireball.
on the ground.
I
have
know.
to aim to a target. Yeah. Sorry, Alarian. So they are 5 feet on top of Alarian?
Correct. They're all within 5 feet of Alarian.
Yeah.
And
don't do
each
that.
other, if that helps. Well, I mean, this guy, the ones on the edge are not in 5 feet of the other, but they are 5 feet from this guy and
Alarian,
this
how much
guy
health do you have
and
left?
this guy.
Dude, you're not doing it because if I drop, they're going to attack all of you. That would be silly. Acid Splash or something else. Literally. I have
How much health do you have?
16 points plus 4 armor.
Like they do the Yana's calculating in her head. Do the math.
I don't feel like taking 2d6 because here's the problem. My dex is not good. It is just above average.
Okay. Problem is, if I do no damage this turn, you're going to go down anyway.
Not necessarily. They're rolling like crap.
That's true. If they continue to roll the way they have been, I mean, my goodness.
So,
Once they hit, they do a lot of damage. Just can't hit.
right.
All right. So, have any of these three been damaged?
They're. Oh, let's see.
This one.
Yes.
This one up here.
That one
Yes,
up here has
okay.
been hit, and the
Do
other
you have
two.
one to the face?
The other two are fresh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the click. Where?
This one up here, the top
top one.
one has been
The
hit.
top one.
The
Okay.
other two have
So
not.
I'm going to target that one and the one next to him. So the two right there, I'm going to acid splash them.
Okay, so you're gonna hit right, but you have to hit. You have to splash one, right?
No,
And
I
then-
can target two within 5 feet of each
Oh,
other.
nice. Okay.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. So.
Alrighty, so they
There
both
you
have to make
go.
saves. Okay.
Fuck.
So the one critically succeeds against it. The other one does not, and is going to take 2 points.
And back I go.
Okay. All right. And burns of acid, and they do not apparently like it.
I was so close to rolling a 6. Son of a gun, man.
Saw that.
Another metal something. This time Alarian can barely see this, and maybe Tantan actually kind of staring through the.
I am a little
arm
occupied.
Can see. Yeah, I don't know whether Tantan's paying attention, but Alarian might. That the Warforged grunts again. Seems like something may have hit it again from the message station. We don't know, but possibly. Okay, that's going to lead us to Merime is up next. And you see 3 engaging Alarian and company in front of you.
I'm going to shoot at the one who's been hurt already.
Okay, sounds good. You'll just have to slide up. To do that, you'll have to slide up here, and then you can definitely do that. And then you can come back if you wish. Yeah, did you acid etch your name in the Warforged? Zorro, except it was a big Y instead. Okay.
All right.
So
I'm
go ahead
going
and
to
fire. You can do that. Yeah, see, all you can hit. Yeah, that's a hit for sure.
Well, considering it was
Alright.
really like 9 against 5. Oh,
No, 4 points of damage though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's.
Okay. That is still respectable. Okay, not dead, but quite hurt at this point, from what you can tell. Okay, and then you're gonna slide back.
I'm going to slide back, and I'm going to yes, I'm going to scream to Alarian and say, Alarian, you've got this. And you get 1d6 of inspiration.
Okay.
You
Alright.
can do it.
You got
Yep.
this.
You
I'm
got
going to
this.
be over
You
here,
got
but
this.
totally cheering.
Altus is not yet turn received. Okay, all right, Larian. Appropriately, it's your turn.
Okay, I'll take the next 4 points. Back up to 11 temp. Armor is still at 4. I will be attacking. I'm going to adjust myself to be right here. I will be attacking Wounded One. I will probably be using the Bardic Inspiration, but let's see what my roll is first. I'm going to have that on deck, though. And the Star Sword comes out. Knocked it off the goddamn 16.
Yep. and
I would
is-
need to roll a 6 to hit him.
Hmm.
You got this.
Oh, let's see how lucky. Let's see how lucky I really am.
You got this.
I said.
Nope. Nope. Missed.
Soon. Got this soon. All right, that's sadly
Annoying. Yeah.
Tantan's got this.
Yeah,
Tantan will
exactly.
That would be nice. That'd be nice.
Next
yeah.
man up.
So-
All right, Tantan. Next person.
Yeah,
Tantan,
pretty
you're up.
much.
All right, Tantan. Use all the Alarian's forward movement has stopped since he has now been engaged. They
Yeah.
have now been
Tantan's
engaged
due
by
now.
stuff.
For God's sake, Tantan, you are
Right.
freaking due.
Right. So he's like, just finishing gathering some of his, like one of his tools, and sort of looks through the crook of your arm and is like,
You're
oh,
Like,
oh, they're all right here now. Okay. And so he's just like, fortunately, he's still like 10 feet back, but he's just gonna be like, eeny, meeny, miny, pink, and he's gonna shoot at that this guy.
okay.
There you go.
Yay!
Amazingly, when that close, it's just like. All right.
Oh, shooting fish in a barrel.
So we're looking at 6 piercing, if I have that right, Tantan.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, 7.
7. Okay.
Because
that
plus
one.
of them is damage.
Yep. And that
One of them is magical. Sorry.
You strike it through like a little armor plating break in its neck, and it falls back, the blue light going out in its eyes.
And he sort of leans around a little bit around Alarian's body, and just sort of holds up his arm, and the dragon mark tattoos of House Decana light up again, and he's like, "You should really stop."
Okay.
You weren't leaving at that time. It was within you the whole time.
It's within- you always had it. You could always do it. Okay. That is okay. Good stuff. That brings us up to Niciana.
I'm guessing the 2 in front of Valerian are not hurt.
They are. No, I actually have one of them is slightly hurt.
I think it's like ice knife damage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This one.
no, the acid splash.
Yeah, the
It's
acid
the one-
splash
Oh,
damage
yeah,
that
that's
one.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So slightly hurt. The one down
right.
here is fresh.
Well then, I will target the one that's already hurt, and I will Sacred Flame him, because that will hopefully work for 1 point of damage.
Okay.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yep.
Hey,
okay.
every point counts.
No,
Right,
I listen.
yes, that is true. That is true.
It's amazing what it's like to hit things. I had almost forgotten with these people, with these creatures that I'm running. Yes, so that will hit. You said 1 point of damage.
Just one.
Okay.
It's a cantrip. I'm saving all my spells, my actual spells, for healing. Except I don't think I have a spell that actually damages. So, because
Okay.
I'm a healer. That's my
And
job.
that's right.
Inflict wounds is delightful.
I don't
Okay.
have inflict wounds.
I know. I'm just saying. It's
You just
amazing.
think it's delightful.
Well, eventually, somebody will convince me to get it, and I will get it. But right
Vampiric
now,
healing.
Okay.
Vampiric healing as well.
Here we go.
I will
So it is the bad guy's turn. They're both going to try to attack Alarian again. Yeah, 10 and a 16 is not going to get
Plank?
it done.
Plank.
Okay. Let's see.
I know, Arv, you just keep up that good work.
No, I know.
I believe in you. I
Meanwhile,
believe in
this
you.
battle over at the message station continues with them basically trying to hit each other through this window. So that is continuing over there. That's going to lead us to Yana, who is going to be up next.
You mean up now?
I mean,
Yes.
that would be, yes, sorry. That would be at the moment.
Up currently.
Up as we speak.
All right. Tell me if you've heard this one before. Acid splash again.
Okay.
I think I can
sounds
only
familiar.
I think I can only aim on this guy.
I
so
think you're right. Sort
so
of
let me aim
lobbing
on
it
that guy.
almost over Tantan, so to speak.
Yeah, and I'll do. It'll also hit those two because of 5 feet. So I'm targeting both of them.
Okay. And that is going to be a miss. It is not. They are going to miss, I should say. They're not going to
Okay,
make their
so I
dex
have
save.
to roll damage for both. That's for the first one. And that's for the second one.
Okay. I wonder if the second one that splashes off of it also gets a save. I guess they also make a save on that second one.
Both of them have to make a save.
Yeah, neither one does. Okay, so so we're talking 4 to.
But actually, no. Wait. Let me. Quick question. Do I have to roll damage for both of them, or because they're both? It's because I'm targeting 2 in the same attack. So do they both take the same damage roll?
I don't remember. Let me look. Probably yes.
The only thing they have to do independently is their saves, right? If they fail their save, it's the same damage.
All right.
Okay, so they would both take 4, and
Also
yes.
streamline the combat.
Rob, where are you getting the splash damage though from this?
No, it's not.
2 creatures.
It's not
never
splash
mind.
damage. It's 2 creatures within 5 feet.
Yeah, I got it. Okay. Yep.
I mean, it's in the name.
Yep, they both got it.
You know,
it's a little splash.
It's the acid splash true facts.
Okay. So, all right. So they are both hurt. One of them, the one in the middle, is actually fairly hurt now.
Back I go.
And that is going to lead us to these ones again. A sword or something metallic lashes out and hits the Warforged on the other side of the window. All right. And that's going to lead us to Merime is up next.
I just want to say, I know it's totally, but this is the Pooh Cat, by the way, and he never comes out, so he's come just to show his appreciation for all of your love.
Oh, well,
hi, Pooh Cat.
Hello,
That's
Pooh
a lovely
Cat.
name you've got.
His name is Pamplemousse.
Oh, cute.
Hello, Pamplemousse.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're
There
feeling
you
better.
go. Yes, apparently, because he wants to hug.
I can't remember what that is.
It's grapefruit.
Grapefruit. Yep.
Thank you.
I will explain to you why I named him that at some point too. It is funny. But in the meantime, I'm going to shoot the one that's wounded. Sorry, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They're both wounded now,
Like
but
a big fur ball.
Oh, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm going to shoot the one who's down below because I think it's easier.
that rhymed.
There you go.
It's
The
inspired.
poetry just flows out of her.
It's just when I have my Phuket, it's just naturally.
Are you sure it's not a city in India? I think it's Phuket. I think actually.
Oh.
Actually, the aim, on the other hand.
Hey, Rock God. Yeah, sadly, that is going to be a miss. I'm sorry to say.
So now you're starting to roll like me on hits.
That's
starting to roll
okay.
like them, is what you're trying to roll. Okay.
Spreading
all-
from the GM.
You've all got this.
Okay, move
All right.
back to where you went, I believe, and that's Alarian is up with Tantan.
Yep. Let's see. Oh, guess what? Since they didn't hit me last time, I'm up to 15 temp points.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to. Oh God. I'm going to use the inspiration. I need to take these guys down because the message station's looking pretty bad. I'm using the inspiration on the attack.
Okay.
Let's go on the middle guy, middle one.
Okay.
There's only 2 of them.
Technically didn't need to, but we'll take the.
That will hit.
Fine. 7 points.
7 points you said on the middle guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. That one is. Yep, exactly. That one drops and is dead.
Every point counts. Yes.
Okay. So since I didn't move, I call over my shoulder. Finish him.
Finish him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fatality. Okay. All right. Now, if you do that, you are going to leave yourself open to an attack of opportunity. Be aware.
Yeah, bring it.
Okay.
Don't care.
Oh.
Oh, we did buff him pretty hard.
No, they did.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter anyway because they can't hit anything. That's a 10, so like, good God. Amazing.
Not even paying attention to the guy. Like, whoa! Like,
Yeah, there's a locked door at Chenrezee, so they've been basically fighting through a window. That's basically what has happened, yeah.
We've been hitting it with our terrible failed missile attack, so we've been like breaking the door down. I put a javelin in there too, good sir.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
So Tantan,
Technically, I've been hitting it.
You
so.
find yourself now facing one up, basically head on with this. You know, like you look up to see Alarian has vanished.
Head on, apply directly to the Warforged.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oops.
It's
So what do you
4
wanna do,
against
Tantan?
1. Come on, guys. You got
fine.
this.
It's
You
fine.
Exactly.
got this.
Yeah.
You're
There's
up,
just
Tantan.
one of them.
Oh, I am.
Yeah, you're up. It was your
Right.
turn.
I am. So this guy's now. So it was this guy and then Alarian and then me. So I'm still 10 feet away.
Yep,
right?
that's right.
Okay, so I don't have disadvantage with my crossbow.
can shoot him in the face if you hit him.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. There. That's the important piece of the consideration. Think to the face.
There,
21.
There you go. See, you just need to be less than 10 feet away, and it's all
Right.
perfect.
Exactly.
10-ish feet away.
Okay, 4. So that's 4 total. Am I looking at that right, or 5?
5.
Okay, 5. Okay, not dead, quite hurt. All right. You're obviously staying where you are, I assume. Okay, that brings us up to Niciana. There's one left, and your companions around you.
I think I will go ahead and he's very hurt.
He is quite hurt, yes.
Then I will just go ahead and Sacred Flame.
Okay.
It's like, do I want to actually try and crossbolt him? But I'm not very good at that. So.
Well, you're never going to get any better if you don't practice.
This time he does make his save, actually.
Yeah, well,
one
point of damage.
Unreal. It's like flicker.
It's like a sacred flicker. Let's be clear. No, I'm just kidding.
Sacred flicker. Okay, next time I will try the crossbow.
Okay. And you're gonna stay where you are, Niciana?
Oh, actually, let me look at that. Sorry, I accidentally closed things, so I had to go find my character sheet again.
Okay.
I am actually gonna step back here because I can heal my sister.
Okay. All right. Okay. It is their turn. Tantan, he is going to close the ground with you and attack you with his scimitar. With a 22. My God, he knows how to roll occasionally.
Ooh.
22.
Well, Tantan's relatively unarmored, so.
But does he roll on Shabbos?
7 points of
Shomer
damage,
Shabbos.
Tantan.
Okay.
All right. And meanwhile, the other one that is across here, which is still sort of fixed on this, let's see, is going to turn, seeing Alarian striding across the plaza.
Gliding, thank you. Gliding across
It's
the
going
plaza.
to move 5 feet away from the window, so it's going to disengage, basically, sort of carefully 5 feet from the window. Turn, and then we'll fire at you with the crossbow sheath that is built. And will, of course, critically miss, and will fire apparently directly up into the air.
Into his
break a string.
foot.
Come on.
Amazing.
Or he will hit Tantan in the face. Yeah.
I
Both arch around.
Is
and
that the
hits the door
scenario
again.
the scenario when you roll a miss? Is that it instantly hits Tantan?
That would be
Is
fun.
that how
It's the critical miss means Tantan hits. No, right? Is hit. Okay.
I was actually wondering if there was ever an enemy that anyone's encountered where you needed a lower roll in order to actually hit something. Because that would be interesting. I think.
would. And Sod
Second
would be
edition.
super good at it.
It automatically.
Right.
Oh, is that a second edition thing? Okay.
Yana is up next.
Come on, Yana,
joy.
finish him. Finish him. Do better than me. You got this. You got this.
Hey, you heard this one before? Acid Splash.
All right.
I like acid splash.
Misses the dex save. So how much damage?
Come on, but
That's amazing.
I come back. They're all down. The Warforged is still up. Like,
And there's
incredibly hurt and not dead
acid
yet.
etching
yeah,
all around the
Here's
warforged.
this is the thing, is that they're all my other spells are cantrips, so they do practically nothing.
well, you could be rolling a 6 on your D6 instead of a 1 all the time. That's
Yes,
what's
it's
really
almost
killing
like
us.
there are 5 other options that can come up on that die roll.
Listen, I don't want to hear any
If only.
complaints given how badly these folks
Yes,
have been rolling on their
look,
hits.
let's okay.
True.
Look,
It's fair. Very fair.
Okay.
the DM is doing the sod rolls of this
Seriously.
encounter, so please let's
I need
all
to
be
purge the
thankful.
sod
We could
from
all be
here.
rolling new characters right now.
This is true. This is very true.
Yeah, this could have gone very wrong. That's a good point.
Okay.
We'll take the pingings and
So,
folks of-
climbing through the window, Alarian, you see the
It's
figure
another
of
Warforged.
you see the figure exactly, or 5 more. No.
Maybe.
You see the figure of Lieutenant Lar Brissol, and he has a longsword that he has with him, and he strides towards him. Now he has a big gash down his side. He looks not like a death's door, but he definitely looks hurt. But he marches forward, and the Warforged kind of swivels around just in time to see Hilar bring down his sword
doom. His
and
death.
strike him. Yeah, well, pretty close. He does hit him. Let's see how much. Yeah, his death, actually. He strikes him, and this guy goes staggering backwards and falls onto his back and expires shortly before Ilarion actually reaches him.
Okay.
And Hilar looks at you, Ilarion, and sort of gives you a nod and says, "All right, good work, but get him in here. I don't think this is the end of it." And sort of turns to go back to the message station. And that's going to lead us to Merame.
So there's just that one left there.
That's it. Just one. Just like
Guys are pinging and ponging them.
Just like smacking it with the backhand and not really finishing it off.
Nice. I'm gonna try to shoot it. Why not? This is gonna be. I'm gonna move kind of over here.
Oh, we're all shooting it. Hitting it is what we need to get better at.
Well, let's see how this goes. Come on, dice.
I love your
Natural
optimism.
one. Come on, natural one.
Did it not go? Oh, it
God, it was
That's a
so
hit.
close. Oh, it was so close. It was so
close.
right.
That's a hit,
almost
though.
a 1. Oh my God.
6 points.
All right, and that one strikes it and it staggers back against the wall. And as he falls to the ground and his eyes dim, a strange, keening whistle goes up from his body, really. Like that, and echoes across the
It's
bazaar.
lunchtime.
And echoes across the bazaar. And
Great.
then there is a silence. And Brissal sort of yells at you from across the plaza. "All right, you've done a great job, but get in here. This ain't done."
We should do what he said.
Booking it.
Or
Booking it.
go here so we can catch whoever comes in a crossfire. As I'm picking up my javelins, by the way.
He said, "We can't. We got injured in here."
Yeah, I need all the injured in one place, she says, as she heads towards the.
Are we still in turn? Wait, are we still in turns?
You are out of combat for the moment, which gives me a moment to welcome all of the lovely people watching Day 9 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. Eberron, Oracle of War, Voice
Day
in the
9 is here?
Machine,
Where?
Part 3. Yes, no, not Day 9. Far better people, including, I'm sure he's fine, but just far better, just for the purposes of this campaign, awesome people. And that, of course, is Trendane Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Darkside Rob, here for your edification and enjoyment. Thanks, chat, for being amazing so far. And we are going to.
I claim no edification from my.
right.
I want to go another
Wonderful.
like say 10 minutes or so before we take our break. So,
Sure.
we are
Hop
out of
in with
initiative
him.
for the moment, but
I
clearly
was going to follow
Hilar
you.
is telling you to get in there.
Well,
Yeah,
see,
getting in here.
I was gonna go over here actually.
I mean, you
I
can
was
do whatever you
gonna
like.
follow
I'm
you,
just telling you what
Ilarion.
he's saying.
Okay, then actually I am gonna go over here. Screw it.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go over here as well.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow my sister.
Because the ones who are
That's
going
fine,
to
that's
the other
fine,
room are not injured, and I need everyone who's injured in one room
Yeah, I'm relatively uninjured, especially if that spell keeps going.
because I
so.
need 10 minutes.
How long does that heroism go?
It's a minute. That's why I would need to know about the points thing. That's gonna make a big difference.
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be done in about 20 seconds. There's not much point, Ilarion, because you're not going to.
Well, actually, I only had it was 5 rounds, I think.
Yeah.
So I technically had 5 to go, but if it's 30 seconds out, then it's not going to help.
Yeah. So I would say.
Oh, okay, all right. In that case, if it's going to be over, then no. I tell Yana, come with me, and we go to the other side.
Okay.
And then I immediately come in and say, staying here. Sorry.
First of all, the door. So they have you like clamber through the window, so because the door stays closed. Although the door is quite a bit of a mess, and they encourage you to go inside. When you're inside,
Yana prefers climbing in through the window.
so there's a few things that as you kind of climb inside, you can see a few people that are here. First of all, lying on the ground. Eyes closed and with a deadly sort of gray pallor, as if someone is quite close to death, is a female halfling. She has been stabbed by something. Possibly the Warforged battle was doing that, and looks quite hurt. Leaning or sort of kneeling next to her is what looks like a fairly small, not tiny, but fairly small Warforged. And as the Warforged is leaning over it, you can see that it occasionally says, give me a second. It says, oh, that's not good. Come on, Nella. You're fine. You're fine, Nella. You're fine.
Spare the dying. Spare the dying.
And its right hand vibrates violently, you notice, as it's trying to take care of it. So spare the dying, fortunate, because you can tell that that this one was, they referred to as Nella, was very close to death. So you did spare the dying, and so Nella is now, breathes. Her breathing becomes less shallow, and is not in immediate danger of passing away, but obviously still quite hurt. And you can also see that, as I mentioned, Hilar has quite a slash on him. So a couple of notes here. First of all, each of you is going to receive a hero point, having gotten to the scavengers, at least most of them. So that gives us 2 hero points, I think, for Niciana, and 2 for Yana.
Indeed.
And 2 for Merame.
Yay.
And 2 for Ilarion. Now, one quick note, everybody. These points do not carry over into the next adventure. They carry over to the next session. But whenever we get out of this part, Voice in the Machine specifically, then they will all be used up and you'll start again with just 1. So just be aware, you can't stockpile and have 50 hero points at the end of the campaign. So just be aware.
Can we get a refresher again as to what hero points are good for?
I just put it into the chat.
Yep. What Jen said. So can use to gain 1d6 in attack roll, saving throw, skill check. Can be used after the die is rolled, but before the effect happens. Before I tell you what happened, you can only spend 1 per roll, and you can also use it to automatically succeed on a death save. So
cool.
That's what they're for.
Nice.
So you get that, and Hilar kind of looks up at you as you're doing it and says, "Oh, thank you, Niciana. I had a feeling if you were all going to be here that we might have an opportunity. This is a bad business all the way around. It's bad, and this ain't all of us either. There's another one out there somewhere, out in one of the places nearby. Maybe, I think, bolts and tumblers. It's down that passageway a little bit. They might be. But this is a bad business." And you can see the other 2, Sprocket kind of looks up and looks up at you and says, I should clearly not have chosen a patch like that, and says, "Oh, are you friends of Hilar? Hi."
Hi, Sprocket. It's lovely to meet you.
It's good to meet you. We're kind of in trouble, a lot of trouble.
We should probably just leave, shouldn't we?
Well, yeah, but there's a problem. And kind of looks up at Hilar, and Hilar nods and says, "I've been trying to convince them to leave, but the problem is they want to find the other one that came with him. And I guess I can't blame them. They've already lost one towards the beginning. You might have seen him in one of the stores when you were coming in. There was a rug smothered him. And,
we found him.
Yeah. The other one.
I need to break in here real quick. Because actually, I was, while this is happening, which is fine, but Ilarion actually was doing something out in the middle. He's gathering 3 crossbows and as many quarrels as he can find. They can find.
Okay.
Off the bodies.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay. Yeah, you're
just
able.
Let me know when I.
You're able to find, I would say, a total, probably a usable. I mean, you could probably find a usable total of about 40 out here, Ilarion, between all of them. So among
take them all. So and 3 crossbows as well.
Yeah, the crossbows, by the way, are all kind of average to below average, just so you know.
Fine, as long as they work. Okay. As long as they shoot, that's all I care about.
And then you're bringing them in.
You're just shuttling them, shuttling back and forth. And
then you're bringing them into the
I guess,
station once you gather. Okay. Mm-hmm. So anyway, so Hilar looks up and he says, yeah, I tried to convince them. 3 days ago, this crew was searching through the marketplace. I found them right beforehand. I'd got word that there was a problem here, a problem I need to talk to all of you about. And he kind of gives you a meaningful, but not in front of people that are not in the King's Citadel look. You know what I mean? He said, and I came to help him. And that's when, and Sprocket says, and that's when everything went wrong. That there was a whole gang of them, a whole bunch. That they were out there and they were firing at us. And then we kind of fell back here into the plaza, and a bunch of us took hits. Nella got hit too. And then we got pinned down in this building. And they said they were going to come in there. And there were reinforcements. I knew it was a problem. And he says, and so he says, yes, that was basically the way Sprocket puts it. According to them, there were 2 of their number. One of them, I knew, actually, Dervo Tellis. He made a break for it last night for the exit, but I saw the Warforged intercept them on the other side. A bunch of crossbow bolts fired off in that direction, but I didn't see him go down. If he is going to be alive, he's going to be alive in the only place that I know that's down there on the map, and that's Bolts and Tumblers. They also say that they got another one with him called Tandal Call, but I haven't been able to find Tandal Khan at all, no matter what I've done. Of course, I haven't been able to do a whole hell of a lot except wait here. We've been here getting tired, and more exhausted all the time. No food, no water neither for, well, at least a day. You can see the result. And indeed, they look, as I mentioned, pretty messed up.
I can, if I have time, 10 minutes with Eberron's blessing, I can heal 6 people, but then I'll be very tired. But I can do that right now, which I think needs to be done, and then we need to regroup.
Okay, you can do that.
I look at Ilarion.
If we have the 10 minutes, you should start.
Okay. All right. She will gather, who's hurt. I need to know which 6 people.
So many of your companions kind of gather around, including Sprocket gathers around, and meanwhile Hilar sort of waves off any healing, and
Hilar.
He says, no, Niciana, we got to get this window reboarded up. You want to do it? I'm not going to be far away from you anyway, but we got to get this thing locked.
As long as you're one of the 6. Because I think it's Nala, Sprocket, Hilar, Mary May. Who else is hurt?
I am. I'm
Yana and Tantan is hurt.
Okay, Tantan.
But I can heal myself.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else?
I'm down 4 points, but if there are people who are more hurt than me, I would be willing to just help reboard the door or window, whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, the window.
If Tantan can heal himself, I can heal Yana.
Yana, I have you at 11 out of 14. You have yourself at 10.
Did I say 10? I meant
you said down 4, so I think I only have you down 3. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've been off with all my numbers tonight, so I'm going to take your word for it. But
right,
but
so
still
you
taking the
were
damage
down
from the
3.
rug. Yeah.
Okay.
Rug burn.
So how much? So go ahead and roll for the healing on that.
Okay.
So am I getting healed for that or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're one of the 6.
Thank you. Cool. Love it. I will continue to fix my damn camera, which is pissing me off.
This is a special one, so this is at level 2, even though I'm
right, because of your healing house mark. Yep.
Nice.
15. 15.
Everybody gets 15. All
right.
So
basically, Niciana sits down. She prays. The mark on her forehead glows, like it glows for the full 10 minutes, and 10 minutes after that, and you hear her beseeching Eberron, the dragon, in his wisdom and of the earth to heal all of the allies.
And Sprocket says, wow, I've heard a lot about De Gerasco, House Gerasco, but I've never actually seen it happen. Wow, isn't that amazing? Hilar, isn't that amazing? And then he looks, Nella, is it? I guess Nella can't talk yet. And Nella, although looks far better, is still unconscious. And Ilarion, just quick question. So everybody should be at full. Ilarion, your Aegis are still 4 to 6. Yet. Huh?
I have not cast yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right. So you are not included.
Everybody but Tantan.
Everybody but Tantan. My apologies.
And my armor's at 4 or 6. Correct.
And you say at 4 or 6. Okay.
So what Tantan is doing is he's just going to cast the single cure on himself, and then he's going to use his mending cantrip to help Ilarion fix the window.
Okay, so to find out what the healing is on you, then Tantan, please.
Okay, so
12
And-
points.
12. So yeah, you are up to full. Okay.
Yeah.
officially that is my last healing spell.
Okay. So
so-
so you do this, and so you after the 10 minutes, and Hilar sort of stands, turns as the boards, are fixed. He nods to you, Tantan, and that's good work, Tantan. I would have expected no less. You all did a great job, and that's good. The thing that we're going to need to remember, and I want to say that's very ironic because there was just a big, some kind of explosion, maybe a backfire, not right outside, but out where I could hear it. And not maybe coincidentally, suddenly the whole marketplace shakes and there is a sound outside. And of course the window is boarded, but there is they left a, peek hole basically. So Hilar looks out, goes, "Oh, Kyber's-Own." And he kind of shakes his head, and then he steps back and he waves at one of you to kind of.
And Yana kind of responds, goes like, "What? What was that?"
Look for yourself.
I want to get a look too.
So one of you, so basically one or two of you, you won't be able to get all of you to look, but one or two. If you want Yana and then Ilarion to look,
I'll go.
You can do that quickly. What you see through the South Plaza wall is a giant iron machine has smashed through the wall. It is on giant rollers, and its oil-streaked chassis is carved into the snarling face of a demon. Warforged raiders spill out of the machine, 15 of them at least, and spread out across the plaza. As their machine thunders past, the floor beneath your feet cracks, and all of you, as it collapses, fall into a dusty storage basement below. I need all of you, please, to make dexterity saving throws for me.
Oh, cool.
Of course.
Either we're going to die from the fall or die from the gigantic creature.
Oh, gee.
Oh, boy.
No critical failure.
Dexterity. Oh, okay.
All
Oh,
right.
basically I fell on top of you, didn't I?
I got you. Oh.
Wait,
You got the 7.
I got a 7. Jesus.
5.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh my
So
god.
the entire party except for Niciana, I think you're right, you landed on everyone else. Everyone who
Can I
failed, which is everybody.
Can I use one of
Niciana.
those hero points on that roll?
Actually, let me see. Can you do it on a saving throw? I think you can.
Could be able
Yes.
to.
You
And
can
yes,
do it on a saving
that's
throw.
true. Other people could do that too if you want. Before I tell you whether it's
Oh, no.
I'm gonna.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm definitely gonna use that on the. So what is it? Is a 1d6?
Yeah, D6.
God, please.
The hero
roll
point's a
good.
D6.
Yep. D6.
Yeah. Oh God, I need a 6 for this to
Come
not
on, you can
suck.
do
That's why I wasn't gonna. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't. But up to you.
Well, you don't know what the DC is on this.
Wow.
But-
It's probably higher than 10.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Sadly, you can only
Alright,
use
so I
one of
rolled a
those at a
9.
time. I'm afraid, Yana. Anyone else using hero point or no?
No.
No, I'll accept my 1 and just take it.
Okay, so
Tantan and I were in
fortunately,
for the
it wasn't
ones.
it wasn't like you plummeted 100 feet. So fortunately, you all take the ones who fail, except for Niciana. Everyone else is going to take 6 points of damage.
That's why I rolled, because I have no health, and now I have even less.
Yep.
So
Well, you got healed for the 4, so you're only down.
I'm down lower than I was before the heal.
Well, if we're trapped, then that gives me time to heal you all again in 8 hours.
8 hours.
We'll just
Exactly.
stab
They'll
her.
they'll never find us here.
Now, John, I don't think Ilarion can put that towards armor.
I was
yeah,
assuming that was actually
I think
battering
that's
damage.
just
So I
a-
just took
so-
all the hit points.
All right,
Yeah,
so
so
I'm down to
7.
8 health.
And Tantan, you're at 10. Okay,
Ow.
so you land
sorry.
in this basement,
Ow.
and you find yourself in a dark cellar filled with dusty packing boxes, rubble, and broken pottery urns as those around you kind of, groan. As your eyes adjust to the gloom, you hear muffled words emanating from the wreckage in the corner of the room. It is an echoey, hollow voice, and it is repeating the phrase, "Define enemy forces. Define enemy forces.
Is this the puppy?
And that is where we're going to take our break. You are watching Day 9 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War, Voice in the Machine, Part 3. If you are enjoying it as much as I am, please consider not only following the channel and supporting the Patreon, but supporting all of these various people, whether it is through narration and voice acting, or whether it is through writing, or whether it is through editing / sometimes writing and doing things, whether it is writing and editing and anthology making, or whether it is voice acting, video editing, sound making, and bouldering. If you are any of those people, support these people in their endeavors. And we will be right back to you, folks. It's 10:18. We'll be back here.
Don't forget couch casting.
Don't forget couch casting. We will take here, let's convene, let's say 10 minutes, so right before 10:30 and 10:30 Eastern, and then we will be back. Until then, everyone, thanks for being with us, and hang tight. Okay. We are back, everybody. Thank you all for being here. And also, I just want to quickly say, as I go to just cams only for a minute, thank everyone as well for there we go. Thank everyone also for the kind words in chat, which I really appreciate. And I know the players do too. I won't speak for other aspects of the channel except to say that, we work very hard to make this a good experience for everyone involved. And I also would put the players here up against anybody, I've said it before, including Critical Role's players, because the combination of both role play and actual mechanical ability as players is right up there with them. But I appreciate that very much, and I'm very glad to hear, Raka, that you play D&D because of that Critical Role and this channel. I'm honored, and I'm glad that you've been able to do that. And these folks that you see below you deserve it. So
then why don't we make $9.8 million per?
Listen,
I would
man.
like that.
What? At some point, who knows?
Get on that, Arv.
Yeah. Listen. Continue to be on it, you mean. I will do what I can. But thank you, Prince Justin, everybody. We appreciate that, all.
Yep,
and,
for real.
It means a lot. And also, it's great because it gives us a reason to believe that you might survive this thing that we're going through right now. I will actually say right now, maybe I should keep this on cams at the moment because
we couldn't survive the fall. So
you're fine. Okay. So when you land here in this basement, which is where we last left our heroes, I'm going to turn on this music a little bit. When you fell down into this basement, as I said, it is a very old and kind of filled with just a bunch of like moldering, things. But then again, coming from the wreckage in one corner of the room is this voice that continues to repeat, "Define enemy forces." And so everyone, Sprocket kind of pulls himself up and...
It's in the room with us?
Yeah, the voice is coming from the room for sure.
Define
the voice is
enemy
coming
what?
from the room.
Forces. Yeah.
Oh, and yeah. Let me just pause for a second. Yeah, Shadow. I hope I didn't say my campaigns. Absolutely, all the campaigns on my channel is what I'm referring to, including ones conducted by one Mr. Shadowed Mage with the community D&D, of course, and Brandon O'Brien with Sound Clash and Blades in the Dark, and Rebel Crown done by Mike. Absolutely, yeah. You know how I feel about that very much. Okay. So so this thing is in the room with you, and Sprocket says, what is that? What is going on? What is that
one of the
sound?
hounds? Is that
Valerian's going to investigate the corner where the voice is emanating from.
Okay.
Move the debris.
And Halar says, sort of watches and says, just make sure you take it easy. Oh wait, he doesn't have an echo. Just make sure everyone's an echo.
Everybody has an echo in the murder
basement.
basement.
They all
Everybody has an echo in the murder basement.
His patch is southern. No, he says, he just says as you're walking over, just be careful, Valerian. And again, you continue to hear this, define enemy forces. And Valerian, you walk over and find that it is coming from inside what looks like a broken packing box of some kind, like a crate. And it's just sort of, it's inside. It's a pretty big crate too, but it's inside there.
Open it.
And Tantan's like, wait!
The packing crate's already broken, correct?
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, yes, but there's still like a cover on it, theoretically, and all that.
They pause.
Do you have the appropriate dongle to command that thing?
What is a dongle?
It's a piece of machinery that you need for it to follow your commands.
You'd know if you used Pro Tools. No, I'm sorry, I don't actually.
Do you have it, Tantan?
No, I don't, but it should be here somewhere.
So what does it look like? What do we need to
It's
find?
asking us to define enemy forces. It seems like this commanded by voice.
Define enemy forces.
So Tantan's going to start just scouring the place looking for it.
I'll hold off for now and start looking around. Actually, I'm looking on the box to see if there's anything like attached to it, maybe, or instruction manual or some shit like that.
No,
Yeah.
it just
What
is
does
it's a wooden crate, is what it looks like.
What? And Yana, not understanding the voice, dongle, anything that's happening right now, is just kind of like, in the box?
Define enemy forces.
I'm guessing this won't work, but I've always wanted to try. Can I try to ping inside to see if I can connect telepathically with anything? I'm very excited.
You can, although don't you need to see this thing to do that?
That's an excellent point. Wow, you're a very good DM.
I'm just following your lead. Listen,
hopefully, this is something that will even the odds against the force upstairs.
Okay. So hold on, my lights have gone haywire. Give me 1 second.
Oh, that never happens to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say you cannot identify with this at all.
Nope, have no idea what you're talking about.
Those of you at home, please feel free to look up the etymology of the word haywire.
Okay, there we go. Lovely.
They just changed again. It's another mood. Actually, my lights are a mood ring. Just
They're a mood ring. Okay.
Purple means something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so so it's
What was that?
So it's just I don't know. So the crate is just there.
Oh, I know what purple means.
So the crate is just there. So yeah, you can't see into it.
Stop
Have you found anything yet?
Stop it, Trick.
Define
Sorry, what did you say?
enemy forces.
Have you found anything?
Well, that's a very good question. I was waiting for God to tell me whether I found something.
You have not so far. I mean, you can try to make an investigation check, Tantan, but a lot of the stuff is not hard to find because it's just broken pieces of everything.
I'm gonna. Yana's gonna. Can Yana do that too, even though she has no idea what she's looking for, just because she wants to try to be helpful?
What are you gonna say, Niciana?
I was like, I can, since one of my specialties is investigation, I will start looking for instructions, this dongle thing, something that will tell us how to program
Okay.
a Hound of Baracus. And I will fail miserably. But me and Tantan seems to have figured it out.
Because I'm certain that we were told that the Hounds of Baracus, that the shop contained many mechanical dogs, but that you had to have like a charm or a necklace or something that would allow you to control them. I'm certain we've been told.
Yeah, that you were told that, although I do just want to make one sort of clarifying point. You fell into the basement directly below the message station.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We're not in the Hounds of Baracus.
Are to the north. I'm just letting you know. Like, that's
right.
That's all.
Yeah, that's fine. The dog is in a box. I'm presuming.
Okay, first of all, you're all assuming it's a dog, which is
that's because
specious at best.
Define enemy forces. Yeah,
well,
everyone's hoping it's a dog.
Guys leaping to the Hound conclusions like,
and having not found anything. Okay, go for the
Marimay, what are you doing in the meantime? Just double checking.
Well, I really want to chat with the thing in the box, but it seems that we're looking for a thing, so I'm just gonna kind of go and see if anything's about to come down that hole and attack us.
Okay. Yeah, so far you hear the rumbling upstairs and you hear the sound of voices kind of barking orders at each other. There's a lot of voices up there, but you don't see anything like directly above you in the message station at the moment.
May Yana say something?
Yeah, sure, go ahead,
do you want to do
the... No, go ahead, Yana.
Yana says, maybe we should tell it who the enemy is?
Mm-hmm. Define enemy forces. Tantan, you're pretty sure, Tantan, that you've looked everywhere that you can find. Now, admittedly, to like comb through rubble and all that stuff down here would take hours and hours and hours. Right. But given a relatively decent search of the, like the area in the packing boxes, most of the stuff here is just kind of junk. Like there's some like little metal widgets and things like that. But most of this, if anything, looks like, I don't know if any of you do what I sometimes do, which is to hold on to cardboard boxes of various things in case you need to return them.
Don't look in our garage.
It doesn't usually happen. Yep. Yeah, exactly. So, like, there's a lot of, most of these things that you're looking at are just empty, like empty storage boxes, as if that's what mostly was down here. So, for what that's worth.
Then Tantan finally looks at Larry and proceed.
Define enemy forces.
I open the box, the crate.
Inside the box, you see this, and I'm going to see if I
horse
can
whinnying. That's amazing.
Reveal it to you.
How did they fit that in one box?
I know. The box isn't even that large.
I know.
Usually it's just a head.
Laying in bed next to you.
Okay,
in a box.
In a box. All right, give me just 1 second.
As in, what's in the?
What's up in a box?
I was wondering. I was like, it's something.
Actually, I was thinking of 7 when he said
Yeah,
that.
that went some places.
Yeah.
That was
Okay.
and then it took a left turn at Sheboygan.
Okay, so
This
is what you see, and I'm going to put this on the Roll20 stream.
I'm full of them, John.
And what you see is this.
Lagothicus.
Thank you.
The voice is coming from an ornate wooden device, which is sitting inside a broken packing box. Let me move this over to...
I'm still not seeing it, by the way.
Love it.
It's
I'm
on
seeing
stream.
it on the stream.
It's on stream.
On the stream.
Oh.
You know what? I'm gonna let me move this over to the map so I don't cover your faces as you're looking.
There we go.
Oh, you're
Hold
not
on,
covering my face, so I don't care.
Okay, here we go. So this is what you see. So it is an ornate wooden box, wooden device, I should say, that's sitting inside this broken packing box. Its body is decorated with sculptural reliefs of battle, and it's set with brass cogs and gears. There are drawers and hatches which line its flanks, and the front of the device is covered in an arrangement of round holes from which strange vapors drift. A spool of parchment is hanging from a slot underneath, and a brass speaking trumpet protrudes from the side of the chest. And from that trumpet you hear, "Define enemy forces."
Now that's the weirdest hound I've ever seen.
Tantan starts frantically tapping Ilarion on the shoulder.
Well, considering you're only like 6 feet tall, it's probably like more on my waist, but go ahead. Hang on. Yes.
And he leans in real close so this thing won't hear him. And he's like,
Bends down.
we could say the master of blades and his minions.
Define enemy forces.
How would you know that would work when it doesn't even know what the master of blades is?
We don't have to know. It has to know.
But you're assuming it would know. I would settle for clearing out.
Who's assuming?
always. You are? I would settle for clearing out everything that's in the. Those came up in the plaza. Sorry. Those came up in the plaza, right? The reinforcements.
Big honking machine and
Yes.
everybody
Yeah.
climbed out of
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, hold on. Come on.
Define enemy forces.
And just from the back.
Happy just to settle the plaza, and that would be a good day for us. We don't need to go way overboard. Ilarion then turns and looks at the parchment roll underneath.
Okay, it's a loot crate. It is not a loot crate. Throw it at his mom. Okay, so so let's talk about that. It is a spool of parchment. You can actually see it over there on the left side, bottom left of the drawing.
Does it have the letters EA etched into it somewhere?
Yeah, no. Basically, it looks like there's parchment that is a roll fitted to its underside, and it looks like there's little teeth at the top of it, Ilarion, so that almost like, to jump out of game for a minute, a modern receipt like printer. So when you're done with it, you pull it up and it rips off, and then so it puts it out in these like strips, from what you can tell.
How tall is this thing?
It is pretty tall. It's about
Huge!
It's about 3.5 feet high. It's about 4.5 feet wide and 2 feet deep.
Okay, you're talking to a guy who's 7'10". So
Compared to what
really
normal of these
tall.
things would be, yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. Just checking.
Also, define enemy forces.
Yes. And from the back, Yana goes, "Can we answer it, please?" And she's just like, she doesn't want to hear that voice anymore.
I mean, I don't want to talk to it right now, but I'm very excited. I can see it now. Can I see if there's anything intelligent within, or if it's just?
You do not detect any intelligence per se.
Okay.
That's yeah. Although the thing obviously has something magical or mechanical about it, but you don't detect.
That's more
any,
Tantan's
yeah,
territory
you don't
than
detect
mine.
any sentience though.
Has it said that again in the last couple of seconds?
Define enemy forces.
Please tell it to attack the things in the plaza.
Don't know how yet.
And Tantan sort of points at the speaking trumpet. Just tell it.
I suggest you investigate the drawers first. There may be ways to command it in those, or I will open them if you wish.
Oh, Larian, it's telling you what it wants.
Define enemy forces.
Are the drawers on the side look like they can just be opened like simple desk drawers?
They do look like that, yes.
I will open one.
Okay. So there are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 8 drawers in all. Top one, I'm just going to assume you open the top one on the left.
Yeah.
Has 5 pots of black ink and a box of quills, like writing quills in it.
Okay, next.
The second one over is what looks like a strange folding brass tube. It might be a telescope, and in fact, as you kind of look through, it does look like some kind of a folding telescope.
Okay, next.
The third one is what looks like it's an optical instrument designed to measure angles between points. It's called a theodolite, is the name of it, and it has a retractable tripod on it.
I hand that to Tantan. Next.
There's a spool inside this one, and when you open it up, it basically it sort of feels like a spool, and there's like a metal kind of lip that you could pull up on if you wish, Alarian.
I'll mark that for later. Next.
Okay. Next is a roll of parchment, gridded parchment, actually.
Much like what was on the roll below.
Yes, indeed.
Next.
Then there is a card depicting a bunch of symbols, and let me see, who would know something about
I hand it
this?
to Tantan.
Okay, I was going to say, like, then that's fine. Tantan doesn't know yet, but so there's that. And then there is 6 what look like flares of some kind. They're basically like 2 sticks, and they have at the top kind of a green powder that's been kind of baked into the top of 2 of them. Red powder baked in the top of 2, and yellow powder baked in the top of 2. Probably flares of some kind.
Okay. If we are all in agreement that this is the way to go, then I will try to command this thing.
There's one more drawer.
Oh, sorry. Next.
Just in case you know.
Thank
This is
you.
the last one. This has a letter that's rolled up.
Open it.
This one I'm going to show to all of you, not on the Roll20, but on actual, not on the stream, but actually
not on
Roll20.
Twitch.
Not on Twitch, but on Roll20.
Not on the casting couch.
Extended warranty. Congratulations on purchasing the Killmaster 5000.
It looks like this. It's a letter that says the following. Rumio, something went wrong. They tested the Oracle of War in the field, and initially it performed admirably. The 15th Brailish Lancers were wiped out almost to a man by our allies, who utilized the device to learn their enemies' weaknesses and drive them into the mud. Pincer movement, I'm told. Augurine would have been proud. Hold on a sec. Too many things to move around. All right, I have to go look at something very quickly, specifically my daughter's Halloween costume that she's really excited for Dad to look at. Give me like 1 minute, I'll be right back, and then we'll continue with the letter reading. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay, so since he abandoned us, I say we win.
Yeah.
Yes.
Game over. We're good. We're all good.
So from this moment until Arv gets back, we are all level 20. What do we do?
I heal everybody.
God!
Tantan goes upstairs and just kind of waves some tools, and that entire fucking machine just falls apart.
You just Neo the shit out of it.
Exactly.
Like, and it just vanishes.
Or like
I go
Roger,
and walk through it, literally. Just walk through it. Yeah.
or like Roger Moore with the tiger in whichever Bond film it was, where he's like, sit!
So Hyana just looks at everything, and suddenly, like, Ray Stantz just goes, we could cross, or actually, no, like Egon Spengler, we could cross the streams. And then that's how we destroy the big enemy. And then
Egon, this is like the time you tried to trill your own brain. That would have
That would have worked if you hadn't stopped me.
Now, I mean, what's going to happen is after I finished reading the letter, Valerian would hand it over to Tantan and saying, because
Merheme, I think this is a perfect time for a musical number. What do you got?
Oh, well then, let us go.
Look, some well-placed choreography will dance our way right out of here.
I think if we go full-on musical theater in front of these enemies, they won't know what's happening. They'll be so stunned by the music that they'll just drop all their weapons and applause, and then we can just leave.
85 points of psychic damage. Yeah.
Yeah, I am
Yes.
on it.
Like good musical theater does to anybody.
It's true. I will suddenly be wearing a full silver spandex outfit.
We're going Xanadu on their asses. Wow.
Hey, David Bowie would be proud.
Yes.
Spotlights, pink streaks in my hair, and let's do it. Suddenly, there's a good sound system. Maybe this is what this is. I think that because sound system.
Considering that they're all mechanical, what we should do is we should just go out there and start singing Pinball Wizard from the Who's Tommy, and that will completely mesmerize them, and just then we win. Because we're pinball wizards, there has to be a twist. A pinball wizard got such a supple wrist.
And demonetized.
I didn't sing it. This is not how this works.
I don't know, spoken word still counts.
He does. I don't know. What makes him so demonetized? That's how it works. And my camera just shat itself again because my camera hates me. Logitech is the worst, and their gear is terrible. Don't buy Logitech gear, says the guy who's using 2 Logitech mice.
This stream has been sponsored by Logitech. Oh, shit!
By Logitech, yeah, exactly. Okay. I don't know why the exposure keeps...
Do we have to wait Do we have to wait for level 15 before we have our full musical episode? Like, you know, Buffy had its musical, like...
No.
Right. Once more with feeling.
We never have to wait that long.
While you were gone,
we choose to wait that long.
While you were gone, we won.
You won.
This is over. We just walk out of here now. Yeah,
no, that's great.
Done.
We won D&D.
Yeah, we won D&D
exactly.
forever.
That's
we
how
beat
this
it.
works
We
now.
beat it.
My daughter was showing me she's going to be a mushroom elf princess, I think. And so she's made a mushroom hat, which is like pretty dope, I have to say. Like, it looks pretty good.
Nice.
And so she did a great job, and she was extremely excited because she and I had gotten a lot of the raw materials for this over the last couple of days. So she's like, Dad, I'm sorry, but you got to see this thing. I'm like, I get it. So my apologies. Okay.
Gotta be good dad.
That's a good dad, though.
It was
also, since while you were gone, we released the 6E rule set. So now all the rules are ours, and we make them up in our favor from here on out.
Great.
So,
that's
well, don't worry. We'll send you all the books once we finish them.
Yes.
You got DMCA while we were gone.
Great. That's good.
And something legitimately happened shortly, probably before we fell through the floor, while we were, while Ilarion and Tantan were fixing the thing. Tantan would have taken 5 of his rations and handed them to the guys because they haven't had anything to eat for a while. So he gave them 5 of his rations, so they've now eaten.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Good. That's cool. Good to know.
What does that do?
They're not starving.
Makes them feel better.
Yeah, just keeps something you have to worry about later on. Yeah.
The morale thing.
Our tummies are not rumbling.
Yes, tummies.
I mean,
okay, so
you know, while y'all fix the whatever it is, yeah, I will make sure that people haven't broken bones while they fell.
There definitely are some people who were hurt, especially Nella, who never actually had, regained consciousness before plunging in the middle of it.
Damn it, you saved yours.
There are 206 bones in the body. It was only half of them.
Yeah, actually, you know what? She probably is the only one who didn't get hurt because she would be limp, and therefore she would.
Oh, I see. Yes.
So we all landed on her.
You probably landed on her, actually, Niciana. That was funny. Okay. So, we're yes.
You were reading.
The letter was pincer movement. I'm told. Augurin would have been proud. They even reported that feeding the machine data by parchment was preferable to talking to it, as the din of battle can make it difficult to be heard. The problem came on the second test. It's difficult to explain. We need to talk in private. When you receive the oracle, contact me. Delay your orders if possible. If they find out something's wrong with the device, they'll activate the third protocol and we'll all pay with our necks. The dragon-marked houses don't mess around, and we don't want Saul Dreadstroke knocking on our doors. Speak soon, Gorth.
Gorth. Klaatu. Barat. No.
Does that name Saul with the unlikely name of Dreadstroke? But let's roll with it. Does that name sound familiar at all?
Does not.
To anyone? No. Okay.
Certainly not to Yana. Gorth? Is that a fruit?
I mean, you don't have the faintest idea. You can make a history roll if you want.
Roll a natural 20. It could happen.
No.
Like when they say war, what is that exactly? No.
When they.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was like, remember, I didn't actually go to war. I was actually in one of the healing hospitals throughout the entire war.
Right.
I mean, given the fact that they mentioned the dragon-marked houses don't mess around, and then this name immediately follows in the second half of that sentence, it feels like since Niciana and Tantan are both, members of dragon-marked houses, that we would have a better chance of knowing them. Anyway.
Define enemy forces.
So I now look at Tantan again, like.
So now, I was gonna say you gave Tantan a fair bit. Like, what items are we talking to Tantan about?
He has that weird device, thing.
The optical thing.
Oh yes. Okay.
That thing that was a clasp or something, or some container or whatever. Like in the fifth drawer, I think it was?
Yes, there was. You talk about the thing that had a little metal lip on it that you could.
Too.
So, which of the things do you want to look at, Tantan? You've got that. You've got the spool thing. You've got the card with symbols on it.
We'll look at the card with symbols first.
I would say. I'm trying to think about what check to do for this. I'm going to ask you to make. I'm going to ask you to make on this one an intelligence check, not a lore or history or anything like that. Just straight intelligence.
Yours is like 25, right?
High light and passion.
But I'm still going to roll a 1.
We'll find out.
I think I clicked it.
Leg.
14.
You don't know what these symbols are, Tantan, but you think you might have seen them before in some kind of military context. And your guess is that the only one who's likely to know about that here is going to be either Hilar or Merime, who both have a little bit of set experience.
I mean, Tantan was in the war, but he was kind of what we used to in the army refer to as a REMF, a rear echelon motherfucker.
Right.
And
which is why I think you know it to be military, but not what the heck it is. Like,
he was repairing stuff that was being brought back to the thing and then sending it back out.
Yep.
Okay. So he will be like, "Hello, you might want to take a look at this," and he'll just almost drop it, but then like, oh.
So Alar kind of picks it up and looks at it for a minute, and he says, "Oh, it's a set of symbols for military cartography. See, this over here is designed to be able to show you when you've got forces coming over here and where you've got likely weak points." And then he kind of points some things out about what the symbols actually mean.
Is it just a list of code, basically?
Yeah. It's sort of a series of common symbols, sort of like a cheat sheet almost.
So Arv, if I were to use that with Halar assisting, could I sketch out a series of commands to tell this thing to go and define the enemy forces as everything in the plaza?
What are you going to do it on, and where are you going to access
Well, take out
machine?
the parchment. Take out the parchment from the drawer that has parchment in it.
Okay.
Now the only question is where the hell to feed this in, but I think.
And we don't want to say everything in the plaza because we do think we have one ally still in.
They're
I guess
not in the
he's
plaza.
not.
They're
That's
in
true.
bolts and tumblers, so that shouldn't be a
That's
problem.
true.
That's
They should
why I
be
didn't
safe.
say. That's why I couldn't say everything on the floor above us. That would be bad. Yeah.
Yes, we don't want to lose them. That's true. That's a good point.
Define
So-
enemy forces.
So looking at the thing, can you bring up the? Oh wait, it's over here. Various holes, drawers, parchment spool. So the parchment comes out but doesn't go in.
It seems to be, for want of a better term, printing out from there.
Standing over it, I look at that hatch at the top.
Okay.
It says no handles. At least the label here says it has no handles. There's
Correct.
no seeming way to get it open or anything.
Not that you can see.
But it is a hatch that appears like with hinges and everything, like it
Correct.
should open it.
What about? Did we look at the mysterious holes or
You haven't yet? Could.
mysterious holes? What's not to like about that label?
So these mysterious holes have a little bit of, they have a little bit of what look like sort of smoke or something emanating from them. Just sort of slightly, almost as if they're like steam or smoke coming out from it.
And are they all the same? Or?
Yeah, strange multicolored vapors. And yes, they all look to be the same, although very clearly they're labeled. Like you can see there's an A, a B, and a C, and a D next to them. Not looking exactly like on that map, but like, as part of the inscription, you can see there's an A, a B, a C, and the D where you see there.
Alternatively, since we are not in combat now, giving the device oral commands could be just as effective as long as we figure out what those are.
Define enemy forces.
I don't know much about any of this, but it is asking us for an enemy. And upstairs, there's a very good chance we have one.
I look at the rest of the party, actually, including Halar on this.
And
and actually, hold on. That's
sure.
Yana makes a good point.
And Hilar says,
Technically, I've made it twice.
and Hilar sort of looks at Yana and nods and says, I think she's probably right. The question is how to tell this gadget what exactly is the enemy that we wanted to fight. I imagine that a machine has got to be very specific in how information is given to it, probably.
And Tantan is just nodding.
Define enemy forces.
Because if, for example, you tell it that, the things that are up there in the plaza are the enemy, what happens when we try to leave?
Right. Or what happens if, let's say, someone else comes in, reinforcements, say, from Brayland, not that that's likely to happen, but all of a sudden they enter, is it going to know the difference? I don't know. On the other hand, this thing looks old. In good shape, but old. There's got to be some magic about this thing, too.
Can we make it less loud?
Just a moment. And he breaks out his tinkering tools and starts
Define
really digging
enemy
into examining.
forces.
What was the big thing that showed up? I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, I've heard tell of them before. They call that thing a juggernaut. They used it in the last war. It's a thing that can devastate sets of forces if it runs into you. I didn't think any of them were still functional, at least none of them this side of the Mournland. But the reality is that if they've got something like that, Who knows what other weapons they've got up there? And those were all Warforged that were operating it too.
Then tell it to attack the Juggernaut and anything that came with it.
That makes sense to me, but how?
Doesn't that thing work somehow?
Define
that
enemy
box?
forces. And he kind of nods. He looks at all of you. Well, maybe. The question is what spot we give it and where. I think that parchment's a pretty good job, right? Obviously, it came with a drawer. But where do you put it?
And how do you communicate that it first of all needs to climb up 10 or 15 feet to even reach the enemy forces? I think this was mostly used on a flat battlefield.
How do all of you smart people know so little about this box?
How much do you know about it?
I never said I knew anything about it.
That is becoming brutally evident.
I don't think any of us know anything about it, so let's just all try to figure it out together. I mean, we better do it quick or find another way out of here, because otherwise they're going to be coming after us.
Define enemy forces.
Well, the reason I asked for it to be quiet is because I don't want our position to be given away. And if they figure out how to use this thing, we could be in trouble too. So.
Also, one point, it's not super loud, just so you know, Niciana. It's loud enough that you can hear it, but it's not like, define, like it's not that loud.
Did not have context.
Yeah,
Figured it was loud enough that it would get somebody's attention.
No, I don't think
Nimble is back in the other thing going, what forces?
I know exactly. Well, because part of the reason, too, is that the rumbling and the sort of sound of shouting upstairs is way louder than anything going on down here at the moment anyway, Niciana. So.
Okay. Well, then what are they shouting up there?
A lot of orders back and forth about it. It's all kind of confused, but you hear stuff about check, guard, through there, first house,
dead bodies, things like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like there's stuff about looking and searching though at some point. I mean,
this is a basement. Is there a door out of here?
There does look to be possibly a set of stairs that are on one side of the basement, not the hole that you fell through. Unclear though, because there's a lot of rubble on it, how much you can clear it or not. You might be able to. There's also, of course, the hole that you fell down, which is probably a good, 12 to 15 feet up that you need to go up there, but that's possible as well.
Give this
also,
thing
define enemy forces.
I hate this thing. I hate this thing talking.
And
Somebody,
go to the other
please
side
do
of the
something.
room.
Delirium steps to the corner and gives an experimental lift. How heavy does it seem to be?
Extremely heavy. Probably 200 pounds at least.
Oh, once again, you're talking to someone who's
I beg your pardon,
17,
yes. A mere
again,
200 pounds.
Yeah.
Yes.
So not immovable. Alarian goes to the stairs and starts seeing if they can clear it.
Okay. The answer is maybe, but it would take quite some time, Alarian.
Well, right now we have nothing but time, so there's no reason not to.
Can I try with, it obviously speaks common.
Mm-hmm.
If we can figure out where to feed the parchment into it, what if I try to just explain to it the battlefield ahead? Because it says that it understood the battlefield in the letter. And it observed enemy movements. So I'm wondering if we just describe to it.
Okay. What do you want to describe specifically? So, like, what would you want to say on the parchment if that's what you're doing?
Well, it would be like, okay, assuming that it's got spatial awareness, it would be then, height to kind of give it an idea of where the battlefield is located.
Right, but are you telling about the battlefield or about the forces?
It would be the forces. It would have to be, the forces, but also where they're located. Could I not do both and just feed it a bunch of information and see what comes out?
You could. I just didn't know if you want to do all of that at once or separately or how you want to manage it. But sure, you could.
I mean, a little bit at a time, I suppose. I could start with the forces and then point out where they are, and just kind of like the way Mérimée is interpreting it is like, why don't we tell it the story of what we're facing in a way that it can understand? So condense the information out like you would tell a soldier on a battlefield.
Okay.
And then see what it interprets. And worst comes to worst, it cannot interpret it. Worst comes to worst, we get all killed. But I mean, we're not in a great position anyways.
So tell me specifically then what you're going to write on the parchment about the enemy forces.
Okay, I'm going to write, and I'm going to kind of get information from my friends as I.
Yep.
So, 1 Juggernaut.
Okay. And then do you want to, what else? You have room to put more if you want. So.
Yeah, 1 Juggernaut, 15 Warforged.
Okay.
Thereabouts, right? That's what you
thought you saw,
mentioned. Yes. And then I will describe like distance weapons.
Like that they have crossbows, you mean, or whatever?
Crossbows, yeah. What the weapons I saw.
Okay, and that's probably all you have room for in this one sheet.
Perfect. I will. We didn't figure out where to feed it in. No, at the top, right?
And you still don't know. The hatch is closed, and we don't have a lookout. You don't know where the forces are. You're giving them forces and no location. How is it going to know where to go?
Define enemy forces.
Well, define enemy forces. I mean, that's what it's asking for. Maybe I'll ask for location after.
And Valerian's about to speak like.
Wait.
Maybe now we need to find out where to put the paper.
Wait, don't. Didn't you find little flares?
Yeah.
Set everything on fire. But didn't you say, Greg, that the smoke coming out was colorful?
Yes, but it does not correspond with that. The sort of like off like color. Yeah, no, it's a good idea, but no, the colors seem to be kind of shifting actually, and not. It's not specific. It's not like one hole is all red, or like they're all kind of like red to green to blue to purple to black to and it's faint.
That drawer with the telescope looking thing in it. I'm going to open that up again. Is that actually a telescope?
It is a telescope. Yes, looks like it.
All right, I'll hand that to Mérimée.
Okay.
Didn't you give it to Tantan before?
No, that's the one thing I didn't take out of the drawers. Tantan has just about everything else. I left that alone because I was like, telescope. Okay, great. We'll get it later. I was hoping it had actually another device, like you could beam the frickin' commands in there somehow through the lens, but that wasn't what it was, obviously.
Go ahead, Mérimée.
Can I have a look, just kind of like, having seen all of the smart people look at it and just having all of the pieces, can I have just a closer look at it anywhere where I can see where the parchment might be able to go?
Are you looking on the stream? Because I have, on stream, I have the, I have it on up there.
Right, the parchment spool, the drawers.
That's the best picture that I have of it.
Okay, I'm going to put it in the A port.
Okay.
I'm going to roll it up and put it in that.
Okay, so you put it in there, and when you put it in there, so you insert it into the hole, and there's a sound of, and it looks like the parchment is disintegrated.
Oops.
And then you hear insufficient detail, incompatible scale, unrecognizable battlefield terrain.
Oh.
And then there's a pause, and then it says, define enemy forces.
So good idea, wrong hole.
No. Right hole, wrong information. Sorry.
Right.
No.
Yeah. Same
right
thing.
Hole, wrong information.
Yeah, same
information.
Oh no, this thing is built on the Frostbite engine. No.
Okay. So I'm gonna
and right smaller.
Okay. So I'm gonna try. I guess there's no way for us to know ABC, like define enemy forces. We can just try the B hole next.
You could.
Oh, wait. There was a card that had specific symbology on it.
For maps and stuff.
Yes, but maps are terrain.
True. Yeah. For battlefield terrain, this is the kind of thing that would fit on the kind of symbols you could use on battlefield terrain, but it doesn't speak about forces per se. But yes, certainly for battlefield terrain, that's true.
Yana, having seen them open the drawers and trying to not to sound completely idiotic about this thing. Well, actually, she doesn't really care. She just says, "Was there anything in the box that explained how to use it?"
That's a good question. Only men have looked at it so far. They might not have looked for directions.
And when you say, no. Wait a minute. When you say
Truth
only men
spoken,
have
no.
looked at it, she gives you the biggest eye roll of understanding in the world times 12, especially after Tantan's comment where she basically was like, afterward.
Yes, that is why I looked in the drawers. Because that is where the instructions, if they existed, would be.
No lies detected.
Wait, did that come from the box? Is it listening to us?
Sure, of course it did. No, came from me. Okay, so.
I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that code, the list of code.
Okay.
Is there things for like elevation? Is there things for like direction?
Yes.
Things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Sit down and wave what the Mary May. Come here.
Hey.
With her assisting me, I think we can actually puzzle out the code because we have to just make it go up 15 feet and then pretty much out the door like 20 feet, and it's right where the forces are going to be, and then the forces are there. So I explained this to Mary May. Let's figure out these symbols, see if this will work. Put it in a code, like line, and then see if it'll work that way.
Is there anything for defining the enemy forces too, or those that we just find the
nothing
terrain
on that,
map,
not on that terrain thing, no.
But if we can get it there, hopefully the Juggernaut and the Warforged will be enough for it to take them out. That's Valerian's thought. Just need to get it to the location. Hopefully, because it didn't say the forces were a problem. It said the location was a problem. We just need to get it there, and then hey, destroy everything here.
And
so, yeah.
No, that's fair. And there's no just before we do that, like there was nothing that indicated what any of the A, B, C, and D might. I'm guessing it might want other information. We have location. We have.
Okay.
We have enemy forces. We know it wants those two things. There's two other holes, so it might want other things.
I was just, we don't overthink it. If we can get everything onto the one parchment, let's put it in the A slot and see what happens.
Okay, perfect. So,
all right. So, can we do that using the code?
But just before you do that, Tantan, just to double check quickly, you obviously, which of the things that you've got are you looking at now? Because you've got the thing with the lip that you could pull on, and then you've got the weird thing with the tripod that you were given and so on. Like, is there one thing you're focusing on?
A lot of the descriptions were completely unhelpful, so it's difficult to know what I want to focus on. The thing with the lip keeps coming back to mind because I have no idea what you were describing.
Okay, so so the question is, what you see is there's a what looks like basically sort of a cylindrical, a piece of a metal cylinder basically, and on one edge of it, or one end of it, is this metal lip that looks like it could be pulled out, like it's attached to something that goes into the metal cylinder.
Okay, and the tripod-y thing?
That looks like an instrument that has basically, it almost looks a little bit like a mini telescope, but on the top of it, there is also what looks like a sight, like a thing you would sight, and then something, once you have it sighted, you would then look through the tube to do something else. And actually, I think for you, Tantan, based on your own mechanical knowledge, I think you would actually know probably what this is. This thing is what's called a theodolite, which is an instrument that measures angles between points. So kind of used to determine, like, you know, this goes to this point and then goes to that point. So this is what we need to, this is where we build our wall to, like, construct a defense, you know, against blah, blah, blah attack or whatever.
And then triangulation on the opposite
side.
That's
it, yeah.
Okay.
So used for surveying, really.
Right. And then pulling on the lip of the cylinder.
As you pull it out, a metal strip emerges. The lip is attached to it. And as you pull it out, you can see that there are black markings and numbers on the metal strip extending into the cylinder. And they're numbered like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc.
As a lot of numbers are, right?
Yes, in regular intervals. And if you were to let it go, it would go all the way back into the cylinder and then get caught by the metal lip.
All right.
So now that you've looked at that, I know you still got the flare, the 2 green, 2 red, 2 yellow things to look at, but I want to jump back over to Marimay and Ilarion. So now who's putting what in, what parchment is going where.
How are we able to create the message that we think we're telling it, which is the location of the forces, then the forces themselves?
That's
using
sure,
the
if you want to do
code
two
from the
separate
map.
messages. Well, so
no, I actually want to do it together if I can get it on one page.
There is nothing in the enemy forces using the symbols would work to do that.
That's
like,
fine.
There's nothing.
I just need to get it to the location, and then I'll give it the forces in plain English.
Also, we've just gotten a $5 Patreon supporter jumping on board. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm sorry. Repeat that last part, John.
So I just want to use the symbols to get it to the location of the enemy. I'll give it the enemy in plain English.
Okay. So
that make sense?
Yes, it does. Okay, so you do that. You can do most of that, although you're not going to be able to fit that on the parchment the same, like including Marame's detail that Marame put on that note. You can't do that and then also add a bunch of these like symbols and stuff like that to like for battlefield stuff. So you'd have to either do a little bit of one and a little bit of the other.
Let's try two then. Yeah, let's try two. Location first, then forces second.
Okay.
Let's give that a shot.
Where are you putting location?
In A.
Okay. So when you put the location into A, there's a pause, and then you hear battlefield terrain incorporated.
Oh, nice.
Okay, forces in
B? It's the next one. Why not? Let's B.
Okay.
B for Borses, yes.
There's a pause, and then it says enemy forces incorporated.
Ooh.
And then there's a pause, and it says define allied forces.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh, thank God.
And so Yana just kind of, how do we define ourselves?
Minimal.
That doesn't work for Alarian, though. That's like we weren't even sure if he's going to get tagged as a warlord, tagged as a warlord, a warforged.
We can say all warforges except for
Alarian, yes.
Alarian and Sprocket.
That's just making remember, it's asking for allies. You're not trying to make all the allies.
Can we roll our character sheets and put it in there?
No. Do we have a symbol or an icon or something that like we're part of this group or whatever? Do we have something that
you do have a King
that we
Citadel
can all
logo or slogan or logo, whatever that you could
We
use?
could do the two. The Grey Dogs have a symbol.
Everyone currently within 10 feet of the machine would work.
What about the allies, the two allies that are missing?
One is already dead. No offense. The other one is not in the puzzle, so they should be safe.
Does
I have a feeling that once this thing executes this mission, it will then stop. That is only a guess, however. But I feel once it completes the parameters of what we have told it, it will then cease operation, having no more targets to destroy.
And Yana just kind of looks at do we have the symbol on us that I was mentioning before?
You do have you would have like the equivalent of like a brooch. That would, but it would only represent like not you specifically, Yana, but just like the group, like the King Citadel group is all.
But what I'm so she takes the brooch. She just takes the brooch and kind of walks up to Alarian and holds it out at him.
Because I think, and I agree with what Yana is saying here and suggesting. Thank you, Yana, because in the letter it says, and I'm just looking at it right now. It says the machine basically told the allies, it gives a battle plan, right? I believe. Like, I don't think it's actually going to summon an army, because it says our allies who utilize the device to learn their enemy's weaknesses and drive them into the mud. So it wants to know what it has to work with to defeat these monsters.
So Yana turns to Marame and kind of says, "Can you draw this?"
I believe I can, yeah. If you can.
There's ink in one of those drawers. You could just.
Oh, but I don't want to get it dirty though.
There's ink and quill. Like a sketch should be enough to cover it.
Define
My only question is
allied forces.
and Alarian looks at the two who aren't members of the King's Citadel and says, "What about the others who are not?"
You're hired.
Niciana suggested drawing the
gray dogs.
The gray dogs, and I think that's surely you have a symbol. Is it a puppy?
That's us, Sprocket says.
Yeah,
we're the gray dogs. And
do you have a symbol?
No, we're not military. We just search for things. But we're a group though, for sure.
Nice.
Make one.
Yeah.
Make one.
And so Sprocket kind of looks sort of confused. Its right arm kind of vibrates again, and then
make one of these, and she holds the brooch up and points to it. But for you.
Well, I don't want to.
We need to put it on the piece of paper. Make a symbol for you.
So she kind of Sprocket kind of sputters, and then sort of holds out a trembling hand for the quill, and parchment with the other hand. Okay, and sort of sits down, and then like does one
it has to be something that is like on you.
He draws and sort of nods, and then sort of
and your companions
shyly kind of sort of brings it up, and basically what you hold it up to you, and what you're looking at basically is there is a picture of what looks like 4 figures, and there's one that looks like a small kind of figure. It's a little better than a stick figure, but not a whole lot. And then there's a slightly bigger mechanical-ish figure, which is presumably Sprocket themselves. And then there is a figure of what looks like a human of some kind with a X that's been drawn through the human. And the last is a dwarf, and there's a big question mark next to the dwarf.
And Yana loses it. She's just like, and she has tattoos on her. And she just points to one of them and goes, do you know what this is?
It's a tattoo?
What can a tattoo represent? Anything you want. Make a tattoo for you and your party.
Yana, shouting at Sprocket's not going to help.
We don't have time.
You hear, define allied forces. And then
it needs to be something simple, something that someone will see and go, I know who you are, like this badge.
Yes.
Alarian takes parchment and starts drawing on it.
Okay.
And what they've drawn is, what is it? There's 3 members of the party here? 2? 3? 2. One's dead.
2. One's unconscious in Sprocket, and then 2 of them are one's missing and one's dead.
And what they've drawn basically is just a spiral. Done. And twice, tears it in half, hands it to Sprocket, take that, puts it on Nisa. Bam. Writes another one. Anyone wearing these symbols sketches out the King's Citadel, and then he actually, because they don't wear theirs outside ever until now.
No, right,
he takes
exactly.
the brooch and puts it on, and then spiral. Bam. Anyone wearing these symbols, and then feeds it into.
Wait.
What?
Let's write. I think again you're interpreting that it's going to send an attack army, but I'm not clear if it's going to do that. So give us a battle plan. So I think we should let it know what the ally forces are in case it's going to use that data. Like, I think
that's what the simplest way of anyone wearing these symbols are allies. We're done.
But can it see? Like, let's make it like at least mark how many people are wearing those symbols. Like 6 people are wearing that, and then just at least give it the data it might need.
That's a good idea.
While Marame says that, Yana turns to Alarian and kind of puts a hand on him and says, thank you. Sorry. And sort of backs off.
They nod deeply, as if in understanding. And puts a hand on your shoulder and says, it's okay.
Quick note to Niciana, since you've been looking around at everybody, you're looking at everyone's broken bones and everything. Everyone seems to be mostly okay. You do notice that Hilar, who is spending most of his time, he doesn't wave you off exactly, but he's definitely not, he's kind of like, he's trying to help, right? So he's focusing his attention on it, and you notice that like the gash down his side, although you have healed a lot of it through your healing, that it's been a little. He might have been a little more hurt than he was, letting on at any point.
Okay. Well, when nobody else, when it's just me and him, I'm going to take one of the extra healing vials I have.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to hand it up to him, and I say, "Take this. Do it now. Don't argue with me." And I will hand it to him, and then I will turn away.
And he kind of looks down. He's like,
do it now.
So he kind of shakes his head, frustrated, and then drinks it.
Thank you.
And then
it's a 2d4 plus 2.
Okay. So can you go ahead and roll that?
Okay.
Oh no, actually, I'm sorry. He would roll that. No, let me. I take that back. Okay. So he says, I am technically a superior officer, but
only when we're on the battlefield, not when it comes to healing.
And he kind of.
I love this conversation. Having been a medic in the army, I love this conversation.
And he says, so he says, thank you. And,
you falling over isn't going to do us any good. And then.
All right. And, he's like, okay. So now, I'm sorry, Mermaid and Larian. So now you were.
So we have the listing of the number of people, which is a good idea. Okay. Number of people, each wearing the particular symbols that are the allied group.
What hole are you putting it into?
I'm assuming C. Kind of looks like Mermaid.
Yeah, let's go C.
Flat
okay.
C.
So you put it in. Again, it is disintegrated, and then you hear Allied Forces Incorporated.
Yes.
And then there's a pause, and then it says, define miscellaneous battlefield data.
Miscellaneous. So I guess anything
The
else?
fuck? No, she doesn't say that.
Missing ally. There's a missing ally, maybe?
Improper input. No, just kidding.
Missing ally.
I'll improper input you, you're robotic.
The ally's not wearing the symbol. It's not going to help.
Oh.
Right now, I just say we put none and send it on its way. We're ready to go. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be done here. So let's do it.
Maybe the one thing we should let it know, just in case, is mark down allies have few spells and healing left.
That's
just in case it comes, because we don't know how it's going to interpret the data, right?
No, I think we're fine. Don't confuse the thing.
If you insist, I don't see how that would matter.
I don't know.
Don't confuse it.
I think we should go with no.
Define miscellaneous information.
Okay, let's mark non-applicable. And
NA.
No.
NA.
Yeah.
No, but
And
for the sake of understanding, what does miscellaneous mean?
I think anything not included in what we've mentioned that we think it needs to know, but we're not sure how it's going to use the data, which is the problem that we have right now.
Right.
And she's aware that you know that's a distinct answer for everybody else, but she honestly lost you in the middle of that sentence because she doesn't actually know what the word miscellaneous means. So she just looks at you very confused.
It means other stuff it needs to know.
Define miscellaneous battlefield information.
Alarian, do we have other stuff?
There's nothing I can think of that is germane to this scenario.
And so
we have given it the location, we have given it the allies. If there was fog on the battlefield, perhaps that might be a thing. There is not. I see nothing else that needs to be done here than defeated that and send it on its way.
And so in the most positive outlook that she's had so far about all of this, she kind of goes, do it.
All right.
And on that, Larian will feed in the final slip to slot D.
So there's a, and then you get Miscellanea Incorporated. And at this, the box begins to rumble. The device begins to rumble.
Step away from it a couple steps.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
hatches on its side suddenly retract, and a trio of what look like mechanical pigeons come flying out of the top of the device, almost hitting like Ilarion, like as you step back, and like Merame, right? And they swoop up through the hole in the basement and fly off. And a few moments, and I mean, they go at like super fast. Within maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds, maybe a minute at most, they return and all fly back into the compartments, and the hatches slide shut. And the device then says, "Preparing tactical advice." And suddenly you hear, and coming out of the parchment spool, you see the parchment is beginning to print something.
That's exciting. We're going to get hopefully a workable plan.
So a strip comes out.
Yana is still processing the mechanical birds. And she's looking up through the hole, back at the box, up through the hole. And the only thing she can think, was that good?
We'll find out.
So the first strip stops printing.
Tear it off and take a look at it.
Okay, what you see, I'm going to put on the stream.
Also, Yana's put the brooch back in a visible place on her.
Okay.
Or whatever it is, the
you
patch.
said a visible place, Yana, or invisible?
Yeah, like,
okay.
Where you would put any...
Visible to others.
Okay. Yes, visible to other people, like you can see it.
Gotcha. Okay. The first strip that prints out says this: "Lure iron juggernaut onto weak floor inside Hounds of Baracus." And no sooner are you reading that than it starts to... and a second thing starts to print out.
Okay, what is it?
When it's done.
When it's done, the second item strip you pull out, and it says... actually, wait a second. Let me confirm. I want to make sure I'm not giving you information that you shouldn't have.
No, go ahead. It's fine.
Okay. I'm glad I did that. That is what I was about to do is not...
Never surrender. We will never surrender, Triffin.
Never!
Don't ever give up. No, it doesn't say that.
You can do it.
The second thing that it prints out says, again, coming on screen.
Let Juggernaut kill all allies.
It says, "Befriend Pseudo-Dragon inside Dragon's Horde to spy on enemies."
Oh, well,
interesting.
And then again, as it starts printing again. Am I assuming you're going to wait for that and see what that says?
Yeah.
Under no circumstances, coax the suit of armor out of the...
yeah. Critical to survival is the...
shoot.
Activate iron defenders inside Hounds of Baracus.
Yeah, that's the question. How do we do that?
And then it says, then again... and the next thing you get is print out
trying
surrender.
to reach you about your extended car warranty.
Oh man. Okay, here we go. Create spillage in thoroughfare to attract malfunctioning cleanup crew.
Oh.
Interesting. Okay.
And then again. And it prints out ignite flammable samples inside that should not say, oh yes, musk. There we go. I thought it said cusk. Like what? No. Musk to create explosions. And then again again. And it says, and it prints out, and when you click it off, it says, use Hall of Illusions to trick and outmaneuver enemies. And after it says this last thing, it says, recharging systems. and the vapors stop coming out of the holes, and the machine falls silent. And
good. It's a Warcraft 3 quest system.
And there's a moment's pause, and then Hilar says, "I'll be damned. How did it know all of that? How could it possibly know all of that?"
Magic.
The pigeons were scout devices for it. They flew all through the area, and then it ascertained how to make the plan. However, and their eyes kind of flash a little blue-white like anger. It has failed to mention that we are still trapped in here with the force right outside our door. So I'm a little at a loss to see how we're expected to accomplish all this with the enemy literally right outside our door.
And there's sort of a pause, and Sprocket says, "Wow, that was a lot. That was a lot of stuff for it to say." And Hilar says, "You got that right. And that means we got two problems. One, we got to get out of this market. And two, we can't leave this here. If any of those up there working for the Lord of Blades, or anyone working for someone other than Braylon finds this, we're all done. This thing," and he kind of jerks his head towards it, "this had to have been from the last war. And there ain't a nation in Corvair that won't kill every one of us to get it." And that, I think, is where we're going to end our session for today. Define awesome device. No, sorry.
But what's its malfunction? I want to know.
Yeah, that's very curious about that myself, to be quite honest. Yeah.
No, I'm already depressed enough about where this is going. I don't need to hear more problems.
So this thing it must be cursed. Yeah, but this is the Oracle of War, the titular item. I mean, which we got from the note inside there. So in case you're wondering what the Oracle of War title of campaign was about, now you know.
We found it.
If it's like any other Oracle, doing what it says is always the best decision.
It's the best possible thing you can do.
I wonder what the flares are for. Let's put that aside and think
I'm
about
kind
that
of
next
interested
time.
in what order are we supposed to do these things in? Because luring something in before we activate the hounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot to think about. Also, I should have mentioned Tantan. That is one thing I wanted to say, which was just that it's very clear that these are indeed, as you might have expected, flares, but they do look to be, from the powder and the material that you can see, probably extremely bright burning and also long burning. Like, if you had to guess, this is the kind of thing which would go for a very long time. It doesn't seem to be connected directly to the Oracle, but obviously all of this stuff, from the military symbols to the quills and the ink to the, all of this stuff is either survey equipment, military survey equipment, even the telescope, or a flare to sort of, indicate position. That's what this seems to be. And so, yeah, I did want to mention that you had looked at the flares. I love that chat's all like, this is great, but then Shadow's like a lot of Triff is like, it's cursed, and so this was good stuff. I really enjoyed. I was a little bit slightly perturbed that the Warforged were just so much wheat before the scythe. I mean, like, that was really like, and it would have helped if they actually could have hit the broadside of a barn, which they could not.
That would not have helped. That would not have helped.
Whenever they hit, they did hit a lot. They just didn't hit much.
Yes.
The help was them missing.
But also, you did very well. Hitting. That heroism was quite effective for making Alarian into a shield. So good work by Niciana there. And then when you got to the other side, you obviously found these people that you were looking for. And then the reinforcements, and then of course this Oracle, which is I find super cool, this item, and I'm going to be really interested to see how the party deals with it going forward, because it's like stumbling onto a balance shifter, and that's You are all in an interesting war situation as we speak.
I'm just kind of curious as how did something that big got moved around.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true.
I will tell you, I'm very disappointed because I expected it to go out and smite our enemy.
I know. You wanted it to be like a Terry Pratchett, like treasure chest.
A killing machine, yes, a murder machine, yeah.
Nope.
But in the letter though, it made it pretty clear that it just gave directions.
Said the 19th that were wiped out to a man by our allies, I suppose. Yeah. Damn it. That was what was on the front line.
Yeah, you were right on that, Marie. I was like,
I guess miscellaneous would have been locked in a storeroom underground.
Oh yes. Perfect. Then it would have been like, perform the following 6 steps in order for perfect, like damn it.
I mean, the thing that really sucks about that is that the birds had to fly out of here to were they like not looking when they flew out of the floor into the plaza? It's like, oh, well, just forget that part,
You know the drill, though.
They assume we're good enough to get out of here. And we are, we haven't actually spent the time looking.
That could have been the miscellaneous thing, but again, I literally, Valerian thought this was going to be an actual battle machine that would go out and
If only he'd have listened to Minnie
Yana thought the same thing. Yana thought the same thing.
If only you'd have listened. Next time, listen to the Bard. She'll sing next time.
But you said putting low on spells and healing. It's not like it's not going to care. Trapped in the basement might have been you. We might have actually gotten actual information out of that one. That's true. I should have thought about that.
Actually, considering I'm going to disagree with you there. Considering that it gives us a battle plan, not actually activates other forces, telling it what we have left to work with is exactly what we should have told it. I think. Because it would have given us options of when to use them and how.
It was all a guess, right? Hindsight 2020.
And it goes without saying.
I'm actually I'm impressed we accomplished as much as we did with this.
I agree.
That's true.
It goes without saying that none of you have ever seen anything like this kind of thing before.
Randomly just like stories. That's all. Gotta give the right components.
This is the best possible.
I was just worried you were going to start telling it a story. I would have been like, okay, this is not.
Just talking over it is just like define enemy, and then this
define
happens,
enemy forces, and she breaks into a song.
You listen. You listen to me.
But good stuff today from everybody. I will start with the gentleman bottom right of the ziggurat, and that was Rob. Rob, it was interesting to see Yana sort of. I thought it was an interesting actually interaction with Yana reacting to Sprocket, and then some of the party, I believe Niciana, sort of being like, hey, don't yell at Sprocket to gather information, and then Alarian being like, here's what you should do. Yana actually being like, thank you, Alarian, for saying what I wanted you to say. So it's interesting. People that were sort of like cutting through some of the other extraneous stuff that as they saw it, and being able to kind of break down some of the overall complicated situation that they've been through, since all of you have been through a lot. It was interesting to see that whole interaction kind of taking place. And the ice knives, combat-wise, was enormous. Obviously,
that was fun. Yeah. I can't believe with a 19, I still went after them. That is just so 21. Infuriating, though. I know. So there aren't that many numbers left.
Listen, maybe they rolled a 21 so that all of the damage would be nothing. Basically, that's how the D&D universe works. That's how it all balances out, right?
How'd you feel about today, Rob? Where will the fine folks find you?
So it's funny. I feel like you'll have to forgive me. I have just a pounding headache right now. So if it's my mood or my RP choices have been a little off tonight, it's because I'm looking at the screen and there's just the rest of me actually surprisingly feels perfectly fine now, but my head just won't stop pounding for some damn reason. As far as the Yana play, Yana's just like, you have to understand, in the world that she comes from, talking things out results in people dying. Like the amount of you need to assess what's going on, figure out a decision, and then go with it. Because people, the longer you wait, the greater the chance is that friends, family, people you're working to, you're fighting to defend and fight alongside are gonna die, because that's where she's from. She's from and to be fair, she's not going to make decisions about stuff she doesn't understand, and this is clearly a thing she doesn't understand. But once she gets a good grasp of it, she wants to move. She wants to put things into action because that's how she thinks. She doesn't do talking. She does. Okay, this is what it wants. The minute it said define enemy forces, it's like, tell it the enemy force. It's telling you what it wants. Again, she doesn't know what the box does, but she's not stupid. She can understand English or common, you know, and it's just like when, is it Sprocket?
Yeah.
Sprocket. When Sprocket started drawing something like, you know, like a cell from a movie of the three of them standing in, you know, in a line, I'm like, what, like, even she's like, what did I say? A symbol. What does the word symbol mean? Not a picture of the four of you. It's just, you know,
got a Christmas
like,
card.
Like, Yana understands when she's not the one to speak, but when she's gonna say something, she's gonna make her point heard, because at that point, she's got a good enough grasp of what the hell is going on to at least, you know, symbol, tattoo, draw something, anything. What represents you right now? Like, it was infuriating. So that's why she also knows that, like, that reaction, you know, Alarian got it, Alarian helped, and that's why she said thank you. And that's, you know, she's frustrated because the communication doesn't always work. But again, she's naive, not stupid. You know, and that's the thing that I always think people misunderstand about, especially about young people, is that they may not know things, but that doesn't mean they're stupid. You know, they may be naive, they may not understand something, they may not, you know, recognize a thing, but that doesn't mean they're stupid. So that was what I was trying to go for with it tonight, on top of the fact that my head is just killing me, and I'm also kind of impatient tonight, so apologies for that. But hopefully people enjoyed it, and hopefully it was, I mean, it felt like a fun session. I mean, you know, it's the battle was fun, although not the part where everybody was either missing or hitting for 1 damage on, you know, a guy with 11 HP.
Doink, dink, doink. Yeah, the little piece.
I mean, the fact that I basically annihilated 3 of them, and then we were like, tick, 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 was as hilarious to watch as I'm sure it was frustrating for us to, yeah, exactly. It was a good one. I did love Tantan constantly saying, it's Alarian's legs that's the problem. I don't know what he's doing. There must be something wrong with him. That was
while Alarian was moving. That was
exactly. What are you doing? I'm using that.
I don't actually think you ever got to the like just be like, why don't you just stand in one place? I don't know why. Anyway,
you're not helping. And yeah, I will say, I've been really enjoying this campaign so far. I want to get the hell out of this town. So bad. So bad. I hate this town so much. It's just, want to get out of this town.
You hate the creepy deserted mall? What? Why? What's wrong with it?
No, it's just, even from Yana's perspective and from my perspective, like a trip to anywhere that's not inside the Gray would be amazing right now. Would be so nice. It would, like, even if we had to fight hordes of enemies, it would be a vacation compared to these trips right now. But yeah, I think everybody did great, and I think it's, you know, it's a great part. Like, you know, I think the thing I like about this party makeup is that, you know, we are all working together as a team, but we are also, we're very flawed. We're all very flawed individuals in our own way, which make for, you know, not always the smoothest of situations, but we get there in the end. And I like that. It's better than it all just being like, you know, everybody knows their part and knows their place. I like the party dynamic of this group.
And you have been together all that long as a group, so that's the kind of
well, that's exactly what I'm saying, is that we're figuring it all out, and it can make for very frustrating times, you know, especially like this, where we're not entirely sure what the hell we're doing.
No, I agree.
But that also allows for more interesting stuff than just if, like, you know, what we were doing in Red Pasha, where, like, you know, where it's like, what's the, you know, you're going to break us up 3 days before launch when we can read each other's voices. We could read the tone of each other's voices, you know, from Apollo 13. Yeah. It's like, oh, maybe that's a bad reference under these circumstances. But, you know, speaking of malfunctioning boxes and all that. But yeah, it's like that stuff is, you know, we all knew those characters implicitly and how they relate to one another. And in this, we don't have that framework. So, you know, arguments are going to happen. And that can make for good gameplay too, and good RP and good story elements, even if it's frustrating in the moment. So that's fun. That's fun stuff to play. I do, again, apologize for not feeling 100%. I don't know why my head hurts so much, although I think it's because I actually had to wear glasses with a headset tonight, and sometimes, not the best, not the most fun. So in terms of me, myself, and casting at my desk, not from, I won't say it, but. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so I'm still on the back third of Dark Side Over the Damn month, so we're playing horror games, i.e. games that Arv will not be playing anytime soon. So you will see them on my channel tomorrow and through the rest of the month of October, and I will be doing No Games November coming up in the month of November, where I will be doing all music or audio production of some form, just chatting streams or other kind of stuff, just trying to do something different on the Random Cast streams in the month of November. You can find that over at twitch.tv/DarksideRob, RAHB. You can also find me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, or whatever the hell they're going to be calling it when it's, not Facebook anymore. Instagram and across social media. It's in most places, it's DarksideRob, RAHB, except for Instagram, which is ROB, and Facebook, which is Original Darkside Rob. And check out my audiobooks. Not my audiobooks, but the audiobooks I audiobooked on audible.com. Neat and Shaken. There are other books coming out soon, hopefully. All in the Shadowrun universe. Very fun stuff. If you've not already checked them out, you can get them on Audible or wherever audiobooks are sold. And definitely leave reviews if you enjoy the streams. If you didn't like the books, don't do anything. It's fine. Just thank you for your money. And I'm kidding. And last but not least, this has been a blast. I love this party. I love this DM. And I love all you wonderful viewers for watching. I will see you on the next one. Be safe. Much love. Peace out.
Good stuff. Thanks, Rob. Jen, Niciana, obviously, it's a good thing you had the big time heal, even though it was 10 minutes, whatever, because obviously you were put yourself in a rough spot here where you don't have a lot of, nothing heals left over, but this is what you were there for. And it was a good thing because of, all the stuff that was to happen next. And you were part of the one hit point at a time in a dream crowd with the Sacred Flame, etc. That finally managed to whittle down the last Warforged. But the heals were clutch. You also needed to heal Merime in the middle of that. Merime had been hit pretty hard at that point, so you needed to spare the dying, which would have been difficult because Nella was in really rough shape. So there was a lot of call for Niciana to be doing the healing stuff. And there was also a nice moment there with Hilar where you were just kind of like, yo, you do what I say when it comes to the healing things. So that was fun to watch happen in that moment too. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fun folks find you next?
I had a good time, and the scene with Hilar, one of my friends from early LARP periods used to be a Marine medic.
Okay.
He's now in charge of like 4 or 5 hospitals in California now, resources. I basically just channeled him because he used to tell stories about him getting other military people to shut up and take their medicine, basically.
Which is what happened to Tren, from what it sounded like, in sort of similar situations, yeah.
No, well, I also, at one point, literally volunteered in a hospital, and sometimes that's just what you had to do.
Yeah.
So, part of me is very interested in this oracle, and part of me is like, why are we bothering with this giant thing? Can we just run away and leave it alone? No, clearly we cannot. We have now proven that this thing is valuable. We have to take it with us. How the hell are we going to do that? But that's a problem for someone else in the party, unless I figure out something very commonsensical, which is, I think, my job at this point, most of the time.
My first suggestion on the next cast is we just knock it over and destroy it. Are you kidding? Like 100%.
Cast it into the fire.
That is not actually a really bad idea. If we can't take it, destroy it. Don't leave anything behind. But I think that would hurt Tantan's heart very, very badly.
Also, I imagine Hilliard would probably have something to say about that too.
He's welcome to try to fix it later. All right.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Indeed.
I enjoyed it. I did do some damage, and then I did the plink, 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 plink damage.
Yep.
It's like, all right, fine, I'll just pull out my crossbow next time. I honestly thought we were in some serious trouble, but your dice did not like you tonight.
Nope, my dice disagreed with your concern, obviously.
Yes, well, considering I have no healing left, and unless I have 8 hours, we have no healing spells except for what Tantan has. And I think I have one. He has one spell, and I have one vial. Like everybody has one vial, except for Alarian, because Alarian does not need vials of healing, though I may make him carry one anyway. Not for him to administer to someone else.
It's not a bad idea. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm very interested in seeing what happens next, because I don't know what we're gonna do. But I'm also very interested in the whole Hounds of Baracus. I want to see mechanical puppies fighting for us. I really do. Other than that, you'll find me here in a couple of weeks, or you'll find me on Twitter and Facebook. And if you want to see more of my kitty cats, Instagram, Jennifer_Brozak. And then my Kickstarter, the 99 Tiny Terrors, ends on Halloween night, and there might be a stream somewhere, somehow, somewhen, that involves an AMA. We're working on it. So that's basically it with me. Also, I'm writing my next Shadowrun, so my brain is all novel right now.
It's good stuff. And yeah, if put the link when you get a chance, Jen, back in chat, and we will Insta lurk right here.
Got it. I just haven't gotten there.
Just happens to be there. Define
and the
Kickstarter
announcer
forces,
on that Kickstarter is fabulous.
Define Kickstarter progress. Yes, I know. I listened to it. I noticed it. But thanks, Jen. Good stuff tonight. And we will see you here next month for stuff.
Yep.
As far as John is concerned, obviously, Alarian, once you got pumped up with that heroism, that really helped as far as the sort of tanking thing. That and the fact that apparently they couldn't hit a large star forged in front of them. So they're just like, let's just repeatedly miss by shooting all around them. But, no salt at all. No bitterness.
The awe and majesty of Alarian.
It's
like
exactly what it was. They
lie.
fell back before it and were distracted.
Yes, exactly.
Anyway, but it was good stuff today. And it was interesting to me at times where Alarian's kind of, sort of aloof, this is the way things work. But then, when Tantan, for example, was like, wait, don't do that, Alarian wasn't like, shut up, we'll do what I want. Alarian was like, okay, like what? And so it is very much more we'll do the thing that makes sense, and then with other input, and other information, we'll do other things which might theoretically make sense. It's interesting to me to see Alarian making those kinds of connections with occasional moments of sort of like looking down at Yana and being like, it's okay. Like when Yana had said what Yana said to Alarian, Alarian's like, it's okay. So there are these little moments of sort of non-objective, in quotes, like most of the time Alarian's like, all right, here's what we need to do, blah, blah, blah. But there are moments where that doesn't obviously play, and where there's something that's more touchy-feely, let's say, that kind of slides through in one direction or another. That I thought was interesting to watch. That, and also, and there were moments with Merime as well, a couple moments where Merime is like, no, this, and Alarian was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Not enough to want to believe that it was anything other than a tank which was going to go take everything out. When Merime was like, that's not what it is. But everything else, you're willing to listen to input from others. How'd you feel about today, John, and where will the fun folks find you next?
Once we survived the fight, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, it was a good time. It was, of course, as usual, it's a terrific time. The combat, yes, we were all very concerned, and fortunately, I think the dice actually heard Jen's plea or whatever and decided, no, we'll cut him a break. So that made things good when we were only doing 1 point of damage for like 8 or missing entirely. And actually, I will say, I'm going to toot his horn a bit, or their horn a bit. Alarian actually acquitted themselves quite well in that combat. I think there was maybe only one time they missed.
Right.
So their tankiness is becoming more tanky. But yeah, all those parts were a lot of fun. And honestly, out of game, Sprocket annoys the hell out of Alarian too already, even in the 20 minutes we've known her. So that's why he said it was more than just a pat on the shoulder. they were actually saying, I understand your frustration. I really, really do. I'm not going to say it, but yeah, because Rocket, they already find them incredibly annoying. And then with Tantan, Alarian respects Tantan's skills. So if he's that urgent about something, yeah, they're going to pay attention to it because they know of what they speak. And when he mentioned the dongle, which was hilarious, and he got to give the straight man answer, which was also good. But it's like, well, that does not enter into the factor here. But they were still willing to help search and look around, like, okay, we don't have one now. Let's go ahead. But yeah, it's the character's evolution is very interesting as they go along with this one. But it's always a joy, and playing off of the other characters, everyone included, has been fun too. So yeah, just a good time all around. And I'm very happy we all came out of it more or less in one piece.
Yeah, at the bottom of a basement with no healing, but like
and tons of big machine and outnumbered
no problem.
Now, still 2-1, maybe 3-1. Yeah, great. We got this. It's all good. So, you guys can pretty much find me here playing with the IAB crew online. Otherwise, I don't do much. I twit a little bit, but not terribly. So this is pretty much where you find me if you want to find me. So there you go.
Good stuff, John. Thanks very much. I am very excited to see how Larian manages with things, and John and I are working on other projects separately from that. So, but good stuff, John. Marie, again, Merime had a lot of good moments here too. First of all, Merime's sort of connection with Halar was helpful because Halar gave her a little bit of info that I think was necessary to kind of tell the rest of the party, especially the fact that you were dealing with fanatics that were not going to be easy to kind of negotiate with, as became, abundantly clear. Also, Merime was right, as I said, right on it when you found the Oracle, and was kind of like, read the note and was like, listen, what the note said is this, this, and this. And like, Larian's like, but maybe it'll be an awesome battle machine thing. And you're like, that's not, it said what it said. And the line about asking for directions and stuff, and that was really funny. It's all men so far, which was cracking me up a little bit. But because no lies detected. But I think that I think the thing that was really important was you were able to work to reflect some aspects of what ought to be fed into the machine at what time. And I think Alarian did have some good thoughts about it that Merime was able to work with. Mm-hmm. So both Merime and Alarian did a good job sort of tag teaming, this device to be able to give it the information that it needed at the time that it did. And that was important because obviously there's a lot that's going to be critical about this Oracle, including getting all of you alive out of this marketplace. So how'd you feel about today, Marie, and where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a lot of fun today. It was I'm glad we survived the battle. That was very lovely. I'm glad you rolled really poorly.
Yes, I'm sure you all are. It won't happen again.
Keep it up. It's
remember
great.
Remember this next time that, all of a sudden you're like, wow, your dice are ridiculous, Arv. You're just hitting all the time. I'll just be like, do you remember during the so-called rout of /6 in the plaza? That's what happens when it doesn't go my way.
10 Warforged. Yeah, right? 10 Warforged after us. I'm glad you did roll well, but it was fun. I like the mystery of the Oracle as well. I love the fact that we all missed our dexterity saving throws as well, and that Tantan and I managed to get a 1. Ow! And then natural 20 Niciana.
I'm very fast.
Perfect landing. The rest of us on our asses. I really like that. And I like the mystery of the Oracle of War. Like I like the note. I like trying to figure out how that worked too as well. And then I thought that was fun. Except your little voice that you made there, that's gonna haunt like everybody on this stream forever, and everybody's just gonna want to. Just so thank you for that. But yeah, it was good. I'm looking forward to seeing more
haunting voices.
Oh.
There's your Halloween.
Exactly.
And I am very much looking forward to seeing where it all goes next time. And if we'll live, which I'm sure we will. We're very clever.
Get out of that last thing, we can get out of anything. So I think we're all good. Yeah.
We're good. We got this.
Sure.
So thank you for a good time as always. And And I've got a few things that just came out. So I'm going to mention the Guild of Shadows is on sale right now. So I'm going to throw it into the chat if you want to pick it up. It's just for the weekend. And I also have the first book of the Heirs of a Broken Land is out, and it's so pretty in print.
It's a great cover.
And I just love it. And book 2, isn't it nice? Book 2, Warrior of Darkness, is coming out. It's already written, like the whole trilogy is written. It's a re-release, just re-edited and all that. It's coming out November the 12th, but if you're on Amazon, the print book is already available. So by all means, go order the print book. It's just released early because somebody couldn't wait. That's me. So those are both available. And of course, I have a story in 99 Tiny Terrors. So I'm super excited that the Kickstarter is doing well. And I am excited to see where all the amazingness will go. And find me on Facebook, Twitter, I'm other places, Instagram. Yes, I am many places. Find me, come hang out, let's have fun. And here, of course, playing with these fine people.
Awesome. Thank you, Marie, and continued health to the cat as well, as the cat continues to be on the mend.
Follow me on Twitter for poo updates. I posted there because Carrie's not there and she stops me from talking too much about poo. She's very helpful.
Yes, I appreciated that, and that the cat even made an appearance. So Pamplemousse, right? Is it?
Yes, Pamplemousse.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Pamplemousse. Thank you, Pamplemousse, for joining us. Thanks, Marie. Always a pleasure, and we will see you here next month. And again, last but certainly not least, Tren. Tantan. First of all, yes, the crossbow stuff was cracking me up about using Alarion as a guide to all of this. But then a lot of these things that we're dealing with, I had said that Tantan was getting into a section where there was going to be a lot of like mechanical stuff, whether it was the spool, what turned out to be measuring tape, the telescope, the freaking whatever I called it, leodite, whatever the hell it was, the device itself, the actual Oracle of War. And of course the Warforged. I like the fact you were disappointed that you couldn't actually talk to any of these things and analyze them, but all of that seems like areas where Tantan is going to at least have to be figuring out and invested in what's happening, whilst still trying to keep everyone, alive and like eyes on the prize a little bit. But I imagine that Tantan has got to be somewhat fascinated by some of this technology. And it was interesting to me to see Tantan kind of managing through some of that one way or the other. How'd you feel about tonight? Where will the lovely folks find you next, sir?
Wake up,
so
Tantan.
Very funny.
There were a lot of great moments from this evening. They were just absolutely. My hand right now is cramping, so I can't actually make a chef's kiss face, whatever thing. But there, that's.
I'm glad the medic convo was slightly like.
Okay, there we go. Nope, not done yet. Okay.
Are you okay? That hurts. Cramping is
yeah, it's basically from the tips of these two fingers all the way down to about right here. Everything was just like, all the muscles are just like, hang on, gotta make it fast. It's like just those.
It's the worst. Yes.
Happening a lot. And I thought it's probably because I'm running short on potassium. So I bought a bunch of bananas and I keep forgetting they're there, and they are now turning into a sludge on the countertop. So I didn't get. So what did I say already? Yeah, it was good. There's a lot of times when Tantan is meant to be kind of a comic relief element to the story, and so just the idea of using Alarion's arm as a crossbow brace, it just came to me, and I'm like, oh my god, this couldn't possibly get any better. And then he walks away, and I'm like, I stand corrected. This is just awesome.
And I like the fact also that you hit everything once they were 10 feet from you, and you're just like, of course, blam, blam, blam.
Yeah,
blam.
right.
Like,
Oh, the angles are much easier now. I don't have to worry about
seriously.
When you were describing and I know it wasn't you that is like writing the descriptions for these things.
Like the spool.
All that stuff. I was just like, who wrote this? But when you were describing the lepidolite, or that's actually a rock, but whatever. And then the tape measure, I immediately get Harrison Ford in The Well of Souls with the tape measure figuring out all the stuff of where the.
Yep.
The map room is over there. It's just the first thing that came to mind. Before that, I was like, if this thing with a sight on top, if this is some kind of laser, how the hell am I going to get to 15 feet up to aim it at anybody? That can't be what this is. And so I was kind of going through more of what isn't it rather than what it was.
And I honestly was not familiar with it exactly until it became, and I kind of looked it up and I'm like, okay, this is all basically just survey equipment of one kind or another. And or stuff to put into the Oracle, as you all noticed. So yeah.
As for where people will see and or hear me, next month, my next narration for Pseudopod is going to be coming out probably right around Thanksgiving, since that's when the story takes place. My most recent audiobook for Catalyst Game Labs is up on Audible. I will put the link to that in the chat right now, though there's a delay, so you guys there it is.
Fall.
Yeah. And then so now I gotta finish working on improving the quality of this crap so that I can get to the next one, and then the next one after that, and then
not to panic your link, but the link says, sorry, it looks like this title is no longer available. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Are you what?
Yeah, it's no longer available.
Excuse me.
Oh.
I don't want to harsh anyone's buzz, but
that's nothing for me to worry
about.
No,
I know. But someone here's got to worry about it.
Yeah, someone's mildly concerned.
Divided we fall, so much so that it's no longer available. Anyway,
so exciting we couldn't keep it in stock or whatever. What the heck's going on?
Sorry, you let John worry about
digital audiobook that we couldn't keep in stock. Yeah, but if you, for example, if you are at the search list of all of the audiobooks that Catalyst Game Labs has put out,
there it is.
The very top is there.
Yeah,
and
thanks,
if you click on that,
Prince
it
Justin.
is there.
Yeah, thanks, Prince Justin. Yeah,
Thank
there
you,
it
Prince
is.
Justin. Yeah, that's really.
That's weird.
Damn it, Trent, you had one job. No, it's up. It's there.
I have 6 jobs.
He did have one job in this case, and he did his job.
That's
you
really
are
weird.
busy.
And 5.0, 2 ratings, so already getting the good reviews.
Of course, good stuff.
I just came out, that broke like 48 hours ago.
Oh, nice. Just came up. Nice.
One of the guys on Reddit, because whenever these come up, I always post it to the BattleTech Reddit, and one of the guys is like, "Wow, this book's really short." I'm like, "Yes, it's a novella. It's not a full length story. It's just."
Hence the cheaper price.
Right. Yeah. And he's like, but it seems really short. I'm like, it is. It's like 50,000 words as opposed to.
But it seems less than long. You're like, Jesus.
Right. God damn it.
Define story length. Like, just
exactly.
Shut up.
Do not define story length in pages unless you want to piss off a narrator.
Mm-hmm.
Page count is irrelevant to us.
It's true.
It's just word count. We don't care how many pages, because if you make it like an 800 point font, it's still the same number of words in the thing, but now it is 4 billion volumes worth of stuff. Anyway, beyond that, we'll be back here next month for Adventures in Middle Earth and more of this glorious stuff. There is a chance that I might miss one of the weekends for this next month, and I mentioned that to you guys already because ModCon is next month, and the guys who do Beyond Skyrim want me to host one of the panels. However, there is a chance that panel might be in the morning, and if it is, I'll be able to do this Saturday evening.
Okay, yeah, we'll work it out because we'd love it to continue to have the full crew if we can, but either way, we will work it out and make it happen best we can.
Yep.
Good stuff, Trent, as always. Great pleasure for this entire crew. I really enjoyed it, and I was really psyched for this session because I wanted introducing kind of the titular item of the entire campaign. The Oracle of War is obviously going to be hugely important, as you probably got the idea of already. And I was really interested to see not only that, and actually it's funny because I kept being like, oh yeah, the weight of it. And Larian's like, you're talking to someone who could, all right, well listen, you got an item and you should have no problem carrying it. I'll just
Tantan
pick
can
it
move
up
it too.
And put it on like one thing. Yeah.
You have a floating disc.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean,
we'll definitely use
so
that
it's
first.
fine.
Yeah.
It's no problem. You just use the disc, which definitely moves at a nice, stately pace, and
it moves at my speed.
At your speed, yeah. But I mean, like if you run though, I don't think it runs at your speed, does it?
Yes, it does. It moves.
Oh, so it's just like the Mandalorian's Baby Yoda, cart, basically. It goes at that same speed. Okay, well then great. So you'll be fine. No problem. I'm sure it'll be no problem at all. But this was great. It was great stuff, and I cannot wait to see more about how the party handles things and what the aftermath of all this will be. Chat, can we get some love for our amazing players today? Trending Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Darkside Rob. Good work, players. Good job, everyone, and we will see you folks next month.
And they want the link to the Kickstarter again in chat.
Yeah, Jen, can you throw that up?
Yep, getting there.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you had a great time. It was a blast.
There it is, and there's the link. Awesome.
Yay.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you for
Bye,
asking.
players. See you all soon.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. This is going to become an escort quest. Escort the artifact. Yeah, like what could possibly go wrong? I was having fun just sort of thinking about the setup for this, and thinking about what the Oracle of War is, and of course dealing with all that, and all of this set against the backdrop, obviously, of these other issues that they're going to have to deal with, and it's one of those things where it's just like this day just keeps getting worse, so I happen to enjoy seeing how the party's going to work their way out of it. And although the dice were not friendly for the monsters today, and all joking aside, D&D is not adversarial by nature. The idea is not for me to try to kill off the party. The idea, I'm rooting for the party, obviously, and I'm just refereeing. But to me, it was really interesting to see what's going to happen with a lack of healing, because they don't have a lot left. And with this device, they have to somehow get out. And to do so, while they've still got that stuff around, they're going to have to use careful notice of the ideas that were given to them by the Oracle of War, and see if they can use that information and knowledge to their advantage in removing these 15 Warforged plus an Iron Juggernaut at a minimum. So we will see what happens in our next session. If you liked what you saw and heard, I hope you will consider following the channel. I hope you will consider checking out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets, website arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop for my merchandise area, which has Infinity and Beyond stuff and Adventures of Middle-earth stuff. !ArvTreon is that Patreon, and actually that should now be refreshed. I should have done that before. That should now be refreshed because that now reflects that we are up to 223. So we have another patron, 23 patrons, 223 per month. So we have gained $5 more, which is really exciting. I'm going to, Triffin. I'm getting to that. Very, very exciting that we have more patrons and more support. So thank you all so much. And the more that we can do that, the better. That means you'll get access to our video newsletter, which we do every month, and all that stuff. So thank you to the new Patreon supporter. I always love to see that. And of course, to those who resub this evening, including Mrs. Dunsel and others, thank you all for doing that as well. So again, the Patreon, !ArvTreon, I just talked about subbing. That's really cool too. Cool stuff for you and for the channel. On the publishing side, my graphic novel Icarus, award-winning graphic novel, !Icarus, that is from Athos Arts, and you can find out more about it at that link. !Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Also very pleased with that. Print versions have just come out for both Kickstarter backers and for friendly local game stores. They'll be made available to the general public in the next couple of months, and in the meantime, you can pick it up in the digital form on DriveThruRPG right at that link that you see right there. And last but certainly not least, !Grayshade KS, which is more details about my Grayshade Kickstarter coming soon, TM. We promise it will be on the way. Just hang in there, more to come. Otherwise, as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And of course, !Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. That is going to do it for us for this evening, but we are going to raid someone, and I think I know exactly who it's going to be. So we are going to raid someone, and the way that we do raids here is really simple. If you are not a sub, when you are brought over, please type this into the chat there. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you're not a sub, you should do this. Arvany hype, and then the Arvanauts have landed. Twitch raid. Arvany Roar, Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, Arvany Smug, Arvany Woe, Arvany Love, Arvany, etc., etc. All that kind of stuff when you were brought over auto-magically. Just before we go and I say goodbye to everybody, I do also want to remind everybody about our big event happening tomorrow night, by which I mean later on tonight. At 7:30 p.m., I am very honored to be able to host an Infernal Salon hosted by Carlos Hernandez and CSE Cooney, who are both authors and also happen to be married. But they are both authors, and they have just put together a game called Negocias Infernales, which is going to be published by by Outland Entertainment. And the Infernal Salon, they've done before in other contexts, basically means gathering a bunch of writers together and then giving them a prompt, which is one of the cards from their Negocias Infernales game, and then using that prompt to write a story. The writers that we have, and there's like 15 of them at least, will have 30 minutes to be able to write a story, and after that they will then, during which time we'll be interviewing some people and chatting with people. And then once that's done, the authors will read some of those things to us. And while you're doing that, chat itself will have an opportunity, because we're going to give a prompt to chat as well, and chat will also have the opportunity to do a story and then to be able to send it our way to be read out to the stream also. So that's going to be really cool. It's a very unique event, and it's all being done to benefit, as you just saw, Strange Horizons, which is a speculative fiction magazine that comes out weekly. It is a very well-known place, and there's a lot of people that have been published there and had many stories and things like that published, but it costs money to run, and so the Kickstarter is hosted every year, and so this is to benefit the Strange Horizons Kickstarter that we are doing this for. And so funds and so forth raised are going to be going to Kickstarter at that link that you see right there. So I hope you will all consider stopping by here this Sunday the 24th, coming up tomorrow or later today if you're on the East Coast, at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. That is going to be a good time, so please make sure to make that. Also, quick note that next Sunday we have a very special Halloween event as well, which is Brandon O'Brien and the Strange Friends crew from Blades in the Dark. That's Valerie Valdez, Yuri Casano, Yoi Gawain Lin, and Mike Underwood are going to be playing with Brandon O'Brien as GM a special Halloween-themed TTRPG, so you will not want to miss that. After which, that'll also be, I think, starting at 7:30, after which I will be with you for the annual reading that we do on this channel of a random story of Edgar Allan Poe. I have to find which one I want to do, and always we do Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. So that's what we've got going on. Very exciting for Halloween. But that's coming up next week. All you need to know now is about the Sunday event, which is the Infernal Salon. So please make sure you're there for that. Last thing we need to do, I almost forgot this. Last time here, folks, is right here. This poll has to close down tonight. So please get in your vote. Let me just give you a minute to do that. If you haven't already done so. This is the thing we're going to be playing on Tuesday. I'm going to be playing it this Tuesday at noon Eastern, and the choices are between There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension, Ni no Kuni, and Siberia. So get your votes in right now, because I'm going to close this down at the end of the session tonight. That's the game I'm going to be playing on Tuesday, so make sure to get your votes in. While you are doing that, I am also going to... Oh, no, Shadow, that sucks. Oh, man. Shadowed has been doing such amazing work with these overlays, by the way. I'm sorry about that, dude. Thank you, first of all, to my wonderful mods while you folks are finishing up with that vote. Thank you to my amazing mods. Thank you to Rudnell, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffany Mats, best in the business. Thank you to my subscribers and Patreon supporters. Rudnell, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffany Mats, Darkside Rob, Echo Alpha X5, Chenrizy, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, Thordex, Mommy, and Trendane. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to my wonderful viewers, Black Fury, Brandhauser, Combustible Dan. Thank you to Critchwitch. Thank you to David Ben Gurion. Thank you to Arabs, Ehud Barak. Thank you to Elber Treats. Thank you to Gigafrost. Thank you to Gladestone. Thank you to Hades Osiris, Light and Passion, Nonstop, Osmandius. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you to Spike Trap, Uncle Spawn, and VNK. And special thanks today to my wonderful players in Infinity and Beyond. Thank you to Trendane Sparks. Thank you to Marie Bilodeau. Thank you to John Helfers. Thank you to Jennifer Brozek. And thank you to Darkside Rob for great play today. All right, so here we go. Going once on this, going twice on this vote, and closed. And the winner is There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension. So that's going to be the game that we play. There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension. And I'm going to have to go find that. I know that this is one that Effect Life was voting for. So, yeah, so I'm looking forward to trying that. That's going to be on Tuesday. There is no game, Wrong Dimension. That's going to be the game that we play. That's going to do it for me for now. Thanks, everyone, for being awesome peoples. Please stick around for the raid, and I will be back at you folks tomorrow, Sunday, for the Infernal Salon with C.S.E. Cooney, Carlos Hernandez, and many friends. Until then, thanks for being here. More Eberron and Oracle of War, Infinity Beyond, Voice in the Machine, Part 3, coming next month. But until then, everybody be good to each other. I'll see you folks on Sunday. And bye for now. Have a good night.
It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.